Chapter 151 Snake People Surrender. Her Majesty is missing. Hearing Huashir's voice transmission, Mobus was suddenly very surprised. Has Her Majesty the Queen told you anything before? Mobus asked nervously. No, Her Majesty the Queen probably left suddenly 5 days ago at night. She didn't tell me anything. Huashir frowned and shook her head. No, this is not like Her Majesty the Queen's style at all. After listening to Huashir's words, Mobus became even more confused. Compared with the 6th level monster that broke into the hinterland of the snake tribe and rushed towards the temple, Mobus was obviously more concerned about the whereabouts of Queen Medusa. After Mobus had a conversation with Hua Snake, an old snake man with gray hair also arrived here on crutches. Although this old snake man looks very old, no snake man dares to look down upon him. This old snake man has a Yinshi name and an identity like Mobus, one of the 8 major tribes. A leader and also known as the think tank of the snake people. Her Majesty the Queen left suddenly. After listening to what Huashir said, a flash of thought flashed through Yinshi's old and wise eyes. The next moment, he suddenly asked, Huashir, do you know what Her Majesty the Queen was mainly doing some time ago, or what she was more concerned about? Well, some time ago, Her Majesty the Queen seemed to go out often, searching for news about strange fires in the desert. However, Her Majesty always told me every time she went out before. This time, Hua Snaker was a little confused after hearing the question of the underworld. He said hesitantly, Strange fire. Why is Her Majesty the Queen looking for strange fire? Hearing this, there was a trace of confusion in Yinshi's old eyes. After a moment, he seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Mobus, and whispered in horror, Could it be? It should be otherwise. Why would Her Majesty the Queen put so much effort into finding the strange fire? There should be no other purpose except what she plans to do. Taking a breath, Mobus whispered, Is this really the case? The failure rate of that thing is extremely high. If something happens to Her Majesty the Queen, then we, the snake tribe. After hearing Yinshi and Mobus' analysis, Huashir's face suddenly showed a hint of worry. Sigh. Her Majesty the Queen has been at the Du Huang level for many years. Maybe she is a little impatient. Although she usually doesn't seem to care much about this, I know that she really wants to become stronger. Because once they reach the Duzong level, the power of the snake people will expand rapidly, and they will no longer be trapped in this vast desert. Although after so many years of adaptation we snake people are not suitable here. My blood is cold after all, Mobus sighed. Yes, but this is too risky. Huashir looked complicated and whispered that she did not want Queen Medusa to take that risk at all. Don't worry, even if Her Majesty the Queen gets the strange fire, she will have to return to the holy city before she can take that step of evolution. But having said that, there is no point in trying to persuade Her Majesty to do what she decides to do. Halfway through Mobus' words, his tone suddenly changed again, with a wry smile on his face. Sigh, that matter is too risky. We really need to consider it in the long term. This time, the 6th Order magical beast is running towards the holy city. What exactly is going on? Have you found out the origin of the 6th Order magical beast? Yinshi temporarily put aside some things about Queen Medusa, and asked about a current troublesome matter. I don't know. The news that Yu Mei sent back said that she had seen the 6th level monster with her own eyes, but she had not fought or talked with it. Its speed was too fast, and it passed by in a flash, Huashir said bluntly. A 6th level flying monster that I don't know where it came from broke into the hinterland of our snake tribe on its own. What is it for? Is it related to Her Majesty the Queen? Yinshi kept thinking in his mind. He was one of the few snake people in the snake people who knew that the snake people had 4 elders. Therefore, even if Queen Medusa was not in the temple, he was not particularly worried about the invasion of the 6th level monsters that would destroy the snake people. How bad it was, if something earth-shaking really happened, the 4 elders would definitely take action. Just when Yinshi was thinking, outside the huge city, in the sky, there was a rapid sound of breaking wind, and the strange birds hovering above the city also started calling out. Upon noticing this, Mobus and Yinshi Hua Snake suddenly turned back and looked at the sky outside the city. In their sight, a behemoth with a wingspan of dozens of feet had arrived in the sky 100 feet away from the city wall. Did you come so quickly? This 6th level monster is indeed coming to the holy city. What does it intend to do? All warriors prepare. Seeing the huge beast flying towards them, Mobus and Yinshi shrank their pupils and slowly raised their palms. Suddenly, countless snake men on the city wall raised their poisonous spears high. The next moment, under the gaze of countless snake men, the huge purple beast lowered its flying height and came to mid-air. At this moment, Yin Shi and others saw clearly that there was actually a human standing on top of this giant beast. It's human. Who is this human being? He looks very young. How come he has a 6th level monster as his mount? It is said that the Jiaji royal family also has a 6th level monster. However, that monster has a very high status in the Jiaji royal family and is equivalent to being enshrined. How could it be driven by a young man? No matter what his identity is, if he acts so wantonly and ignores the majesty of our snake people and breaks into the holy city, he should be punished for his crime. Looking at the figure standing on top of the huge flying monster, Yin Shi, Mobus and Hua Xir were very surprised. They did not expect that a powerful 6th level monster would actually serve as a mount for humans. However, after the surprise, there was rage and murderous intent. Compared to Warcraft, the snake people hate humans even more. Why hasn't this human being been discovered even though he went deep outside the holy city? Can't you may sense that there is a human aura on the magical beast? Mobus had great doubts in his heart. Until now he had not noticed any cultivation aura of the young man on the monster, as if he was just an ordinary person. How could Mobus know that as long as Chenfeng, who possesses the hidden spirit stone, conceals 100% of his aura, even those extremely powerful alchemists will not be able to detect anything about him unless he can see it with the naked eye? Breath. Human, you are so brave. You actually dare to come alone outside the holy city of our snake tribe. Tell me, what do we the snake tribe want to do? Do we want to start another war? As the morning wind drove the purple magic vulture close to the city wall, Yin Shi raised his crutch and pointed at the morning wind and shouted angrily. In terms of strength, even the entire Jiajia Empire is far behind the snake people, but the snake people, the opponents, are more than one overweight empire, and they also have to guard against other empires around them. Haha, you don't need to be nervous. I am here today not to destroy you snake people, but to help you find some medicinal materials in the holy city. Seeing the nervous expressions of the strong snake people on the huge city wall, Chenfeng chuckled and spoke very casually. You are uttering arrogant words, and just because you, a young brat, want to destroy our snake people, don't think that you can sit back and relax just because you brought a 6th level monster here. You still want us to find medicinal materials for you, but you're probably not dreaming. After hearing what Chenfeng said, the anger of Mobus and others rose instantly. Go ahead and kill this human and the 6th level monster. Mobus growled at the snake warriors on the city wall. Hearing Mobus's order, a huge roar of anger suddenly echoed on the city wall. Countless snakemen clenched the poisonous spears in their hands. After taking 2 sharp steps back, they suddenly rushed forward, and the poisonous spears fell out of their hands. Suddenly, a dark shower of poisonous spears appeared in the sky, shooting towards the morning wind and purple magic vultures in mid-air. There was a sharp sound of breaking wind, and the sound of the shower of poisonous spears was extremely powerful. Looking calmly at the massive shower of poisonous spears in the sky, Chenfeng and the purple demon vulture did not move at all. The huge wings of the purple magic vulture fluttered slightly, and suddenly, a huge purple tornado suddenly floated out in front of it. The purple tornado rotated at high speed, and the yellow sand and gravel on the ground were pulled into it. Come in. Immediately afterwards, a purple tornado suddenly swept out, and the overwhelming shower of poisonous spears was also destroyed by the fierce suction emitted by the storm. Occasionally, the poisonous spears that penetrated through the storm fell on the purple magic vulture, only felt like it was being scratched. The strength of this monster should be about the same as Her Majesty the Queen's. No wonder they dare to enter our snake tribe alone. Seeing that the poisonous spears thrown by the snake warriors were all blocked by the storm, the pupils of Mobus and others suddenly shrank. The next moment, in their sight, the purple storm suddenly pushed forward. Even if Mobus, Yin Shi, and Hua Xir joined forces to block it, they still could not stop the storm. Boom! The storm was raging, and even the hard city wall could not stop it. It soon became damaged. Dozens of snake warriors were involved in it, and were strangled to death by the energy in the storm in an instant. After tearing a huge gap in the tall city wall, the power of the purple storm was finally exhausted, and the stumps inside were scattered on the broken city wall. At this time the eyes of the strong snake people were already red. The purple magic eagle took away the lives of dozens of their elite warriors with just one blow. Your Excellency is really vicious. You barged into our snake tribe like this. Not only did you not apologize at all, but you were so arrogant. Are you really bullying our tribe? Yin Shi's eyes swept across Chenfeng's body sternly, and he said solemnly, Haha, you are going to take my life. You can't stand it if I fight back a little bit. Seeing the hatred in the eyes of Yin Shi and others, Chenfeng sneered and said, although he does not bite and kill. If these snake people dare to offend His Majesty, then he does not mind giving them a small lesson. Mobus, the situation is not good now. You and Hua Shir will lead all the soldiers to stop him for a while. I'll be back soon. Go ahead, even if you die. I will keep this person out of the holy city. At this moment, when a powerful enemy was present, the elder of the snake tribe, Yin Shi, who had the strength of the 8-star fighting king, ran away and quickly rushed towards the interior of the holy city. Are you planning to bring in reinforcements? Yun Shi's actions were seen by Chenfeng. He made a quick guess and knew that Yin Shi was most likely going to invite the 4 supreme elders of the snake tribe to come out. To this, he did not react much. Even if when the 4 old guys from the snake tribe came, he was sure to deal with them. The Medusa snake guards obey the order and use all their strength to stop this person, Hua Shir said with a stern expression. Now this situation is almost related to the danger of the snake people. Even though they know that the purple magic vulture is very powerful, none of these snake people warriors flinched and rushed towards Chenfeng and the purple magic vulture without fear of death. Why bother? I just asked you to help find a medicinal plant. I didn't want to destroy your clan. Looking at the dozen snake warriors jumping up from the city wall, Chenfeng shook his head gently. Among these dozen snake warriors, there are 4 fighting spirits, and the rest are all great fighting masters. They do not have the ability to fly, so they jump into the air with weapons. Such a lineup may be able to make some ordinary people. The strong Duwang warrior felt a headache, but the purple magic eagle just swiped its huge claws forward and knocked all the dozen snake warriors to the ground. They vomited blood and some of their internal organs were shattered, died on the spot. Facing a 6th-level monster like the purple demon eagle, a fighting spirit, or a snake man with great fighting master training, it would basically be a brush, and his life would be in danger if he touched it. Ah! The blood of the tribe inspired Moba's ferocity. His eyes were red and his body was full of ink-colored fighting energy. A pair of fighting spirit wings formed on his back. It looked like he was planning to fight Chenfeng desperately. I'll fight you. A Mobus roared, and a strange broadsword appeared in his hand. The wings on his back vibrated and he was about to rush towards Chenfeng. Mobus, stop it. Just when Mobus had just rushed out, an old shout suddenly sounded in the holy city of the snake people. Hearing this shout, Mobus' figure froze and stayed in mid-air. The next moment 4 relatively powerful auras came from a certain direction in the city, and then quickly appeared on the city wall. These are 4 old women from the snake tribe. They look much older than they were in the underworld. The auras they exude are extremely powerful, and they should all be at the level of high-level fighting emperors. I've met the Supreme Elder. As these 4 old women appeared, Hua Shir, the captain of the Medusa Snake Guard, immediately bowed and saluted. Although countless snake warriors did not know their identities, looking at the attitude of Hua Shir and Yin Shi who came behind them towards the 4 people, they also knew in their hearts that these 4 old women, whose aura was as powerful as that of the huge monster, were their snakes. The elders of the human race bowed to the 4 old women one by one. One of the 4 old women who came over nodded slightly. Then her pair of vertical pupils looked coldly towards Chenfeng and the purple magic vulture. Being stared at by these 4 high-level Duhuang warriors, Chenfeng's expression remained unchanged. He could tell that these 4 old women from the snake tribe were highly cultivated, and had obviously stayed in the current state for a long time. However, the energy and blood in their bodies were very weak and close to exhaustion. According to the degree of decline of energy and blood of these 4 people, if they experience another war, they may be exhausted and have only a few years to live. No wonder these 4 people didn't take action in the original work. It turned out that they were treated as old antiques and they might be gone after being used once. Chenfeng muttered in his heart after learning about the situation of these 4 people. Your Majesty, did you really come to our snake tribe holy city just to find a medicinal plant? Staring at Chenfeng, the leader of the old woman suddenly spoke. Her voice was quite unpleasant, like a sharp instrument scratching through glass, making people feel an uncomfortable feeling all over their body. Although the voice was unpleasant, the attitude shown by the old woman was not bad. At least it could be heard that she was discussing. Yes, as long as you snake people find the mandala of sand for me, I will leave. Chenfeng nodded. Hearing the conversation between the old woman and Chenfeng, Mobus, whose eyes were red, looked a little ugly, and he quickly said, "The Supreme Elder, this person has killed so many people in our clan. Please take the Supreme Elder down." Shut up. It's not your turn to make up your mind here. As soon as Mobus finished speaking, the old snake human woman reprimanded him. Being overwhelmed by the aura of the old snake, human woman, Mobus clenched his fists with unwillingness in his eyes. After saying this, the old woman from the snake tribe showed hesitation in her eyes. Even she couldn't detect the aura on Chenfeng's body. In her opinion, such a mysterious young man with a 6th-level high-level magical beast as a mount must have a very deep background. Moreover, the current 8 leaders of the snake tribe and the other strong men have not arrived yet. After some mental struggle, the old woman seemed to have made a decision. She let out a long sigh and said to the morning breeze, "Since you want the mandala of sand, I, the snake tribe, can go find it for you, but please leave our territory immediately after taking the sand mandala, otherwise we, the snake tribe, will keep you here forever no matter the cost." At the end of the sentence, the old woman's tone gradually turned from dull to cold, with a hint of murderous intent. "Haha, you old guys still know the times. Don't worry, as long as I get the mandala of sand, I will leave immediately." After hearing what the old woman said, Chenfeng was very satisfied and laughed. "Then please wait outside the holy city first. When our people find the mandala of sand, we will bring it to you immediately." After speaking quickly to Chenfeng, the old woman turned around and ordered Hua Snaker, "You immediately arrange for the tribe to search for the mandala of sand." "Yes, Supreme Elder." The result of the conversation between the old woman and Chenfeng made Hua Xir feel extremely unwilling, but she had no choice but to act according to the order at the moment. "Very well, I hope you won't disappoint me." Seeing the old woman's handling attitude, Chenfeng directly asked the purple magic vulture to turn around and land a few miles away from the snake tribe's holy city to wait. After seeing Chenfeng go away, the face of the old woman who had just given the order to Hua Xir on the city wall suddenly changed, and a strong murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Chapter 152 Queen Medusa. "No, you can't do that. Elder." Then humans and monsters directly broke into the holy city of our snake people and killed so many of our tribesmen. Why should we agree to their request? Wouldn't this make the people of the tribe feel chilled? Where is the majesty of our snake people? Seeing Chenfeng move away from the city wall, Mobus still couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. He came to the leading old woman and asked loudly, "Madness." Hearing this, the old woman scolded Mobus in a sharp voice as before. "The strength of that monster is considered outstanding among the 9 star-fighting emperors. Now there are only 2 leaders of your 8 major tribes. Even if all 8 of them come over and use their combined attack skills, it is probably not at all like that of the 6th-level peak monster. Opponent, and your majesty the queen suddenly disappeared at this time, how can you defeat the opponent?" the old woman asked in return. Hearing the old woman's tone, Mobus lowered his voice and whispered, "Didn't the elders take action? Would take action. I'm afraid that after this battle the remaining decades of life will be immediately reduced to only 2 or 3 years. The old woman spoke slowly, her old face looking a little sad. Their lifespan was about to come to an end. Before, they had always lived in seclusion, not caring about worldly affairs, and trying to slow down the passage of life. So that's it, Supreme Elder, please forgive Mobus for his recklessness just now." Hearing this, Mobus was stunned for a moment, then he immediately reacted and spoke very guiltily. "Sigh. I can only try to delay it for a while now. I hope Her Majesty the Queen can come back during this period. If Her Majesty the Queen still hasn't come back at the last moment, the leaders of the 8 major tribes should also be here. By then, there will be 8 of you. If the leaders work together to assist, we old guys can also contribute less." The old woman let out a long sigh and said helplessly. At this moment, in the old woman's heart, she was complaining about Queen Medusa. If Queen Medusa hadn't suddenly disappeared, why would the snake people be like this? Outside the holy city of the snake tribe, Chenfeng directly entered the small world after letting the purple magic vulture land on the ground. In the small world, Xiao Yan mingled with the ghost Yanmao and passed the boring time, while Queen Medusa was practicing alone in the corner of the small world, looking like she was racing against time to break through the medicine dust seal. The aura of Chenfeng was completely covered by the hidden spirit stone. After entering the small world, Queen Medusa, who was practicing with her eyes closed, did not notice it. "Master, you are here, Master." When Xiao Yan and Lingyu saw Chenfeng appear, they immediately followed him like a baby. Upon hearing the charming shouts of Xiao Yan and Lingyu, Queen Medusa's beautiful eyes immediately opened and she stopped practicing. "Where are we now?" Queen Medusa asked Chenfeng with cold words. Now, she also knew that she was trapped in a movable space, just a few miles away from the holy city of the snake tribe. Chenfeng replied with a smile. "Outside the holy city." After hearing what Chenfeng said, Queen Medusa's eyes suddenly became complicated. She was very worried that Chenfeng would cause destruction in the holy city and harm the snake people. After a moment, Queen Medusa suppressed the thoughts in her heart and asked Chenfeng again in a calm tone, "Human, didn't you say before that you wanted to come to the holy city to find the sand mandala? Let me out. I go arrange for someone to find it for you." "That's not necessary. After the 4 old guys from the snake tribe showed up, they agreed to help me find them without saying a word. The results should be available soon." Chenfeng shook his head and said, "What, 4 elders showed up?" Hearing Chenfeng's words, Queen Medusa was even more surprised. She knew very well that the 4 old women from the snake tribe would never show up unless they reached a certain level. If they showed up, it would definitely be because the snake tribe encountered that. This is a major event related to the danger of the ethnic group. "What exactly did you do when you went to the holy city?" Queen Medusa stared at Chenfeng with evil eyes and shouted angrily. Seeing the anger in Queen Medusa's eyes, Chenfeng slowly walked up to her and said casually, "I didn't do anything. I just killed some snake people who dared to offend me. I'm just a small punishment but a big warning." When she learned that Chenfeng was killing people in the holy city, Queen Medusa's pretty face turned cold. She angrily yelled, "You liar! Didn't you say before that you wouldn't hurt my people as long as I was restrained? You went back on your word, villain." The next moment, the angry Queen Medusa raised her white palm and shouted at Chenfeng's face. However, without any surprise, Chenfeng pinched her wrist again. At the same time, Chenfeng's other hand directly pinched Queen Medusa's white chin. "I mean, I won't take the initiative to attack them, but that doesn't mean anyone can offend me." Chenfeng's face was slightly cold, and his tone was equally cold. "The same goes for you. If you do what you did just now, I will make you cry and beg me." Being stared at by Chenfeng, Queen Medusa, whose strength was limited, was immediately suppressed. There was a hint of panic in her eyes and she stopped moving. The next moment, Chenfeng's palm loosened, moved downward, and then gently slid over Queen Medusa's snow-white neck. When his eyes caught sight of the proud scenery under his snow-white neck, Chenfeng's expression gradually softened. That touch of white snow and the charming deep ravines are enough to fascinate any man. Queen Medusa didn't pay attention to Chenfeng's strange gaze at this moment. She kept reviewing what Chenfeng had just said in her mind. "This man is causing massacres in our snake tribe's holy city. How could the 4 elders agree to help so easily? Is it possible that this is a delaying tactic? Now I am imprisoned here, and my tribe doesn't know it. The leaders of other tribes are not here, and the strength of the holy city is empty. That's why I forced the elders to show up so quickly. If they underestimate the strength of this human being in the end, then if there is a conflict with this human being..." Thinking quickly in her heart, Queen Medusa's face suddenly turned pale and her heartbeat accelerated. Looking at Chenfeng, who was looking at her body with appreciative eyes, Queen Medusa lightly pursed her red lips and whispered, "Human, what if the 4 elders of our clan did not give you what you need as promised? Instead of handing over the medicinal materials, I gathered my strength to prepare against you. Then kill them all." Before Queen Medusa finished speaking, Chenfeng directly interrupted her. "No, you can't do this." Hearing Chenfeng's attitude, Queen Medusa begged in a pleading tone. "If they have other plans, they have betrayed my trust in them and are challenging my authority. Why should I keep them?" Chenfeng said bluntly. "I beg you, don't kill my people anymore. Why don't you let me out for a while, and I'll explain it to them, so that they can find the sand mandala and give it to you as soon as possible." Queen Medusa gently grasped Chenfeng's sleeves with her jade hands, and said almost begging. In this posture, Queen Medusa loses some of her dignity as a queen and has more of a feminine sense of weakness, which makes her look a different kind of temptation. "Don't think about letting you out for now." Looking at Queen Medusa, who released a different kind of temptation, Chenfeng smiled and shook her head, and then said, "If things are really as you guessed, what can you come up with to make me let go of these snakes that deceive me? Where is the person? Just begging me for a few words and using words is useless. What do you want? You can take everything in my Naji. If you are not satisfied, you can also take the resources of our snake people." After hearing what Chenfeng said, Queen Medusa very seriously listed some of the conditions she thought of. Hearing what Queen Medusa listed, Chenfeng smiled and said, "Do you think I am someone who lacks those ordinary resources? Then what do you want?" Queen Medusa stared at Chenfeng and asked seriously, "What do I want?" As Chenfeng spoke, he reached out and gently touched Queen Medusa's fair, alluring face, and said with a smile, "A woman as alluring and seductive as you is much more valuable than those cultivation resources." You, Chenfeng's words were undoubtedly a huge insult to Queen Medusa. She didn't expect that Chenfeng's purpose was to. Knowing what Chenfeng meant, Queen Medusa bit her silver teeth and said firmly, "You are delusional. Even if I die, I will not let you insult me like this. In this case, there is no need to talk. If those 4 old guys have other ideas later, don't blame me for being cruel. I will just slaughter the entire city." After hearing Queen Medusa's answer, Chenfeng put down the palm that was stroking her smooth cheek and said in a deep voice. After saying that, Chenfeng turned around and walked towards Xiao Sunner. "You are despicable." Queen Medusa scolded Chenfeng angrily, but she was full of hesitation in her heart. Her guess about the 4 elders just now has a high probability of happening. When Chenfeng becomes angry, the entire holy city of the snake people may be destroyed. If that kind of ending really happens, the snake people will be completely destroyed if they inherit it from me. I will be the eternal sinner of the snake people. Thinking of this, Queen Medusa felt a burst of heartache. She now regretted very much why she wanted to grab the strange fire in the first place and thus provoked the devil Chenfeng. After going through a complicated psychological process, Queen Medusa's eyes flashed with strange color, as if she had made some kind of difficult decision. She looked at Chenfeng's back and shouted, "Wait a minute. Oh, it seems you have thought it through." Hearing this, Chenfeng paused, turned around slowly with a faint smile on his face. "If you really conflict with my clan again, I hope you can show mercy. I can give you what you want." Queen Medusa replied to Chenfeng with a solemn expression. When she said the last sentence, her voice became very weak, but Chenfeng could still hear it clearly. "Good, since you agreed, I can give them a chance later." Chenfeng nodded with a satisfied smile on his face. "However, if they hand over the medicinal materials you need as agreed and nothing else happens, what I said just now will not count. If you lie to me, you will have to die." Looking at the smile on Chenfeng's face, Meidu Queen Sha quickly added, "If that's the case, I certainly won't lie to you about this matter. However, at this moment, I'm afraid you don't even believe that they will behave obediently, right?" Chenfeng sneered and said. After being reminded by Queen Medusa, he also felt that the performance of the 4 old women just now was too weak. After hearing these words, Queen Medusa fell silent immediately, with a sense of helplessness in her eyes. Seeing this, Chenfeng didn't say anything more and just sat cross-legged in the small world to practice. Time flies so fast, in the blink of an eye 1 day passes. Within this day, 5 more tribal leaders from the snake tribe rushed to the holy city, namely Kuxing, Nan Snake Flower Snake King Black Poison, and Yu Mai, the leader of the charming snake tribe who had seen the purple magic vulture flying overhead before. The remaining flame thorns that are farther away have not yet arrived. In the early morning, in the spacious and luxurious hall in the holy city of the snake tribe, a beautiful figure leaned slightly tiredly on the back of a chair. Occasionally, his eyes lazily glanced at the empty purple crystal throne on the high platform, and couldn't help but shake it helplessly. Shook his head. Surrounding this beautiful figure were Mobus, Yin Shi, and several other leaders of the snake tribe. All of them had worried looks on their faces. Suddenly a crisp sound of footsteps sounded outside the hall. Hearing the noise, the snake leaders in the hall all looked around. A female snake man wearing red armor walked in holding a black box. Looking at Hua Shir, the captain of the Medusa Snake Guard, who entered the palace, Yu Mei sighed softly, straightened her waist slightly, and her plump figure was immediately highlighted with charming outlines, and said lazily, "Hua Shir, what you are holding in your hand is the sand mandala that humans want, right?" I sent people to search for it all night before I found this thing in an inconspicuous corner of the holy city." Hua Shir nodded. "That human is too arrogant. He killed so many of our clansmen and wants to get medicinal materials from us. I won't give them to him even if I destroy them." Suddenly, a fleshy bald snake man stood up angrily and raised his hand to snatch the box from Hua Shir's hand. "Flower Snake King, stop." Seeing this, Mobus quickly stopped him. "What, Mobus? Do you really want to hand over this thing obediently and use it as a dog for that human?" The Flower Snake King said angrily. "Flower Snake King, the 4 supreme elders have already said that yesterday was just a delaying measure. As for this medicinal material, let's keep it for now, maybe it will have other uses," Mobus explained. Yu Mei pursed her sexy red lips and echoed, "Flower Snake King, since this is arranged by the supreme elder, you should keep it for now. If that human comes over today, I will definitely tear him into pieces." The Flower Snake King snorted and said angrily, "Woo woo." At this moment, a snakeman's unique alarm sound suddenly sounded outside the palace. "He's already here, let's get there quickly." Hearing the siren, several people in the hall quickly rushed towards the city wall. Soon the 4 supreme elders of the snake tribe, the 7 tribal leaders who came over, and Hua Shir, the Medusa snake guard captain, all stood on top of the tall boulder city wall. Their eyes were fixed on the huge flying monster that was approaching in the distance. After a while, the huge purple flying monster came into the air outside the city wall, and there was a human boy standing on it. Standing on the back of the purple magic vulture, Chenfeng glanced at the group of snake men standing on the city wall. He discovered that there were 5 more snake men with Duwang cultivation on the city wall today. Moreover, the atmosphere on the city wall was not very peaceful, and it did not look like they were going to make a deal at all. It seems that Queen Medusa really got it right. With a secret thought in his heart, Chenfeng calmly asked the snake-human old woman on the city wall, "Have you found the medicinal materials I asked for?" Chapter 153. Oh my god, he actually has a backup plan. As Chenfeng finished speaking, on the city wall, each and every strong snake-human race person was filled with a vague murderous intention. Among them, Mobus and Flower Snake King, the 2 leaders of the snake men, had even brighter pupils. The atmosphere in the field became very subtle and seemed to be on the verge of breaking out. Hua Shir, bring the things here. In this silent atmosphere, the old woman headed by the snake tribe suddenly greeted Hua Snaker. Yes, great elder. Hearing this, Hua Shir immediately respectfully held the black box and walked to the old woman. Human, look, is this the sand mandala you need? As the old woman spoke, she reached out to open the box, then picked up a light yellow plant inside and placed it in her palm. The shape of this plant is quite strange. It is twisted and twisted like a long yellow snake. At the top of the plant is the snake's head raised high. Above the snake's head there is a slight protrusion about the size of a fist. The tumor is the richest essence of the whole plant. Although Chenfeng had never seen what the sand mandala looked like, he still had some impression of its appearance description. Therefore, after seeing the yellow plant in the hand of the snake tribe old woman, he was very sure that this was the sand mandala he was looking for. Haha, there really is this thing in the snake tribe's holy city. Bring it here. Chenfeng smiled and nodded. After hearing what Chenfeng said, the elder of the snake tribe put the plant in his hand back into the black box and said coldly, "If you want this thing, come and get it yourself." After hearing what the old woman said, Chenfeng frowned slightly. The old woman could obviously throw the thing over, but she asked him to go and get it in person. Her motives were obviously impure. Moreover, Chenfeng could also feel the looks in the eyes of Mobus, Flower Snake King and others around them, which were filled with strong murderous intent. If this time passes, I am afraid that I will be surrounded and killed immediately. I advise you not to make a mistake, hand over your things quickly, everyone will be happy. Chenfeng's voice was also a little cold, and his steps did not move even half a step. In that case I'll take it. Seeing that Chenfeng was unable to come over, the elder of the snake tribe had a cold look in her eyes. She grabbed the black box and threw it towards the bottom of the city wall. Stop that box. Seeing the box containing the mandala of sand falling off the city wall, Chenfeng immediately gave an order to the purple magic vulture. After hearing Chenfeng's words, the purple demonic vulture moved forward again, then opened its big mouth, and a huge suction force acted on the falling black box, pulling it towards the purple demonic vulture. Do it. At this moment on the city wall a sharp, murderous drink came out of the mouth of the great elder of the snake people. Boom! In an instant on the city wall, more than a dozen auras suddenly burst out and rushed towards Chenfeng. The 4 snake people old women were extremely fast. They burst out with the powerful aura of high-level fighting emperors. When the purple magic vulture had just taken back the black box, they spread out their formation and killed the 4 purple magic vultures and Chenfeng. Surrounded by the direction, 4 fierce and powerful momentums surged into the sky, condensing into 4 huge air pillars of different colors, like 4 pillars of heaven, firmly standing against the huge blue sky. In the underworld, Mobus, Hua Shir and other strong snake tribesmen went straight to the morning breeze on the back of the purple magic vulture to kill. Ha, you are so stubborn. Looking at the actions of these powerful snake people, Chenfeng had a sneer on his lips. Their actions were almost exactly the same as what Queen Medusa had guessed before. At this moment, although the 4 snake men old women had surrounded the purple magic vulture and the morning breeze on its back, they did not take action. The 8 figures rushing towards the city wall were all condensed with fighting spirit energy. When they were about to approach the purple magic vulture, the 8 of them shot out a powerful fighting spirit at the same time, and converged in one place, heading towards Chenfeng, bombing from the direction. Faced with the attack of these 8 powerful Du Q trainings of different colors, The huge figure of the purple magic vulture did not move even half a minute. Its huge mouth opened and suddenly shot out a purple beam of light several feet long. As soon as the purple light beam came out, the space there seemed to be distorted. The light beam fiercely swept over the 8 surging fighting spirit, and 7 of them were completely annihilated in an instant. The last burst of red fighting energy escaped the interception of the purple beam of light, causing a sharp sound to break through the air, and rushed straight towards Chenfeng. Start. Looking at the approaching red energy, Chenfeng thought, and a pair of huge silver wings instantly appeared behind him, with vast thunder power overflowing from them. Fighting energy turns into wings. This young man actually has the cultivation of a fighting king. His aura seemed to be obscured by something before, now it seems that his cultivation level seems to be from a 1-star Doang to a 2-star Doang. It's just a 1-star Duang. Let's see how he can block the Flower Snake King's attack. The exposure of Chenfeng's cultivation aura made the 4 old women feel surprised. Originally, in their eyes at his age, Chenfeng was at most a great fighting master, but they didn't expect that at this moment, he exploded into a fighting king. The aura greatly exceeded their expectations. Thunder Half-Moon Slash. On Chenfeng's side, as soon as he gathered the wings of thunder, he immediately fired a thunderous half-moon slash towards the attacking red fighting spirit. The huge silver half-moon blade condensed from the silver wings, exuding a powerful momentum, and then suddenly crossed the sky. With lightning speed before others could react, it hit the red shot of the Flower Snake King, Du Qi training. Although Morrowind's cultivation level is only a 1-star Du King, this thunder half-moon slash is equivalent to an advanced Earth-level fighting skill. When released with Morrowind's cultivation level, it is powerful enough to reach the level of a 1-star Du King. Moreover, Morrowind performs this move consumes only the fighting energy required to perform advanced Xuan-level fighting skills. Boom! The silver half-moon blade collided with the red Du Qi pillion, completely destroying the latter almost instantly, and then struck unstoppably on the big belly of the Flower Snake King behind it. Hit by the silver half-moon blade, the Flower Snake King roared in pain and fell from the sky in an instant. On the big belly of the Flower Snake King there was a hideous incision, the intestines and internal organs were exposed, and the blood shot out, dyeing the sky-red Flower Snake King. Seeing the tragic situation of the Flower Snake King, a leader of the snake tribe immediately turned back with his fighting spirit vibrating his wings and caught the falling Flower Snake King. How can this be? The attack just now has reached the level of an ordinary Du King. How could a mere 1-star Du King launch such an attack? Could it be said that this person has mastered some extremely powerful fighting skills? However, even a basic Earth-level fighting skill cannot have such a large increase in strength, right? Unless this person just performed an advanced Earth-level fighting skill or legendary Heaven-level fighting skills. This boy has such strength at a young age. Today we have become enemies. If we wait for him to grow up, our snake people will definitely be destroyed in his hands. Therefore we must capture him today no matter what. Yes, we cannot give this human being a chance to grow up, so we will strangle him in the cradle today. Seeing the scene where Chenfeng severely injured the Flower Snake King, the 4 elders of the snake tribe became even more surprised. Then the murderous intent in their eyes became even stronger. One of the old women, with a continuous flash of figure, landed directly on the back of the purple magic vulture, and slapped Chenfeng's head with a pair of dry palms containing extremely huge power. Chenfeng still couldn't resist the power of the high-level Du Huang, so when the old woman took action, he quickly called Yao Chen out. Boom! When the withered palm of the snake, human old woman was less than a foot away from Chenfeng's head, an illusory figure instantly floated out of the soul flag carried by Chenfeng, and then, a forest-white energy wall emerged in Chenfeng. In front of him he held down the withered palm. Who are you? As the attack was blocked by Yao Chen's soul, the old woman from the snake tribe who attacked Chenfeng suddenly had a look of surprise in her eyes. This kind of aura, could it be that of a strong Duzong master? Looking at his state, it seems like he is just a soul. The soul of Duzong's cultivation is also very scary. I never thought that this young man has such a backup plan. At the same time, the other 3 old women who had not taken action were also surprised. If you dare to attack the master, you will die. On Yao Chen's side, after helping Chenfeng resist the attack of the snake tribe old woman, he immediately launched a counterattack, hitting the old woman with extremely powerful attacks one after another, leaving the old woman powerless to parry. Fourth, be careful. Seeing that the old woman from the snake tribe was instantly at a disadvantage, the other 3 old women shouted and rushed forward. These 4 old women from the snake tribe are all at the high level of Du Huang. Among them, the elder of the snake tribe has reached the peak of the 9-star Du Emperor. The 4 of them have a very tacit understanding together. In a short period of time they actually have a slight upper hand. Seeing this, Chenfeng got off the back of the purple demonic vulture, and ordered it to assist Yao Chen in dealing with the 4 old women from the snake tribe. With the addition of the purple demonic vulture, the situation on the battlefield was instantly reversed. The 4 elders of the snake tribe had to dedicate one person to deal with the purple magic vulture. Under this severe situation, they seemed to no longer hold back, and the intensity of their attacks was gradually increasing. Above the sky, the roaring sounds of energy collisions resounded. The huge energy pressure shocked the minds of some ordinary snake warriors. In the underworld, Mobus and other snake men leaders looked at the battlefield over there for a while, and finally reacted and set their sights on Chenfeng in another sky. The 4 elders are dragging the souls of the Warcraft and Dozong cultivators. Let's take down the human boy first, and then help the elders, Mobus shouted in a low voice, his eyes red. Hearing what Mobus said, Yinshi nodded and then said loudly, Nan Snake, take the Flower Snake King for treatment first. Flower Snake, organize the Medusa Snake Guard to help here. This young man has fierce fighting skills. Don't fight with him alone. The rest of you must form the 5-snake venom seal with me. With a loud shout in his mouth, Yinshi's hands quickly formed a series of strange seals, and as the seals moved, a huge green light quickly condensed in his palms. The moment after the Yinshi formed the hand seal, the other 4 people quickly completed the seal. They had practiced this kind of seal countless times, so as soon as they heard the order, they could quickly complete the seal. Complete the tedious printing process. The moment the 5 people formed a seal, a faint twilight energy shield appeared out of thin air and wrapped them tightly. Obviously, this was a measure to defend against the opponent's sudden sneak attack. Looking at the increasingly intense energy in the hands of the 5 people, a look of interest flashed across Chenfeng's eyes. He knew in his heart that the fighting skills of the snake people were weird and unique, especially some fusion fighting skills, which could fuse the strengths of many people together, and then spray them out together to achieve the purpose of competing against high-level experts. Judging from the fusion fighting skills used by several people in the Yinshi world, the level should be around the advanced Xuan level. This level of fusion fighting skills can already be regarded as an extremely advanced level among the snake people. Therefore, it can only be used by the 8 major tribes. Only leaders have the strength and qualifications to practice it. 5 snake poison seals. Activate. With a low shout from Yinshi, the light suddenly became brighter in the palms of the 5 Duwang warriors. In an instant, 5 huge pillars of green energy, several feet tall, shot out fiercely from the palms of the 5 people. When the Yuking energy pillars shot out of the palms of the 5 people, they began to intertwine. In a moment, an extremely huge energy pillar suddenly appeared in the sky. When this huge energy pillar appeared, strong winds rose suddenly in the desert, and an aura filled with blood and violence suddenly emerged from the energy pillar. The huge energy column suddenly began to churn. In an instant the energy column turned into a green energy snake more than 10 feet long. Hiss! As soon as the energy green snake appeared, the strong wind in the desert became even stronger, and wisps of wind curls visible to the naked eye were rapidly rotating around the energy green snake. Looking at the huge energy green snake formed in the sky and rushing towards him, Chenfeng's expression still did not change much. Haha, this kind of fusion fighting skills is indeed a bit strange. But in the face of absolute strength, everything is false. Chenfeng chuckled, and then his soul power instantly entered the small world and brought Lingyu out. A powerful aura suddenly emanated from Chenfeng's side. He actually has a backup plan. Oh my god! This kind of aura is that of another 6th-level monster. The appearance of Lingyu shocked the 5 people in the Yinshi world who were forming seals to join forces. Hua Shir, who commanded the Medusa Snake Guard on the tower, was also very surprised and felt in disbelief. After Lingyu came out of the small world, he almost teleported and came to the huge energy green snake. Then, huge black flames were released from his body, sweeping across the sky, and then like a huge wave the huge energy was swept away. The green snake swallowed it in one bite. When the huge green energy snake came into contact with the sweeping black flames, it began to dissipate rapidly like the remaining snow encountering blazing heat. In just the blink of an eye, the ferocious giant snake roaring in the sky suddenly disappeared into the sky, leaving only the slightly sad hissing sound that slowly resounded in the sky until it dissipated. Chapter 154 Chenfeng. Queen Medusa, you should know what to do next, right? How could this happen? That little black cat can actually release such terrifying beastly fire. Oops, the 5 leaders seem to be no match for the black cat. At this moment, as Ling Yu took action and easily disintegrated the fusion technique performed by Yin Shi and others, the eyes of many strong men from the snake tribe suddenly showed extremely frightened looks. This scene, for the snake people, was even more shocking than the previous appearance of Yao Chen. This is not to say that Ling Yu is stronger than Yao Chen, but because her appearance has exceeded the limit of what the snake people can resist now, and has become the last straw for the snake people. How could this happen? How could this human be helped by a 6th-level high-level monster? How did that 6th-level monster appear? Why was there no sign of it before, as if it appeared out of thin air? After learning about the defeat of Mobus and other snake men leaders in the underworld, and the fierce battle with Yao Chen and the purple magic eagle on another battlefield, the minds of the 4 elders of the snake men tribe were also greatly affected. Originally, after Yao Chen appeared, the 4 of them were greatly surprised. They also hoped that the snake commanders and many snake warriors would come to assist them, but now not only can they not get any help, on the contrary, they still need to allocate their strength to rush to the rescue. 4th brother, hurry up and help. In desperation, the elder of the snake tribe quickly shouted to an old woman beside him. But, hearing this, the eyes of the 4 elders of the snake tribe showed hesitation. The 4 of them were already at a disadvantage against Yachen's soul and the purple demon eagle. If there were one less person at this time, the situation would become even more difficult. The Yachen did not leave them too much time to think. A ball of forest white flames surged out of his body. Then, a fire ruler formed by the forest white flames was held in his hand. This is, when Yao Chen sacrificed the bone spirit cold fire, the elder of the snake people could clearly feel that the white flames exuding blazing temperature outside Yao Chen's body seemed to be like pieces of thousands of years of ice. But the ice, and how could it release blazing flames? What on earth is this? Is it so weird? Sensing the blazing temperature emanating from the strange forest, white flames on Yao Chen's body, the 4 elders of the snake tribe swallowed their saliva and looked at each other, feeling uneasy in their hearts. If the white fire ruler in Yao Chen's hand hit them and was contaminated by a tiny bit of flame, they would probably be irreversible. After all, snakes are cold in nature, and things like strange fire suppress them very much. Before Yao Chen didn't use bone spirit cold fire, 3 of them could barely fight together, but now I'm afraid even 4 of them can't beat him together. End it. Looking at the 4 people over there as if they were facing formidable enemies, Yao Chen had a strange smile on his face, and the white ruler in his hand suddenly erupted with a dazzling light. The bright light above the ruler became more and more intense, until finally, it was almost like a bright sun, making people afraid to look directly at it. Yao Chen gave a low shout, and suddenly struck down the great elder of the snake tribe with the heavy ruler in his hand. Flame-devouring wave ruler. The shout resounded through the sky, and a crescent-shaped white energy blade that was 10 feet wide shot out from the top of the white ruler. The huge crescent blade of white flame energy shot into the sky and disappeared in a flash. The sudden feeling of heat almost made the surrounding snake men feel as if they were in a wave of fire. The crescent blade brought out a series of harsh sonic boom sounds, piercing the sky. The indomitable power even had the momentum to split the sky in half. What a terrifying fighting skill! Yao Chen's move, flame-devouring wave ruler, caused the pupils of the 4 elders of the snake tribe opposite to shrink suddenly. The next moment, the 4 of them worked together to block the white crescent blade with a series of huge Do-Q drills. Call out. The crescent blade cut through the sky, and finally, under the gaze of countless eyes, it collided with the fighting spirit of the 4 elders of the snake people. In an instant, a thunderous noise exploded in the sky. Suddenly, a terrifying energy shock wave surged out from the collision point. The huge pressure caused the sand and rocks below to fly around, and the original landform structure was completely changed. However, even though it was blocked by 4 people, the white flame energy crescent blade was still not destroyed. It burst out from the center of the energy storm among the lightning and flint, and struck the elder of the snake people. Puff! The white crescent blade that had lost most of its energy still caused a lot of damage to the elder of the snake tribe, causing her fighting spirit armor to shatter and her blood to surge. Great elder. Seeing that the elder of the snake people was injured, the other 3 old women suddenly became extremely anxious. Some snake warriors watching the battlefield from a distance also felt chilled in their hearts. I didn't expect that even several elders were defeated. Is it true that we, the snake people, are going to be in disaster today? Where is Her Majesty the Queen? Our snake tribe is facing this kind of crisis. Why doesn't Her Majesty the Queen show up? Her Majesty the Queen will definitely come. She can't just sit back and watch our snake tribe's holy city be destroyed. At this moment, countless snake warriors are waiting for their queen to appear and save them. At the same time, on the edge of the city wall, Yinshi, Mobus and other 5 snake men leaders had been retreating steadily under the attacks of the ghost flame cats. Everyone was seriously injured, and many parts of their bodies were scorched black by the black flames. The fusion skills of the 5 of them may be able to deal with some ordinary Du Huang, but the gap between the peak Du Huang and the Du King is definitely not something that they can overcome. All soldiers obey the order, guard our holy city, and attack me. Seeing that the Yinshi people were defeated and retreated, Hua Shir immediately issued an attack order to the countless snake warriors on the city wall. Kill! Kill! In an instant, countless snake warriors threw poisonous spears in the direction of the ghost flame cats and Chenfeng. Those countless sharp poisonous spears covered the sky and the sun, were densely packed, and were extremely powerful. If so many attacks were all caused by Du Ling and people with great Du Master cultivation, even Du Emperor or even Du Zong strongmen could handle them. It will feel a little tricky to get up. However, on the city tower, most of the snake warriors are only fighting masters, and some are only at the fighting level, unable to release fighting energy. Such an attack covers a large area, but it is precisely because of this that it is impossible to do so. Without concentrated output, it would not be able to pose any threat to the size of Phantom Cat and Chenfeng. It looks quite passionate, but unfortunately, it's of no use. Looking at the shower of poisonous spears that hit from the city wall, Chenfeng shook his head gently. Fighting energy surged around his body, condensing into a pair of hard silver armor. Then, he stretched his palm forward and slammed out a palm in the direction of the poisonous spear shower, and a huge silver palm print about 10 feet suddenly shot out. Boom, boom, boom. Wherever the silver palm print passed, the poisonous spears broke off one after another, and an empty area appeared in the dense shower of poisonous spears. None of the poisonous spears could hit Chenfeng. On the Phantom Flame Cat's side, it was even easier to resist these poisonous spears. Although she looked petite, her petite body possessed shocking and terrifying power. The poisonous spears burst out and she didn't even dodge. The sharp poisonous spears shot at her body, and they broke as if they had touched steel. After the shower of poisonous spears completely passed, both Chenfeng and the Phantom Flame Cat were unscathed. On the other hand, on the side of the snake tribe, not only did a huge gap appear on the tall wall of the holy city, but 7 or 8 snake tribe warriors died under Morrowind's palm. Human, don't be so arrogant. When the great elder of the snake tribe caught a glimpse of the scene on the wall of the holy city, she felt grief in her heart and her eyes turned red. The next moment, she roared and her body transformed into a giant blue python that was more than 10 feet in size. Seeing this, the other 3 elders of the snake tribe did the same. They quickly performed some seals, and then a bright light flashed across their bodies, transforming into ferocious pythons of the same size. 4 extremely large giant pythons soared in the sky, their mouths wide open and their ferocious fangs exposed, creating a huge visual impact. Once the people of the snake tribe turn into the body of a monster, they are basically ready to fight tooth and nail. It seems that the great elder of the snake tribe no longer cares about the loss of energy and blood, and is ready to fight. At this moment, the 4 elders of the snake people who had transformed into the bodies of monsters did not fight for Yao Chen. Instead, they twisted their bodies and rushed towards the wall of the holy city at extremely fast speeds. Master, be careful. Seeing the targets of the 4 giant pythons, Yao Chen and the purple magic eagle also quickly pulled away and returned. Fuck, it seems these 4 old guys are gonna fight tooth and nail. Seeing the 4 huge pythons rushing towards him, Chenfeng couldn't help but cursed, then quickly vibrated his thunder wings, retreated sharply, hid behind the ghost flame cat and quickly joined Yao Chen and the purple magic vulture. After a while, in the sky outside the city wall, the 2 powerful men faced off with a distance of more than 100 feet. Human, if you insist on killing our snake people today, we old guys will risk our lives to keep you here. The giant blue python transformed by the great elder of the snake people roared loudly at the morning wind. After fighting for so long, they had already seen that the strong ones on the opposite side were all based on the weakest human boy. Respect. Aha! Don't you think it's ridiculous when you say this? Hearing the words of the blue giant python, Chenfeng showed a mocking look on his face and sneered. If you hadn't stopped me at the beginning, I would have left here long ago. You are all responsible for the current outcome. Hearing Chenfeng's words, the blue python transformed into the great elder of the snake people had a very complicated expression in its pupils. Alas, humans, we were wrong about what happened before. What do you want now before you are willing to have a truce with our clan? After being silent for a while, the elder of the snake people sighed and said helplessly. By saying this, she was actually showing weakness in the negotiation. Next, if Chenfeng is willing to agree to stop, they will try their best to fulfill the conditions put forward by Chenfeng. The war between humans and snake people has never been right or wrong. If Chenfeng showed his trump card from the beginning, the snake tribe would never consider the so-called face to deal with the intruder Chenfeng, and they would definitely choose to send the mandala of sand to settle the matter. After this battle, not only many snake warriors were killed and injured, but several snake leaders also lost their honors one after another. The life and death of the snake leader Hua Snake King, who was previously seriously injured, is unknown. Moreover, the 4 elders of the snake clan also lost their temper because of this battle. If the blood is consumed again, at least a few years of life will be shortened. Knowing the seriousness of the matter, Mobus and others standing behind the 4 elders no longer dared to interrupt randomly for fear of affecting the negotiation. On Chenfeng's side, he hesitated a little after hearing the words of weakness expressed by the elder of the snake tribe. Before he came to get the mandala of sand, he had anticipated today's battle and made psychological preparations, so he was not particularly angry. Moreover, he also promised Queen Medusa that he would let the snake people go this time, horse. But now that the snake people have asked him to set conditions, they may be able to harvest a batch of supplies. With the supplies of a huge race like the snake tribe, just a little bit of it would probably be of great help to Chenfeng's own family and sect forces. If you want me to stop now, it's not impossible. If you contribute 1/3 of the supplies in your snake tribe's holy city treasure house, I will agree to a truce. With a smile on his face, Chenfeng made his own conditions. 1/3 of the treasure house's supplies. Hearing the conditions proposed by Chenfeng, the 4 elders and some leaders of the snake tribe changed their expressions. The snake tribe had been in a barren land like the desert for so long and was already in short supply. If they agreed to Chenfeng's offer, with this requirement, the life of the snake people will be even more difficult than before. Human, why should I believe that you will stop attacking us snake people after you take the supplies? The great elder of the snake tribe said coldly. Regarding this question, Chenfeng didn't bother to explain anything and sneered, do you still have a choice? As Morrowind finished speaking, the great elder of the snake tribe fell silent again. If they continue to fight, even if they force Morrowind to retreat, they will run out of fuel in a few years. By then several surrounding empires will be able to knowing that the snake people are empty. The snake people will truly usher in a life of annihilation and enslavement. Human, remember what you said. If you dare to go back on your word, our snake people will not make it easy for you even if we are exterminated. In the end, the great elder of the snake tribe chose to agree to Chenfeng's request, and ordered people to move out 1/3 of the supplies in the snake tribe's holy city treasury and hand them over to Chenfeng. This trip to the desert was not in vain. 100 miles away from the holy city, the morning breeze stepped on the back of the purple magic vulture, feeling very happy. Even when he saw the supplies handed over by the snake people, his heart was filled with excitement. Even Chenfeng's middle family would be very surprised by those supplies. After leaving the holy city of the snake tribe, Chenfeng suddenly entered the small world. Human, did you have a conflict with my tribe just now? Chenfeng had just entered the small world, and Queen Medusa asked him anxiously. She had been in a state of anxiety since Lingyu left the small world. As you expected, those 4 old guys had their wrong ideas today. Chenfeng said calmly. You didn't do anything to them. Yesterday you promised me that you would let them go. After receiving Chenfeng's confirmed reply, Queen Medusa became even more nervous. Don't worry, today is still just a small punishment and a big warning for them. Chenfeng nodded. After saying this, Chenfeng paused, looked at Queen Medusa's charming face, and asked with a smile, I have done what you asked me to do. Next you should know what to do, right? Chapter 155. Damn it, do you treat me as a slave? Hearing this, Queen Medusa's beautiful eyes instantly showed panic. Her eyes were a little dodgy, and she did not dare to look directly at Chenfeng. Then, her rosy little mouth opened slightly, and she said hesitantly, Human, who knows what you have done? Let me out for a moment. I have to see it with my own eyes to believe that what you said is true. Aha! As Queen Medusa finished speaking, Chenfeng suddenly laughed. What do you mean? This reaction of Chenfeng immediately made Queen Medusa feel a little surprised, and then she glared at Chenfeng with evil eyes. Chenfeng's eyes were fixed on Queen Medusa. Her alluring face was like a masterpiece from heaven. Even with such bright eyes, she still had an enchanting charm that was hard to conceal. This woman is almost every man's favorite. It's not interesting. I just guessed that you would do these things a long time ago, so I prepared a lot in advance. As Chenfeng spoke, he directly took out the image crystal, and then very skillfully activated a ray of fighting spirit and poured it into the image crystal. Suddenly, a picture appeared in the void in front of the two of them. What was shown on the screen was the scene where Chenfeng had just arrived at the holy city of the Snake Tribe on the purple magic vulture today. The conversation between the Snake Tribe chief elder and Chenfeng, and the final scene of throwing the black box off the city wall and leading the crowd to surround Chenfeng were all clearly shown. This is the great elder Hua Shir Yu Mei Mobus. Why do they appear here? Looking at the pictures and sounds presented in the void, Queen Medusa's pretty face was full of surprise. She didn't know how Chenfeng was able to reproduce the pictures that had happened before. This method too weird. Finally, the scene in the void turned, showing the scene where Chenfeng promised to let go of the Snake People and left the Snake People's holy city. Of course, it did not show the scene of Chenfeng collecting the Snake People's treasure house resources. It seems that I have guessed everything. After seeing the scene in the void, Queen Medusa's eyes were complicated and she let out a sigh. Queen Medusa, do you still have any doubts now? Are you going to say that the scene just now was an illusion made up by me? Chenfeng said softly with a smile on his face. It's not an illusion. No illusion can be so realistic. Queen Medusa shook her head, her tone very low. At this moment Queen Medusa's eyes showed hesitation, as if she was making an extremely important decision, and her nails seemed to be embedded deeply into her flesh and blood. She knew that if she didn't agree to Morrowind today, I'm afraid Morrowind would return to the holy city and start killing people. Since you let my people go just now, I will do what I promised you before. As a cold and humiliating voice fell, Queen Medusa slowly stretched out her jade fingers and unbuttoned the red brocade robe. Immediately afterwards the red brocade robe slipped from her body, and for a moment a large area of snow-white skin was exposed. A beautiful snake with an extremely hot figure appeared naked in front of Chenfeng's eyes. Chenfeng's eyes were straightened and his heart was churning with desire. Sensing Chenfeng's gaze, Queen Medusa's beautiful eyes, which were originally filled with a sense of humiliation, were both shy and slightly chilly. They looked extremely complicated. She quickly stretched out her jade hands and crossed them to cover the proud pair. Cover it up. The charm exuded by such movements immediately made Chenfeng feel an impulse in his heart, and the little fire in his heart grew stronger and stronger. But then, as his eyes moved down, Chenfeng's eyes shifted from the white and flat belly to the purple snake tail that released the wild temptation, but he suddenly frowned slightly. I wonder if Queen Medusa will break through the seal on her body after taking the transformation pill, or will her strength become much better? Chenfeng thought quickly in his mind. The transformation pill he obtained before was reserved for Queen Medusa, but he was worried that after Queen Medusa recovered her cultivation, it would be difficult to control her again, or she would be in vain. Add other changes, and then you will be shooting yourself in the foot. Forget it, even if I can't eat now I can still quench my thirst. Shaking his head slightly, Chenfeng put aside the thoughts in his heart, and once again focused his eyes on that beautiful face that was as alluring as a fairy. At this moment, Queen Medusa lowered her head slightly, staring at the floor with her complex and beautiful eyes, not daring to raise her head at all. As the queen of the snake tribe, she had never been naked in front of any man before, and no one dared to look at her with such lustful eyes. Therefore the current Queen Medusa felt a huge sense of humiliation in her heart. However, for the sake of her people, she still had to grit her teeth and endure all this. Looking at the beautiful woman with her head slightly lowered in front of her, Chenfeng had a smile on her face, and then she took this graceful body into her arms. It was the first time that a man hugged and touched her body like this. Queen Medusa screamed in panic, and then twisted her body, trying to break free, but now that her cultivation was sealed, there was no way she could break free. On Chenfeng's side, he could feel the numbness in his hands and other parts of his body, and felt great in his heart. The next moment, he stared at the charming face with evil intentions and chuckled, "Haha, Queen Medusa, I guess you should know the rules here by now. From now on, I will be your master now. Don't bow to your master yet, owner. Damn it, are you treating me as a slave, damn guy?" As Chenfeng finished speaking, Queen Medusa suddenly became furious. The safety of her people seemed to be temporarily forgotten by her. She quickly raised her green, white jade hand that was originally covering a certain proud part. He breathed directly into Chenfeng's face. However, when her palm was only an inch away from Chenfeng's cheek, she suddenly saw Chenfeng's cold eyes. At this moment, the reason in her heart defeated the huge anger, and her palm suddenly stopped. Here there is no further progress. Immediately afterwards, Queen Medusa took a deep breath. Her charming face filled with humiliation, and shouted in a very soft voice, "Master." Queen Medusa's voice had a natural tingling feeling. When she said such a sentence, Chenfeng's face immediately turned red and evil fire rose in her heart. Not bad. Chenfeng nodded with great satisfaction. The next moment, he stretched out his hand to hold Queen Medusa's jade arm that was still hovering in mid-air, and then grabbed the slender jade hand downwards. "You." When Chenfeng grabbed her palm and touched it, Queen Medusa's face suddenly turned pale, filled with humiliation and shame at the same time. "It seems you don't know what to do yet, Xiao Sun. Come here and teach her." Seeing the expression on Queen Medusa's face, Chenfeng tilted her head slightly and called out to Xiao Sun, who was not far away. "Yes, master." Hearing Chenfeng's call, a charming smile appeared on Xiao Sun's face, and she slowly came to Chenfeng's side with small steps. Soon, under Xiao Sun's instruction, Queen Medusa bent down in humiliation and followed the instructions. Call. After a moment, Chenfeng let out a sigh of relief, and then looked at the charming woman with a sense of humiliation on her face, feeling extremely proud in her heart. The queen, who was usually aloof and extremely noble, has now become so weak and even a little pitiful, but this is a different feeling. Next, it's time to prepare to go back. However, we must first take Qinglin and Haibodong back. The heat in his heart was released, and Chenfeng was thinking about business. The next moment, as Chenfeng thought, his figure disappeared into the small world in an instant. "Queen Medusa, if the master comes back here in the future, you can't be as cold-faced as you are now. Otherwise, the master will be unhappy and you will never have a chance to go out for air in your life." After Chenfeng left, Xiao Sun looked at Queen Medusa, who was in a daze, and warned her kindly. As Xiao Sun's words fell, Queen Medusa suddenly raised her head and glared at Xiao Sun. But soon, the anger in her eyes dissipated, and a look of self-deprecation appeared on her charming face. In her heart, she could no longer feel the same disdain for Xiao Sun as she did before, because now she was no different from Xiao Sun. They called her Master of Morning Wind in the same way and did the same things. Those things that please the humble. "Oh, Yao Chen, come out." On the back of the purple magic vulture, Chenfeng had just come out of the small world, and had lifted the restrictions of the soul control flag and summoned Yao Chen, owner. Yao Chen's illusory figure appeared and immediately saluted Chenfeng respectfully. "Go to work." Chenfeng nodded, and then handed over to Yao Chen all the prescriptions and medicinal materials that Hai Bodong had given him before, including the sand mandala that he had obtained from the snake tribe in the morning. "As you command, master." After receiving Chenfeng's order, Yao Chen quickly used the bone spirit cold fire. The flames rose in Yao Chen's palm, and then quickly condensed a huge white fire cauldron in front of Yao Chen. This fire cauldron condensed with strange fire is much better than the ordinary medicine cauldron. It allows the person who refines the medicine to more perfectly control the temperature of the medicine. The white fire cauldron appeared, and Yao Chen's illusory dry palm was waving rapidly like picking through flowers and picking leaves. As Yao Chen's fingertips flicked, the blazing white flames inside the fire cauldron were extremely obedient. It turned into a dozen clusters of tiny white flames, wrapping up the medicinal materials that were injected into it. Looking at Yao Chen's flowing movements, Chenfeng was very satisfied. With Yao Chen as a tool for refining medicine, he would indeed save a lot of trouble. Yao Chen's process of refining the po dan was very smooth. There were no surprises because it was the first time he was refining it. In less than a day, the white fire cauldron was emitting a refreshing elixir, fragrant. Then, with a move of Yao Chen's hand, the white fire cauldron dispersed, and a round elixir the size of a thumb, with a light purple body and a faint luster, began to spin and enter the palm of his hand. "Master, the elixir has been refined." After putting the elixir into a jade bottle, Yao Chen respectfully presented it to Chenfeng. "Well, good job." Chenfeng took away the jade bottle presented by Yao Chen, praised it, and then looked at the huge stone city standing on the yellow sand in the distance. The next moment, the huge purple magic vulture at Chenfeng's feet disappeared instantly, and behind it, a pair of silver wings exuding the power of thunder appeared. In a quiet courtyard of the city lord's mansion, Qinglin sensed something and left the room early and came to the courtyard to wait. After a while, a fast-moving silver light group appeared in Qinglin's sight in the sky. "Master Chenfeng, you are back." Seeing Chenfeng return, Qing stood in the yard and waved excitedly to the sky. Soon Chenfeng landed in the small courtyard where Qing was under the gaze of some surprised eyes. Master Chenfeng, you should have finished all the things you had to do before. Qing looked at Chenfeng with a smile and said softly, well, it's all done. Chenfeng smiled and nodded, and then focused his eyes on Qing petite body. He discovered that Qing cultivation level had actually improved by another level, and was now at the 3rd level of fighting spirit. This time he traveled to the holy city of the snake tribe, and the round trip took less than 5 days. It was very good that Qing could make such progress. This may also be related to the fact that she has never practiced before. Ordinary people start practicing at a certain age. By the age of 11 or 12, those who can break through the Dujia are considered to be talented. Once Qinglin's special physique is fully utilized, she can continuously absorb the cultivation of the controlled monsters. At that time her cultivation will truly skyrocket. Chenfeng touched Qinglin's smooth and tender cheek and whispered, Qing, this time the matter is settled. I am going to go back to the family. You can go back with me. Thank you, master. Hearing this, Qinglin's eyes flashed with joy and he nodded obediently. In Qinglin's heart, someone with such a noble status as Chenfeng could bring her back to his family, which meant that he didn't care about her human snake bloodline at all. Therefore, there was a warm current flowing into her heart at this moment. Next, Chenfeng did not stay in Stone Desert City for long, and headed towards Desert City with Qing. What at the junction of the desert and the land, there are occasionally a few green grass leaves dotted there. Although the dots are quite rare, they are undoubtedly much more pleasing to the eye than the uniform golden sand in the desert. Since this place is close to the edge of the desert, you can occasionally see pedestrians and mercenary teams returning from hunting monsters in the desert. Look, what is that in the sky? It's people, 2 people flying in the sky. Suddenly, a group of silver light moving at high speed in the sky attracted the attention of a large number of mercenaries, and countless pairs of eyes looked towards the sky. The figure in the sky was none other than Chenfeng, who came from Stone Desert City. This time he flew very high profile and flew directly into the huge city in front of his sight, Desert City. In this city called Mocheng, the Ice King Hai Bodong, one of the top 10 strongest men in the Jiama Empire, lives in seclusion. At the same time, he is also an old senior with a high status in the Chenfeng family. Flying all the way into the city, Chenfeng took Qing and landed directly in front of the shop called Gutu. Suppress the Dukyu continent with endless monsters. Chapter 156. The Ice King returns. Qing is pregnant. Master Chenfeng, is this the place where the senior family member you mentioned lives in seclusion? Standing on the street, Qing looked at the quaintly decorated shop in front of him and said curiously. On the way to Maching, Chenfeng briefly told Qing something about Heibadong. Well, the senior who lives in seclusion here is the top 10 strongest men in the empire, Ice Emperor Heibadong. He will go in later, so remember to greet him. Master, I remember. Chenfeng nodded lightly, and then walked directly into the shop with Qing. On the street, many passers-by had just seen the scene where Chenfeng used the wings of thunder to land here from the sky, and they were all very shocked. How could such a young and powerful man come out of a remote place like Moching? Among these people, a girl who was closest to where Chenfeng and Qing landed, and was about to enter the store seemed particularly excited. This woman was wearing a tight, fitting red dress. She looked quite pretty, and her figure looked slim and graceful under the red dress. The top 10 strongest men in the empire, Ice Emperor Hai Bodong. Father's previous guess was indeed correct. That old man is actually a reclusive fighting emperor. At this moment, after Chenfeng entered the store, the girl in red couldn't help but reveal a touch of excitement on her pretty face. It was obvious that what Chenfeng said to Qing just now was heard by her. Next, the woman in red also followed the steps of Chenfeng and Qing and stepped into the store out of curiosity. There were very few customers in the Gutu shop. There were only 2 people carefully selecting. Heibadong was sitting at the counter as usual, carefully making a desert map. As Chenfeng approached, Heibadong immediately noticed a powerful aura of cultivation, and then he suddenly raised his head. It turns out to be your boy. Seeing that the person coming was Chenfeng, Heibadong was relieved. With a warm smile on his face, Double King, but the next moment, Heibadong's heart skipped a beat, and he stared at Chenfeng in disbelief. Seeing Heibadong's reaction, Chenfeng nodded and said with a smile, Supreme Elder, this junior went to the desert this time and got some opportunities, and I was lucky enough to break through the Duwang. Okay, very good. To practice this kind of thing requires talent, but also an opportunity. It's great that you can have this opportunity. Hearing Chenfeng's candid answer, Hai Bodong's smile became even brighter and he couldn't help nodding in praise. This young man is actually a strong fighter. No wonder he exudes such a strong aura. The two people in the store who were selecting maps also heard the conversation between Morrowind and Hai Bodong, and they all stared at Morrowind in surprise. The powerful Du Wang is still a young man who looks to be only 14 or 15 years old. This kind of information is too huge for them. This young Du Wang warrior has so much respect for Master Bing. It seems that Master Bing is really a Du King warrior. At this moment, the woman in the red dress was more certain of Hai Bodong's identity. As if realizing that the other people in the store were in the way, Hai Bodong waved his hand impatiently and said in a cold voice, "You guys please go out, this place is closed today." After hearing Hai Bodong's words, the two people who were originally selecting maps in the store left angrily. However, the woman in red who followed Chenfeng in behind stood still. "Master Ice," the woman in red hesitated for a moment and said timidly. Hearing this, Hai Bodong glanced at the woman in red and said calmly, "You should also go back. From now on you don't have to come here to help anymore." Hearing Hai Bodong's unceremonious words of expulsion, the woman in the red dress was slightly startled, then her eyes suddenly turned red, and she bit her red lips tightly. Her original intention was to get Hai Bodong to accept her as his student, but Hai Bodong's words clearly cut off her hope. At that moment she felt aggrieved and a trace of mist soaked her long eyelashes. "Past, master, this sister looks so pitiful." Seeing the woman in red with pear blossoms and rain in her eyes, Qinglin couldn't bear to speak to Chenfeng. "Who is this little girl?" Hai Bodong heard Qinglin's words and asked Chenfeng in surprise. "I have met the Supreme Elder. My name is Qinglin, and I am the young master's maid." Qinglin quickly greeted Hai Bodong and said softly, "It turns out she is your boy's maid." Hai Bodong replied lightly, and then seemed to remember what Qinglin had just said to Chenfeng. After a slight pause his fingers caressed a yellow ring on his fingertips. A scroll flashed out. Finger flicking on the scroll, Hai Bodong shot it at the woman in red, and said helplessly, "This is a scroll of low-level fighting skills of the Xuan level. Seeing that you have helped me for so long, I will give it to you. I know you want me to accept you as a student, but I really don't have that intention, so this should be my compensation." After blankly taking the scroll, the woman in the red dress pursed her lips tightly. After a moment she bowed slightly gratefully to Qinglin beside Chenfeng, then with a gloomy pretty face, she gently exited the shop. After the woman in the red dress left, Hai Bodong pressed lightly on a place behind the counter, and immediately, all the store doors were closed. Hai Bodong walked out of the counter with a smile, then put his hand on Morrowind's shoulder and asked, "Morrowind boy, how did things go when you went to the desert this time?" "Taishang Elder, this time I went to the desert, I successfully found the sand mandala, and I also went to the senior alchemist to refine the Po Dan." Hearing Hai Bodong's words, Chenfeng did not hesitate and took out the jade bottle containing Poerdan and handed it to Hai Bodong. "Has it been successfully refined? Your boy's efficiency is really terrifying." Seeing this, Hai Bodong couldn't wait to open the jade bottle handed over by Chenfeng. Suddenly, a refreshing fragrance of elixir emanated from the jade bottle. Looking at the purple elixir in the jade bottle, Hai Bodong's old face was filled with ecstasy and shock. He was ecstatic, naturally because he got this Poerdan as he wished, and was shocked. But he couldn't believe it. Chenfeng had gone in and out of the desert in such a short period of time, and still found a 7th-grade alchemist to prepare the elixir. Refined. Hearing this, Chenfeng did not explain anything. He pointed at the elixir in the jade bottle and said slowly, "Taishang Elder, please try the effect of this elixir first to see if the description of the elixir is exaggerated." "Okay, I also want to know if this elixir can break the seal on me." Hearing Chenfeng's words, Hai Bodong immediately threw away all other thoughts and concentrated on Poerdan. "Come on, follow me to a place." After saying that, Bodong walked towards a side door followed by Chenfeng and Qinglin. Entering the side door, a corridor appeared. The light in the corridor was slightly dim. Every 10 meters or so, there was a lamp emitting a faint light. In this dim environment, Hai Bodong walked with his head buried in front, and Chenfeng didn't say anything. Only the slight sound of footsteps echoed slowly in the long corridor, lasting for a long time. This kind of sound gave Qinglin a creepy feeling, and she followed Chenfeng timidly. Although the corridor was in a straight line, Chenfeng could feel that they seemed to be walking downhill. After walking like this for nearly 20 minutes, Hai Bodong in front suddenly stopped, turned around, smiled at Chenfeng and said, "We're here." Looking past Hai Bodong, Chenfeng swept his eyes in front, and saw a thick iron door under the faint light, appearing at the end of his sight. The iron door was deep and dark with an air of a solid feeling, Looking at the iron gate, Haibodong's footsteps were obviously faster. After a while, he came to the door and moved his palm on a black iron lion head in front of the door. Suddenly, with a clicking sound, the iron door automatically slowed down. It opened slowly, and a bright light came out from it. "Come in." Haibodong raised his hand to the morning breeze and walked in first with a smile. Without hesitation, Chenfeng took Qinglin directly into the basement. As soon as he entered the basement, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped a lot, and a faint chill lingered around him. This basement is an underground ice cave. The ceiling of the ice cave and the surrounding thick walls are covered with snow-white ice. Above the head there are sharp ice ridges, like sharp swords, hanging upside down from the ceiling. A faint cold mist spreads out and lingered in the basement, lingering for years. It is unknown how much time and energy Haibodong spent on this slightly huge basement. Haha, boy Chenfeng, the fighting Q skills I practice tend to be cold, so the effect is better if I practice them in a place like this. Moreover, it is some distance from the ground, and the ice and mud can cover up the aura here, so that it will not be noticed by other strong people. Looking at the expressions on the faces of Chenfeng and Qinglin, Haibodong explained with a smile. Hearing this, Chenfeng nodded slightly, then looked at Qinglin and said, "How about it? Can you bear the cold here?" "I'm fine." Qinglin smiled and shook his head. Next, Chenfeng was not polite and took Qinglin to sit down on the seat in the center of the basement. "Just wait a moment. If this elixir is effective, I should be able to break through the seal soon." Seeing Chenfeng and the two sitting down, Haibodong said hello, then tapped his toes on the ground, and his body flew up to a platform completely made of ice, and sat cross-legged. Then he stuffed the poerdan in his hand into his mouth, rolled his throat slightly, and swallowed it into his stomach. Next, the basement seemed very quiet. Chenfeng and Qinglin silently stared at Haibodong on the ice platform over there. Half an hour later, a ferocious ripple of energy broke the tranquility. On the ice platform, Haibodong, who had been silent all this time, suddenly started to tremble violently. A stream of ferocious energy ripples spread rapidly from his body. Wherever the energy ripples passed, the surrounding tables and icicles were all crackled to pieces. Seeing this, Chenfeng quickly took action and condensed a silver energy shield on himself and Qinglin's body, blocking all the raging energy ripples. Haibodong, who was on the ice platform, seemed not to notice the damage he had caused. His body trembled violently for a while, and his old face suddenly became tense. On his forehead, strange green energy condensed rapidly, and after a moment, a small green energy snake pattern was formed. The snake pattern hovered on Haibodong's forehead, sealing the surging fighting spirit in his body. The moment the snake pattern appeared, lavender energy slowly swirled up around Haibodong's neck. In just the blink of an eye, it began to come into contact with the small green snake. The contact between the two ferocious energies caused the previous wave of energy ripples to appear. Purple energy and green snake patterns were in a stalemate on Haibodong's forehead, up and down. The faint light released by the two energies cast a strange light on Haibodong's face. In addition, the severe pain caused by the two kinds of energy competing for such an important position in the brain made Haibodong's face slightly distorted. It looked like there was a faint ferocious smell. The two rays of purple and cyan energy were in a stalemate up and down on Haibodong's face. However, after the stalemate lasted for about half an hour, the green snake pattern finally dimmed slightly. Obviously, this so-called broken Eden seems to have a miraculous effect in restraining this seal. With the help of the restraint effect, the purple energy slowly drove away the territory occupied by the snake pattern. When the latter was gradually driven away from the top of Haibodong's forehead, the purple energy surged up violently, with a fierce force, actually squeezed the snake pattern out of Haibodong's head. As soon as the snake pattern separated from Haibodong's head, there was a violent tremor, and then it turned into a puff of green smoke and disappeared. At the moment when the snake pattern left the body, Haibodong's closed eyes suddenly opened, and the light shot out from the eyes like real substance, with a fierce momentum, like an awakened lion. From the inside of the body that had been deeply suppressed for nearly decades burst out. Under this powerful momentum, the ice crystal layer in the basement began to crack. Haha, this damn seal is finally gone. I've become the Du Huang again. With the soles of his feet on the ice platform, Haibodong's body was suspended in the air like lightning. His face was filled with ecstasy, and he raised his head and laughed wildly. The violent sound waves, carried by the fighting spirit, caused the surrounding cracked ice to explode with a loud bang. Supreme Elder, congratulations on breaking through the seal. Looking at Haibodong laughing wildly in the air, Chenfeng stood up from his seat, smiled and congratulated. Haha, it's all thanks to you, kid. Without you I, an old guy, don't know how much time I would have wasted here. After hearing Chenfeng's words, Heibadong moved and quickly returned to the ground, his words full of gratitude. Taishang Elder, now that you have recovered your cultivation, Chenfeng wants to welcome you back to the family. I believe the old man will be very happy to see you return. Chenfeng continued. Hearing this, Heibadong glanced around the ice room and sighed. After this time I really have no reason to stay here. Let's go back in a few days. Supreme Elder, you have been here for decades, and there is always something worth remembering. So, I will not disturb you today. I will come back at noon the day after tomorrow, and then we will return to the imperial capital together. Seeing the sigh of relief on Heibadong's face, Chenfeng felt somewhat sympathetic. After that, he took Qing Lin and left here temporarily. Ding, it's been detected that Qing Lin is pregnant, and the host will be rewarded with a big gift package. Ding, would you like the host to open the gift package? Just when Chenfeng left the basement, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Chapter 157 Generous Rewards. Queen Medusa is desperate again. King Lin is pregnant, that's great. Hearing the system's beep, Chenfeng paused slightly, with a smile on his face. But it was obvious that this was not the time to check the system rewards. After Chenfeng paused for a moment, he continued to walk forward until he exited the underground corridor, left Heibadong's territory, and then took Qinglin with him in Desert City. I found an inn to stay at. I wonder what kind of treasures will be rewarded this time. After arriving at the inn room, Chenfeng couldn't wait to say to the system, System, open the gift bag. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting the Samsung Duzong experience card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the soul sealing spell. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a small soul source. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting 300 Duan quick pills. All the above items have been distributed to the system space. Please pay attention to the host to check them. Hearing the system's beep, Chenfeng was very excited, and he quickly immersed his mind into the system space to check it out. The first item rewarded this time, the 3-star Duzong experience card, was very familiar to Chenfeng. This was already the 4th time he had received a reward similar to the cultivation experience card. Although the experience card level obtained in the next 3 rewards was not as good as the first 9-star Dozong experience card, fortunately, it was higher each time. The 3-star Dozong experience card obtained this time, Chenfeng after using it, combined with some of his methods, he can at least display the combat effectiveness of an ordinary high-level Duzong in a short period of time. That kind of strength can also suppress many powerful people in this northwest continent. His eyes quickly swept over the 3-star Duzong experience card, and Chenfeng's attention was focused on the second reward. This is a golden strange spell. Soul sealing spell. An extremely powerful sealing method that can be forcibly cast as a means of attack. After the spell is successfully cast, the caster can freely adjust the strength of the cursed person. It's actually this magical sealing method. After reading the information of this magical spell, Chenfeng was very excited and immediately thought of the first target, Queen Medusa. Not long ago, Chenfeng was still worried that giving Queen Medusa the transformation pill might allow her to break through the seal arranged by Yao Chen. Now with this magical spell, there is no need to worry about such a thing anymore. Moreover, this magical spell, the curse, can control the cultivation level of the cursed person at will, and may be able to better train Queen Medusa. Immediately afterwards, Chenfeng quickly looked at the third reward. This is a light group the size of a millstone. The light group is transparent. In the light group, it exudes an extremely terrifying soul fluctuation. Moreover, this fluctuation is extremely pure and does not contain any impurities. Is this the origin of the soul? Looking at the white light group exuding pure fluctuations, Chenfeng's eyes showed curiosity. This was the first time he came into contact with this kind of treasure in this Du-Q continent. The soul is the foundation of all living beings, and everything in the world has a soul. And deep in the soul, there is a trace of the soul's origin, which is the basis for the birth of the soul. It can also be said to be the purest strange energy in the world. Absorbing the soul source can directly enhance a person's soul power. Although Chenfeng is not an alchemist, he is still very eager for this kind of power. Generally speaking, people with strong soul power will have much stronger perception ability than ordinary people. Moreover, soul power can also be used directly to fight. It is said that soul power, when the power reaches a certain level, the soul can leave the body at will and fight with the body without any restrictions. I don't know how strong my soul power will become by absorbing this massive soul origin. At this moment Chenfeng couldn't help but feel a little hopeful. But soon, he suppressed the throbbing in his heart and focused on the last reward. This last reward gave a total of 300 pills. Duwang Quick Accomplishment Pill. People who take this elixir, even if they are only a fighter, can reach Duwang cultivation level very quickly, but they will stop there for life and cannot break through again. Their longevity is not affected by the elixir. Influence. The Duwang Quick Success Pill, it really means literally, it allows people to quickly break through the Du King. After reading the introduction of the Duwang Instant Pill, Chenfeng couldn't help but be stunned. This kind of elixir is very similar to a kind of elixir called Shengshengdan owned by Duqiu Continent. The life-eating pill is a 7th-grade pinnacle elixir. It was once a strange medicine that shocked the Duqiu Continent. It can enable a practitioner at the level of a great Du Master to upgrade to Du King in a very short time. However, the disadvantage is that there are only 3 years left. Lifespan. The advantages and disadvantages are very obvious. People who dare to take the life-eating pill are either ruthless or desperate. Combined with the life-extending elixir, breaking through the Duwang during this period can get rid of its side effects. It is often used to cultivate power and strength in large quantities. The Duwang Instant Pill obtained by Chenfeng has much looser usage restrictions than the life-devouring pill. It does not need to be a great Du Master. Ordinary Du Masters can take it, and it does not have the shortcoming of shortening the lifespan, allowing users to take it. After a breakthrough, one can have the lifespan of a strong Duwang. The only drawback is that the potential of this elixir has been exhausted after taking it, and there will be no further breakthroughs in the future, and the Du King will stop for life. Know that I have these 300 Duwang Quick Pills, it means that I can quickly create a force with 300 Duwang experts. Chenfeng thought quickly in his mind. Like the Jiaji Empire, the most powerful Yunlin sect only had about 10 Duwang warriors. If he could form a force with 300 Du King warriors, several empires around here they can all fall quickly into his control. Master, what's wrong with you? In the inn-room, Qinglin saw Chenfeng paused on the spot, looking thoughtful. She didn't bother him at first, but as time went on, she became a little worried about Chenfeng and called out softly. Hearing Qinglin's cry, Chenfeng immediately came back to his senses and looked at Qinglin. Master, what were you thinking about just now? You were so distracted. Qinglin made a cup of tea for Chenfeng and asked with a smile. Hearing this, Chenfeng stretched out his palm and touched Qinglin's snow-white chin and said with a smile, I'm thinking about how to reward my little Qinglin. Reward? Why should the young master reward me? I didn't do anything, Qinglin said with a smile on his face, slightly surprised. Chenfeng naturally would not tell Qinglin that she was pregnant now. He chuckled and replied, Ha, you are so cute. Master, I am in a good mood, so I will reward you. No reason is needed. After saying that, Chenfeng pulled Qinglin into his arms and brought his lips to her white cheek. After spending a while with Qinglin, Chenfeng gave her a few words and left the room. Then with a thought he entered the small world. As soon as Chenfeng came in, he saw that Queen Medusa was still working hard to practice her skills as before, trying to break through the seal arranged by Yao Chen. Master, you are here. After Xiao Sunner discovered Chenfeng, she clung to him coquettishly. It was precisely because of Xiao Sunner's call that Queen Medusa also knew about the arrival of Morning Breeze. However, at this moment, Queen Medusa never opened her eyes to look at Chenfeng. A blush quickly appeared on her fair cheeks, and even the rhythm of her training was a little unstable. Looking at Queen Medusa's performance, the corners of Chenfeng's mouth rose for a while, as if he had guessed some of Queen Medusa's psychological activities. The next moment, Chenfeng said directly to the system in his heart system, extract the spirit sealing spell. As Chenfeng's heart whispered, the golden strange runes in the system space directly turned into a golden light and burst into Chenfeng's mind. For a moment, the golden light turned into a huge flow of information and merged into Chenfeng's mind. After the flow of information turned into golden light completely dissipated, a hint of understanding appeared in Chenfeng's eyes. He gently pushed away Xiao Zunner, who was leaning against him. Fighting energy surged between his fingers, and he quickly executed a series of strange seals. There was a surprising ripple of energy around him. The moment Morrowind stopped moving, a golden beam of light shot out from his palm and shot into the body of Queen Medusa in the corner. When the golden beam of light entered her body, Queen Medusa opened her eyes in panic, but the next moment, a look of ecstasy appeared on her beautiful face. Haha, my king's cultivation is finally back. Queen Medusa raised her proud head again and laughed loudly. At the same time, a huge coercion radiated from her body. At this moment, her cultivation returned to the peak of the fighting emperor. It seems that by casting the spirit sealing spell, the seal that Yao Chen had placed before was unintentionally broken open. Chenfeng murmured in his heart. Facing Queen Medusa, who had recovered her fighting skills, Chenfeng was not nervous at all, because his soul-sealing spell had been successfully cast on Queen Medusa, and he could cast it at will with just a thought. Regulates the powers Queen Medusa can wield. Queen Medusa was excited on the spot for a while, and her eyes suddenly focused on Chenfeng, her beautiful purple pupils filled with shame, anger and chill. Although she hated Chenfeng very much in her heart, Queen Medusa, who had recovered her cultivation at this moment, was not impulsive. She had seen Chenfeng display his Dozong cultivation, and she knew very well that she would not be Chenfeng's opponent at all, and her target was actually set on Xiao Sun'er. As long as Chenfeng leaves this space, she will have the opportunity to hold Xiao Sun'er hostage and threaten Chenfeng. This is the only way she can think of at the moment. Queen Medusa, doesn't it feel wonderful to regain your cultivation? Just when Queen Medusa had such thoughts in her mind, Chenfeng's more casual words came into her mind. After hearing this, Queen Medusa, who had recovered her cultivation, had a very cold expression on her face and did not make any response. You can even ignore the master's words. It seems that you don't cherish the opportunity to cultivate. Queen Medusa's attitude made Chenfeng very dissatisfied. After gently shaking his head, he played a few seals again. As Chenfeng performed the seal in her hand, the pressure of the fighting emperor emanating from Queen Medusa instantly dissipated. How could this happen? Why has my cultivation disappeared again? This sudden change shocked Queen Medusa, with a look of confusion on her face. After confirming that her cultivation was sealed again, she pointed at Chenfeng and shouted, "What did you do to me, and why was my cultivation sealed again? Ah, from now on, I will give you your cultivation base if I want to, and seal it if you want. If you can't see your situation clearly, don't ever think about regaining control of your cultivation base again in this life." Chenfeng laughed and replied to Queen Medusa with a somewhat cold voice. "You." After hearing Chenfeng's explanation, Queen Medusa was speechless and felt a sense of powerlessness in her heart. At this moment, she finally understood how terrifying Chenfeng was, and that he could actually master such a weird method. System: extract the small soul source. Ignoring Queen Medusa's reaction, Chenfeng continued to extract the rewards from the system. Soon, a transparent light ball the size of a millstone appeared in front of Chenfeng. The light group was gently suspended, and the soft and pure luster continued to spread out from it, shining on some grasses in the small world, making those grasses appear even more lush and green. What is this? Why does it emit such strong soul fluctuations? As soon as this transparent light group appeared, Xiao Sun'er and Queen Medusa showed surprise on their faces, staring blankly in the direction of Chenfeng. Chenfeng stared at the soul light group, exhaled lightly, and then stretched out his palm to touch the light group. With this contact, Chenfeng could feel the energy permeating the soul light group, the power of the vast soul source. That feeling made the soul between his eyebrows feel extremely warm. The next moment, Chenfeng did not hesitate, and sat down directly on the spot to refine the soul source. From the center of his eyebrows, a soul power also emerged, turning into a huge suction force. Under the pull of this suction, the soul light group also trembled slightly, and an unusually pure soul source power spread out, and finally wrapped around Chenfeng's body, flowing along his mouth, nose and pores all over his body, continuously integrate and advance. At this moment Chenfeng felt that his soul was soaked in a warm light, as if a fetus was in the womb. As he continued to absorb the soul source, Chenfeng could visibly feel the growth of his soul power. However, the substantial enhancement of his soul caused a feeling of swelling and pain in the center of his eyebrows. The temples on both sides of his head also swelled high at this moment, beating like a small drum. After a day passed, even Chenfeng couldn't stand it anymore. Deep in his mind, suddenly, a low explosion sound erupted that caused severe pain in his eardrums. Peng! Under the sound of this explosion, Chenfeng's mind was blown to pieces. His eyes were filled with golden light and his mind was filled with chaos. Chapter 158 Spirit Realm. The Queen takes form and serves Chenfeng. Master's soul power increases so quickly. This light group actually made this guy's soul power become so strong. Seeing the scene of Chenfeng refining the soul essence, Xiao Sun'er and Queen Medusa in the small world vaguely guessed something. Especially Xiao Sun'er, as a young lady from the ancient tribe, she had a wide range of knowledge before, and she was also aware of some of the mainland's little-known secrets. Therefore, she was greatly surprised when she saw Chenfeng's soul power increasing so fast. I don't know how Chenfeng obtained such precious soul origin. This strange situation in Chenfeng did not last long. When he regained his consciousness again, the severe pain in his head finally dissipated. Faintly Chenfeng could notice that his soul seemed to be several times stronger than before. What state is my soul in now? Has it broken through to the spiritual state? Looking at the soul light group disappearing in front of him, and being completely absorbed, Chenfeng felt a trace of curiosity in his heart. He didn't know how much the small soul source rewarded by the system could improve his soul realm. Just as Chenfeng was thinking, he suddenly realized that the energy of the world in the small world seemed to be stirred up by something strange at this moment, and it surged toward his eyebrows overwhelmingly. As this spiritual energy. When this happened, Chenfeng was very excited. He knew in his heart that if the soul realm wants to enter the spiritual realm from the mortal realm, it is not just the growth of the soul power, but also includes a transformation. What is needed for transformation is the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Ordinary people can't feel spiritual energy at all. Generally speaking, only those alchemists who have entered the 7th level can vaguely feel it. Now, Chenfeng has also reached that requirement, and he can clearly feel the flow of spiritual energy between heaven and earth. At this moment, the spiritual energy in the small world poured into Chenfeng's eyebrows crazily, and finally merged with the soul entrenched there. During this fusion, Chenfeng's soul was as if it was wrapped in warm spiritual fluid. The aura quietly blended into every place, and the feeling of comfort made him almost unable to help but moan. However, the space of the small world is too limited after all, and this level of spiritual energy infusion is obviously not enough to allow Chenfeng's soul to enter the so-called spiritual realm. Therefore, this violent sucking only lasted for a short while, and Chenfeng left the small world with a thought. Just after he came out of the small world, the strange power between Chenfeng's eyebrows suddenly became violent. Finally, an invisible wave invisible to the naked eye quietly spread out, penetrated the wall, passed through the inn, and spread in above the sky. Boom! As this wave of fluctuation spread out, at this moment, the world in Desert City suddenly rioted like a boiling oil pot. The sudden riots in the sky and the earth also attracted the attention of the residents of Mocheng. However, the strange airflow of spiritual energy seemed a bit too ethereal to them. They just looked at the fluctuating heaven and earth blankly, unable to find this source of fluctuations. What's happening here? In the Gutu shop, Heibodong was also shocked, but even he only felt a slight strange sign and didn't understand what was going on. This kind of strange vision spread outside the desert city in just 10 seconds, stretching for hundreds of miles. The people and monsters within 100 miles were enveloped in this strange spiritual energy fluctuation. At this moment, the morning breeze completely blocked out the movement of the outside world. Sinking into the rich spiritual energy, the feeling of comfort reaching deep into the soul was like being drunk, making people reluctant to wake up. And in the center of his eyebrows, because of the huge spiritual energy entering, earth-shaking changes gradually occurred. The soul is generally a relatively ethereal and indescribable thing. It is the foundation of life and is extremely mysterious. The soul between the eyebrows of ordinary people is just a substance similar to nothingness. However, after being controlled, these soul powers can be controlled after leaving the body, can play a lot of roles. However, after the previous changes, the soul power at the center of Chenfeng's eyebrows is no longer the empty state it used to be. Instead, it is entangled together. Occasionally, it will beat slightly, just like a heart, and maybe because of the aura, the soul between his eyebrows appears to be more vibrant than before. Because of the infusion of increasingly larger spiritual energy, Chenfeng's soul is constantly squirming, as if there is something gestating in it, but for some reason Chenfeng always has a strange feeling. This kind of gestation seems to be missing something. By the way, I remember that if you want to be fully promoted to the spiritual realm, you still need the guidance of the soul cultivation method. Yao Chen, come out. At this critical moment, Chenfeng suddenly thought of something and quickly communicated with the medicine dust in the soul flag. The restrictions of the soul flag were lifted, and Yao Chen immediately came out of the soul flag. He noticed the strange scene in the world around him, and a flash of surprise flashed in his old eyes. Master is actually advancing to the spiritual realm. Yao Chen said very excitedly that it was incredible that Chenfeng could reach this stage at the age of 15 or 16. Stop talking nonsense and teach me the soul cultivation method. Seeing Yao Chen's dazed look, Chenfeng scolded. Yes, master. After hearing Chenfeng's words, Yao Chen quickly dictated a mantra that sounded like Sanskrit music. Chenfeng was also reciting these obscure formulas in his mind along with Yao Chen. As these mantras gradually sounded in Chenfeng's heart, the squirming soul between his brows also accelerated, and there was something faintly coming into being. Peng! Not long after, a very strong wave came from the inn, shattering some of the surrounding wooden boards and walls. Above the desert city, in the distant sky, an invisible light floated, and the vast and majestic soul power, like a tide, quickly swept out in all directions with it as its center point. At this moment, in the entire desert city and even within 100 miles of the surrounding area, almost all people and monsters felt an extremely strong soul pressure. Under this soul pressure, their bodies could not help but he trembled slightly. As this soul power, feeling the huge soul pressure, Hai Bodong's face was startled. Under this pressure, even he felt insignificant. What in the sky? An illusory figure appeared. The appearance of this illusory figure was exactly the same as that of Chenfeng. Although Chenfeng's body was in the inn, he could still perceive the scene in the sky. The illusory soul body in the sky was his eyes. The illusory soul of Chenfeng took a few steps in the sky, glanced down, and then turned into a palm-sized invisible light group, which shot into the center of Chenfeng's eyebrows in the inn. When the soul entered Chenfeng's eyebrows again, his body trembled slightly, and the pervasive soul pressure dissipated at this moment. Congratulations to the master for successfully breaking through to the spiritual realm. In the dilapidated inn, Yao Chen's soul had a smile on his face and excitedly congratulated Chenfeng in front of him. Qinglin stood not far away staring blankly at Chenfeng. Call. Chenfeng slowly opened his eyes and took a breath. This time the soul entered the spiritual realm, which could be said to give Chenfeng an unprecedented experience. From now on, he will also be able to use his soul power to release powerful attacks with a single thought. Qinglin felt relieved when she saw that Chenfeng was safe and sound. She came to Chenfeng and asked with a smile, "Master, you must have made a great breakthrough just now, right?" Just now my soul realm has improved somewhat. You don't understand these things now, but you will gradually understand them in the future." Chenfeng smiled and nodded. He was able to achieve such a gain this time only because of the rewards brought by Qinglin's pregnancy. Next, Chenfeng took Qinglin to stay in an inn, and then went to the small world again. In the small world, when Morro Breeze appeared again, Xiao Sunner and Queen Medusa both felt the changes in Morro Breeze. Although this change is not obvious, the two of them always have a strange feeling. It seems that the morning breeze in front of them has become more dazzling than yesterday. What kind of monster is this guy? Queen Medusa sighed secretly. When Chenfeng glanced at her, Queen Medusa lowered her head almost instinctively. This reaction may be due to the shame of having done that kind of thing for Chenfeng before, or it may be because of her cultivation. Being banned made her feel less confident. Looking at Queen Medusa, who lowered her proud head, Chenfeng had a faint smile on her face and said softly, "Queen Medusa, you have been practicing for so long, have you never thought that one day you will be able to transform?" Transformation. Hearing this, Queen Medusa slowly raised her head, her purple eyes full of strange temptation staring at the morning breeze. "I have a transformation pill here. I believe you should know its function." Chenfeng slowly took out a jade bottle and poured the elixir inside into his palm. In an instant, the refreshing elixir fragrance enveloped the entire small world. Hearing this, Queen Medusa nodded silently. She looked at the elixir in Chenfeng's hand with a trace of desire in her eyes. "Queen Medusa, since the master has already taken out the elixir, why don't you ask the master to reward you with the elixir? Your performance will not be rewarded by your master." Seeing Queen Medusa's silent reaction, Xiao Sunner came to her side and softly persuaded her. "Let me beg him." After hearing Xiao Sunner's words, Queen Medusa was very confused. She really wanted to get the transformation pill, but she was a little embarrassed when asked to ask Chenfeng. However, it seems that because she had already called Chenfeng her master once before and helped Chenfeng do such a shameful thing, Queen Medusa's psychological resistance this time was not very great. Think about it, you can get the transformation pill just by being coquettish. How easy it is. Besides, if your attitude becomes better, the master might let you out for some air in the future. Xiao Sunner's words continued to ring in Queen Medusa's mind, shaking her thoughts. Just this time, let's get the transformation pill from him first. Finally, Queen Medusa made a decision. She raised her head, looked at the morning breeze with her beautiful purple eyes, and made a numb voice that made her heart beat faster. "Master, please give me this transformation pill." Seeing Queen Medusa's surrendering posture, Chenfeng was very satisfied. He smiled and said, "I can give you this transformation pill, but you must satisfy me next." "Satisfy you?" Hearing Morro Breeze's words, Queen Medusa's pretty face gradually blushed, and she remembered the shameful thing she had done for Morro Breeze before. When Queen Medusa was having complicated thoughts, Chenfeng bent her fingers and shot the transformation pill directly at Queen Medusa. "Very good." Seeing this, Queen Medusa quickly took the transformation pill with a surprised smile on her face. At this moment all her attention was on the transformation pill. The energy and fragrance of the 7th grade elixir made Queen Medusa swallow the transformation elixir without any hesitation at this moment. As soon as the transformation pill entered the mouth, it turned into a liquid and entered Queen Medusa's body along her throat. Then, the liquid turned into a strange energy and flowed towards Queen Medusa's body. Let me restore your cultivation for the time being. Seeing Queen Medusa swallowing the transformation pill, Chenfeng was worried that something would happen if her cultivation was blocked, so she quickly made a series of hand seals to restore Queen Medusa's cultivation. As soon as her cultivation level recovered, Queen Medusa let out a dull roar of ecstasy. Immediately afterwards, her graceful body began to emit a dazzling purple light, covering her entire body. To transform into a normal form of Warcraft, you need to survive the near-death disaster. But there is no such dangerous step in taking the transformation pill. This is why the transformation pill has such a high status in the world of Warcraft. Queen Medusa's ecstatic cry only lasted for a few minutes, and there was completely no movement within the purple light group. Chenfeng's eyes were fixed on the purple light group, and he was looking forward to it. Xiao Yan also looked at the purple light group with curiosity. At a certain moment, the purple light group surrounding Queen Medusa suddenly began to dissipate rapidly, revealing a beautiful figure inside. At this time Queen Medusa appeared in front of Chenfeng. She was only wearing a light purple brocade robe. Her hair was full of green hair hanging down her shoulders. She didn't stop until she straightened her buttocks. The attractive figure with a curvy back is like an extremely ripe peach, constantly exuding a charm that makes people's hearts boil. Looking down, Chenfeng discovered that the original snake tail of Queen Medusa had turned into two slender white human legs. The snow-white feet were suspended half an inch above the ground, crystal clear and unstained by dust. Tisk! What a fairy! If I could carry this figure. Looking at such a delicate beauty, Chenfeng's eyes were straightened and he couldn't help but click his tongue. Jiggle, this king has finally transformed. On Queen Medusa's side, she was also immersed in the joy of successfully transforming, showing an energetic posture that Chenfeng had never seen before. Queen Medusa, congratulations, you have successfully transformed. However, don't forget, without the reward from the master, you would not have this opportunity. Next, why don't you serve your master properly? Xiao Yan reacted quickly. She first congratulated Queen Medusa and then gave her a clear reminder. Hearing this, the smile on Queen Medusa's pretty face condensed, and she looked at Chenfeng with very focused eyes. Chapter 159 Completely Conquer Queen Medusa. When Chenfeng granted Queen Medusa the transformation pill, he made a very explicit statement to her. According to Chenfeng's character, if Queen Medusa didn't say anything today, Chenfeng would be very angry. Therefore, Queen Medusa was very clear at this moment that she would never be able to spend today peacefully. No, I can't think like this. Just because this guy is cruel I have to surrender to him and become his plaything. No, I can't do this. But what if I really don't do anything and this guy is really angry and wants to attack my people? Then my people will suffer again because of me, and I will become the biggest sinner of the snake people. After going through some psychological choices, Queen Medusa's bright and pretty face suddenly showed a look of humiliation. Queen Medusa, I have already given out the transformation pill. No matter whether you agree or not today, I will definitely taste your taste. Seeing Queen Medusa's hesitant look, Chenfeng no longer had much patience. He quickly cast a mysterious seal in his hand, cast a spell to directly adjust Queen Medusa's cultivation level to 0, and sealed it all, then raised his feet and walked slowly towards Queen Medusa. My cultivation. At this time Queen Medusa, who was still struggling, suddenly discovered that the 9-star fighting emperor cultivation she had just recovered had disappeared again without any sound. And as her cultivation completely disappeared, the lavender brocade robe that Queen Medusa wore after her transformation also dissipated in an instant. Suddenly, a naked and perfect jade body appeared directly in front of Chenfeng. Chenfeng's strange method made Queen Medusa feel like a skinned little white sheep with no power to resist. What are you doing? Don't come here. The lavender brocade robe made of condensed fighting energy disappeared, and Queen Medusa was naked. She instinctively raised her hands to cover the pair of breasts, and then squatted down, her face and neck blushing. Seeing this, Chenfeng had no intention of stopping at all. His eyes were filled with lust as he stared at Queen Medusa's delicate body that could drive any man crazy. He smiled and said, "What do I want to do? Don't you know?" After saying this, Chenfeng had already arrived in front of Queen Medusa. He directly stretched out his hands and put them on the back of Queen Medusa's head and calves, picked her up and held her curled up, pointing straight towards the fragrance over there. "Go to bed. Without her cultivation, how could Queen Medusa be able to resist Chenfeng? At this moment, being touched by the male's palm, Medusa's delicate body suddenly trembled, as if an electric current was flowing through her. In an instant her pretty face was filled with numbness and charm, but also with a look of humiliation. Soon, a spring scene quietly appeared in the fragrant bed behind the curtain. After the storm, Chenfeng put on his clothes in a comfortable mood, opened the bed curtain and walked down. On the bed, a white jade body lay quietly. At this time, Queen Medusa's coquettish and beautiful cheeks were flushed, but her eyes looking at Chenfeng were full of evil intentions. Chenfeng turned around and stared at Queen Medusa. This enchanting face was like a masterpiece from heaven. Even with such bright eyes, she still had an enchanting charm that was difficult to conceal. Just now, Chenfeng's body and mind enjoyed the unparalleled pleasure of having this proud Her Majesty Queen pressed under her. Realizing that the morning breeze was watching her, Queen Medusa's pretty face was slightly cold. She pulled the quilt aside with her delicate hands and quickly covered her body. Her charming curves, even with the quilt covering them, still looked extremely alluring. Master, I am very satisfied with your performance just now. If you perform so well next time, I can give you some rewards you want. Ignoring the chill in Queen Medusa's eyes, Chenfeng said softly with a faint smile on his face, "This guy, I didn't expect that my body would be taken away by a human boy. Now that I'm in this situation, maybe if I relax a little, I can get much better treatment than now." Looking at Chenfeng, who always had a bright smile on her face, a strange change suddenly occurred in Queen Medusa's mind. The scene that happened on the bed just now is still vividly playing in Queen Medusa's mind. Every time she thinks of these scenes, it makes her cheeks blush even more. "Master, if I want to get out of here and return to the snake people, is this a reward okay?" After staring at that delicate face for a long time, the chill in Queen Medusa's eyes dissipated, and she finally spoke slowly, her voice numb and lazy, seductive enough to make the man's bones tingle. This change in Queen Medusa's attitude made Chenfeng very satisfied. He nodded with a smile and replied directly, "Okay. As long as you satisfy me next time, these are not problems." Hearing this, a flash of light flashed in Queen Medusa's beautiful purple eyes. She stretched out her delicate red tongue and gently licked her red lips. Her inadvertent movements made men feel impulsively seductive. "Okay, then I will try my best to make you more satisfied, Master, next time." After saying this, Queen Medusa didn't care about her nakedness and directly took away the quilt, then slowly put on her clothes in front of Chenfeng. What a monster! Looking at this extremely charming person, the heat that Chenfeng had just released almost rekindled. However, now that the time agreed with Hai Bodong was almost here, Chenfeng temporarily suppressed the desire in his heart. If you eat too much of a good thing at one time and you are too full, you will not be able to taste the fresh taste the first time you eat it the second time. Next, after Chenfeng explained Xiao Sunner, Lingyu, and Purple Demon Eagle in the small world, he left the small world directly. After coming out of the small world, Chenfeng took Qinglin directly with him and came to Heibodong's place again. Supreme Elder, how are you preparing?" Looking at Hai Bodong standing in front of the Gutu shop, Chenfeng asked with a smile. "Haha, just wait for your kid to come over." Hearing Chenfeng's words, Hai Bodong laughed loudly, then closed and locked Gutu's shop. Hai Bodong did not take away any of the things that had been in the shop for decades. According to what he thought, maybe one day in the future, when he was tired of the disputes, he might come back here again and spend the rest of his days in complete peace of mind. Chapter 160. Returning to the imperial capital, preparing to marry concubine Ya. In the sky a few miles away from the desert city, Hai Bodong took one last look at the huge city located at the edge of the desert and the land. He sighed softly, looking a little lonely. Decades of living in seclusion have also made him, who has an indifferent temperament, develop some feelings for this place. "Oh, let's go." After taking one last souvenir look, Hai Bodong let out a sigh, and then greeted the morning breeze. The white ice wings behind him vibrated violently and flew forward. A Chenfeng nodded slightly, then spread out his thunder wings and quickly caught up with him, while Qinglin was always held in his arms and was also flying in the sky. Chenfeng and Hai Bodong were both very fast. It only took them half a day to reach a city with flying monsters leading to the imperial capital. On top of the huge flying monster, Chenfeng and Hai Bodong, who had never talked in detail before, suddenly became more talkative. During the conversation, Hai Bodong also learned about Chenfeng's other identity, the direct disciple of the leader of the Yunlin sect and now the young sect leader of the Yunlin sect. However, when Hai Bodong learned about Morrowind's identity, his reaction was not very big. For such a young and powerful Du Wang, Even if Chenfeng succeeds as the head of the Yunlin sect, Heibodong still thinks it is normal. After all, according to his prediction, with a talent like Chenfeng, he will definitely become a Duzong strong in the future. By Taishang Elder, I wonder where your current level of cultivation is at Du Huang. In the private room, Chenfeng took a sip of fragrant tea and suddenly asked. 2 stars. Hearing Chenfeng's question, Heibodong said without any hesitation, although Poden helped me break the seal of Queen Medusa, my cultivation has been sealed for too many years. Now I want to return. It will probably take several years to reach the peak state of the previous 5-star fighting emperor. Perhaps I have a way to allow you, Taishang Elder, to completely recover the power damaged by the seal within 1 year without any sequela. Chenfeng gently placed his finger on the teacup and said with a serious expression, "Oh, do you have any good ideas?" Hearing this, Heibodong's old face suddenly showed a look of surprise. Taishang Elder, I know a 5th-grade elixir called physique Lingdan. Its function can completely restore some strength that has declined due to seals or internal injuries. It seems that for the Supreme Elder, it happens to be very suitable. Chenfeng smiled and explained, although this elixir is not of a very high level, the materials required for it are quite difficult to find, but the Supreme Elder can rest assured, after returning to the family, these medicinal materials will be collected soon. It would be great if there really was such a pill, boy Chenfeng. It is really the Mitre family's blessing that a young man like you can appear in the Mitre family, and it is also the blessing of this old guy like me. After hearing what Chenfeng said, Heibodong's face became even more joyful. He raised his teacup and said to Chenfeng, "Come on, let's have fun today." Heibodong's attitude toward Chenfeng was completely different from that of an elder toward a junior. After all, he was able to lift the seal, which could be regarded as an inheritance of Chenfeng's great kindness, and Chenfeng's cultivation talent was that kind of an almost monster-like existence. With all these factors combined, Heibodong did not simply treat Morrowind as a junior. "Sir, since you are happy, why don't we have a drink instead?" Seeing Heibodong raising his glass, Chenfeng said with a smile, and then took out a jar of good wine from the ring. "Okay, drink." Heibodong smiled and nodded. Seeing this, Qinglin, who was standing nearby, quickly stepped forward to pour wine for Chenfeng and Heibodong. Chenfeng's own flying speed is very fast, but he doesn't like to travel by himself all the time, and it is even more troublesome to take Qinglin with him, so he chooses to return to the imperial capital on a flying monster. On the flying warcraft, he was not in the same box as Heibodong, so he could enter the small world from time to time. In the past few days, Chenfeng visited Queen Medusa several times. After sleeping together last time, Queen Medusa's mentality has completely changed. She now wants to do her best to make Chenfeng feel comfortable. Queen Medusa was willing to try all kinds of postures, completely letting go of her previous sense of arrogance as Her Majesty. Queen Medusa's performance makes Morrowind very satisfied. Every time he fights, he will have a refreshing feeling of conquest. I believe that in the near future, Queen Medusa will also be able to surrender completely like Xiao Sunner. Under Chenfeng's crotch, all he did was to please Chenfeng. Finally, after several days of flying, the flying monster arrived above an extremely majestic and huge city. Add more money to the holy city. Heibodong am back. Looking down at the huge city below, Heibodong was filled with emotions, and his old eyes were full of memories. Looking at the expression on Heibodong's face, Chenfeng chuckled and said, "Supreme Elder, many people in the holy city will be very surprised when you come back this time." "Maybe." Heibodong nodded and sighed. "I just don't know how many of the old people are still alive after decades of seclusion, and how many people still recognize this old guy like me." Chenfeng can actually relate to Heibodong's sentiments. In his previous life, he was not from the Du-Q continent. If one day he could go back, what would those old people be like? Will anyone be able to remember him? Before the flying monster landed, Heibodong spread out his ice-fighting spirit wings and flew into the sky. Upon seeing this, Chenfeng also displayed his thunder wings and followed Heibodong with Qinglin. 2 quite powerful auras appeared in the sky above the Jiaji Empire. Some ordinary people naturally felt nothing. However, deep in the Jiaji Palace, there was an old figure sitting cross-legged and immediately opened his eyes. This breath. The old man's cloudy eyes were filled with surprise and he murmured. Immediately, a cocky light ball suddenly flew out from the depths of the palace and rushed into the sky. After the yellow light group appeared in the sky, it shot straight towards the place where Heibodong and Chenfeng were. The movement of the yellow light group was detected by Heibodong within a short time, and he quickly looked to the other side of the sky. It seems that Jia Xingqian has discovered Heibodong's aura. If the old guy Jia Xingqian has any bad intentions, Then don't blame me. Chenfeng also looked at the sky. His soul power had broken through to the spiritual realm, and his perception was very strong. He could detect the Du Huang aura coming towards this direction earlier than Hai Bodong. Chapter 161 Old Friends, adding to Xingqian's worries. Whoosh! In the distance, the yellow light group that rushed rapidly stopped suddenly when it reached 100 feet in front of Chenfeng and Hai Bodong. Then, the yellow light group trembled slightly, and the light slowly converged, and finally a man in simple clothes appeared. The white-haired old man in linen robe. After the linen-robed old man approached, his eyes quickly glanced at Chenfeng and the others. This is Hai Bodong. I didn't expect this old guy to be alive. After seeing Hai Bodong's face clearly and the unique cold aura he sensed, the old man in Mapao immediately confirmed Hai Bodong's identity and felt surprised in his heart. Next, when his eyes glanced at Chenfeng, his heart suddenly pounded and he was extremely shocked. How is it possible that such a young guy has the cultivation of a Du Wang? The old man in linen robes had a look of astonishment on his face, his eyes filled with disbelief. Hai Bodong also quickly determined the identity of the visitor. The old man in linen robe was the guardian behind the scenes of the Jiajia royal family, Jiaxing Tian. At this moment, some of Jia Xingqian's reactions were caught in Hai Bodong's eyes. Hai Bodong made a quick guess and knew clearly that Jia Xingqian must have been surprised by Chenfeng's cultivation talent. After all, in this Jiaji Empire, and even several surrounding empires, I have never heard of anyone being able to break through to Du Wang at the age of 16. Old man, I haven't seen you for decades. Could it be that you don't recognize me? With a smile on his face, Hai Bodong took the lead in speaking to Jia Xingqian. Hearing this, the punishment genius slowly retracted his thoughts, moved his eyes away from Chenfeng, and looked at Hai Bodong again. Old man Bing, if you have a few more scars on your face, I really won't be able to recognize you. Jia Xingqian responded with a smile. You old guy, are you going to expose my scars as soon as we meet? Hearing Jia Xingqian's joke, Hai Bodong replied angrily. At this moment, the eyes of the two old men in the conversation revealed a look of reminiscing about the past. Suddenly, Jia Xingqian changed the topic, with a strange look in his eyes, and asked, Old man Bing, who is this young man next to you? Old man, thanks for staying in the imperial capital for so long. You don't even know the young master of the Yunlin sect. Hai Bodong knew that he couldn't hide it from Jia Xingqian, so he didn't plan to hide it and directly revealed Chenfeng's identity. I see the newly appointed young master of the Yunlin sect. Hearing Hai Bodong's words, Jia Xingqian looked very surprised. At this time, the thoughts in Jia Xingqian's heart were very complicated. Some time ago, the eldest princess of the empire, Yao Ye, told him that Mitre, the young master of the Yunlin sect, Chenfeng's cultivation talent was extremely good, and he had achieved a breakthrough before he was 16 years old. Arrived at the realm of the great fighter. The most critical thing is that the young master of the Yunlin sect himself comes from the Mitre family, but later married Nalan Ji's granddaughter, resulting in the Mitre family and the Nalan family now becoming in-laws and having a close relationship. Yao was worried that if Chenfeng took over the Yunlin sect in the future, and combined with the Mitre family and the Nalan family, it would pose a great threat to the royal family. At first, Jia Xingqian frowned a little when he heard the news, but he didn't have that sense of urgency. After all, in his eyes, even if Chenfeng is going to rise, it will take at least 7 or 8 years, and there are still many things in between. There are many opportunities to turn things around. But now, Jia Xingqian discovered that Chenfeng's cultivation was not just a great fighting master as Yao Yi said, but had quietly become a strong fighting king. This kind of cultivation speed can be called a monster. Moreover, the Mitre family disappeared. Hai Bodong, the Ice Emperor of decades, also returned to the imperial capital at this time. These two things together immediately made Jia Xingqian feel a huge sense of crisis. I think back then, during the last change of power in the Jiama Empire, the Jiama royal family at that time happened to be a giant family in the previous empire. Therefore, the royal family has always been secretly quite concerned about these big families in the country. Those who are vigilant will never tolerate their strength surpassing that of the royal family. This child is a great threat and must not be left here. At this moment, Jia Xingqian had already had the idea of strangling Chenfeng in the cradle, but he did not reveal his murderous intention, but said calmly, Old man Bing, your middle family has a problem. Such a genius is really gratifying. I'm afraid it won't be long before us old guys will retire from the stage. Jia Xingqian's hesitant reaction made Hai Bodong a little suspicious. After living for so many years, he was very thoughtful. He understood that people like Chenfeng had already posed a threat to the royal family, and Jia Xingqian was very likely to will have some twisted thoughts. It seems that during this period, we have to keep an eye on this boy Chenfeng. Heibodong sighed secretly in his heart, and then calmly patted Chenfeng on the shoulder beside him, laughing and saying, Morrowind boy, it seems that old man Jia also thinks very highly of you. Tai Shang elder, Jia Lao, my cultivation level is still far behind the two seniors. With a smile on his face, Chenfeng replied very calmly, not at all nervous and restrained due to the pressure of the two powerful Du Huang warriors. Qing Lin, who had been surrounded by the morning breeze, was a little nervous because of this occasion and remained silent. This kind of performance of Chenfeng made Jiaxingxin couldn't help but show admiration. However, the more excellent Chenfeng performed, the greater the murderous intention hidden in Jiaxingxin's heart. Old man Bing, I haven't seen you for decades. I wonder how much better your cultivation is now than it was back then. Why don't we give it a try? Jiaxingxin suddenly smiled at Heibodong and said, his purpose was very obvious, which was to test Heibodong's current true strength. Does this old guy want to take this opportunity to give me a blow? Hearing that Jiaxingxin said they wanted to spar, Heibodong's expression suddenly became unnatural. I think back then, when he was not sealed, he was slightly inferior to Jiaxingxin. In addition, in the past few decades, his cultivation has not improved at all since he was sealed, but he has regressed a lot. How could he be Jiaxingxin's opponent? If he agrees to compete, I'm afraid he will lose within a few moves. Jia Lao, this junior knows that you are a bit shy when you meet old friends, but the Supreme Elder has had some physical changes in the past few decades, which has caused his cultivation to decline instead of advancing. I think Jia Lao can also see it. When Heibodong hesitated, Chenfeng helped explain that he did not hide Heibodong's regression in cultivation from Jiaxingxin. In fact, he just wanted to test whether there was anything wrong with Jiaxingxin. After learning that Heibodong's strength has declined, he will have less worries when doing things. Well, seeing that Chenfeng had already told his situation, Heibodong could only sigh helplessly. Chapter 162, The Right to Speak Above the Clan Leader and the Elders. Old Bing, it seems that you have had a very bad time in the past few decades. What a pity, your cultivation talent was better than mine back then. After hearing Chenfeng's explanation, Jiaxingxin felt happy, but he still had a regretful expression and sighed. Because Chenfeng revealed the hidden dangers of Heibodong's body, the competition between Jiaxingxin and Heibodong naturally came to an end. After the two sides chatted for a while, Jiaxingxin left first. Morning Wind, that old fellow's cultivation level has probably reached the level of an 8-star Du Huang or a 9-star Du Huang. If we calculate the time, if he doesn't break through, his death is not far away. Looking at the departing yellow light, Heibodong continued to sigh and said meaningfully, Grand Elder, I understand what you mean. If the Jiama royal family loses the protection of the Du Huang strongman Jiaxingxin, I'm afraid the imperial power will be shaken immediately. That's why Jiaxingxin is likely to pave the way for the royal descendants before the deadline. And I may have been regarded as the biggest stumbling block by them. Hearing Heibodong's words, Chenfeng nodded slightly and replied very calmly, it seems that this boy understands this matter very well. Moreover, he doesn't seem to be worried about the royal family's methods. Although Chenfeng's words were very plain, Heibodong sensed a strong sense of confidence in them, so he did not say anything more. Next, Chenfeng and Heibodong flapped their wings behind them, and flew directly over the luxurious manor where the Mittel family lived. They landed at the door of the front yard hall, and then walked into the hall. Look, the person who just flew in from the sky seems to be Master Chenfeng. Master Chenfeng can actually fly in the sky. What's going on? Who is that old man next to Master Chenfeng? Could he be a Duwang strongman? Since it was broad daylight, Chenfeng and Heibodong were still seen by many people from the Mittel family when they flew into the manor. Crack. After Heibodong and Chenfeng stepped into the hall, in a study room in the backyard of the luxurious manor, the pen in the hand of an old man with gray hair and a serious face suddenly broke. Why does this breath sound a bit like that of Hai Lao? Carefully feeling that unique icy breath, a hint of excitement appeared on the face of the white-haired old man. At the same time, in another direction of the backyard, Chenfeng's grandfather, the second elder of the Mittel family, Mittel Huayuan, also noticed something and immediately rushed towards the direction of the hall. Whoosh, whoosh. After a while, the two gray-haired old men rushed into the hall together. This is Ibi. Ibi is still alive. When they saw the figure sitting at the innermost part of the hall, there was a look of surprise on the two old faces, and then there was a burst of ecstasy. Tengshan meets Hai Lao. Huayuan greets Hai Lao. After realizing what was happening, the two of them bowed to Heibodong excitedly without any hesitation. Heibadong has a deep connection with the Meitel family. Back then, when Meitel Tengshan and Meitel Weiwen were still young, the position of the patriarch of the Meitel family was vacant for a long time and the situation was difficult. It was all thanks to Heibadong, the guest elder, who held up this large family with a long history. Under his management, the Meitel family was able to avoid decline when it was leaderless. Now, the three major families in the Jiama Empire are almost the same in strength, and this is because Heibadong is excluded. A Duwang-level strongman is enough to instantly increase the strength of this family by several times. Now that Heibadong, the Duwang strongman, has returned, the middle family will easily surpass the other two families and become the largest family in the Jiama Empire. Get up. Looking at the two old men in front of him who were bowing to him, Heibadong's seemingly fierce old face showed a rare kindness, as if he was looking at children. Hearing this, Middle Tengshan and Chenfeng's grandfather slowly stood up. Me. Where have you been all these years? Why sent our family members to search the empire for a long time, but we still couldn't find any information about you, Meitel Tengshan and Meitel Weiwen asked excitedly. Their voices were very sincere. When they were children, Heibadong had taught them carefully. It was because of Heibadong's teaching that they were able to support the Meitel family in the end. It's a long story, but I can come back this time all thanks to this kid Chenfeng. Heibadong sighed, then pointed at Chenfeng standing aside. At this time, Middle Tengshan and the other man turned their attention to Chenfeng. The aura of Chenfeng's cultivation was still the same as before, without any concealment, and the aura of a Duwang powerful man was fully revealed. Feeling the aura of the Duwang emanating from Chenfeng, Meitel Tengshan's pupils suddenly shrank. During this period, Meitel Weiyuan's strength was improved to Duwang, which already made him feel a little strange. This time, seeing Chenfeng, who was less than 16 years old, actually had the cultivation of Duwang, the shock in his heart was simply indescribable. Chenfeng's grandfather Meitel Weiyuan also had an expression of disbelief. He knew that his grandson's cultivation speed was fast, but it was never to this terrifying degree. Chenfeng, has your cultivation reached the level of Duwang? Meitel Tengshan asked in surprise. Chenfeng smiled and nodded. You guessed it right. Chenfeng has indeed reached the level of Duwang. The middle family has finally produced a monstrous genius. Heibadong laughed. Great today, my middle family has a double blessing. Fenger, you really bring honor to my Meitel family. After getting the confirmation, Middle Tengshan and Meitel Huaiwen both showed joy on their old faces. Listen, both of you. From now on, all major arrangements within the family must be made according to Chenfeng's wishes. His words can veto the decisions of your elders. Heibadong suddenly gave instructions to the two people in the middle of the hall. Yes, Hailao, Tengshan remembered it. E.B. Huayuan remembers this. After hearing Heibadong's words, although Middle Tengshan felt that Chenfeng was still young and lacked experience, he nodded and agreed without hesitation. Although Heibadong did not reappoint the patriarch or anything, Chenfeng's power in the Meitel family is now above that of the patriarch and the elders. Morning Wind Boy, how about it? Do you have any new arrangements for the family? You can talk to them about it. Looking at the responses from Middle Tengshan and the other man, Heibadong showed a satisfied smile on his face, and Chapter 163 Wedding Invitation. Confessed to junior sister. Chenfeng just has something to say. Hearing this, Chenfeng had a smile on his face and said calmly, I want to marry Yafei as soon as possible, and I hope the clan leader will make good arrangements. The middle family is a business family that always puts profits first, and women from the family are generally used for marriage. Their future husbands are not controlled by themselves at all, but are decided by the vote of the Presbyterian Council. Mu Zhan of the Mu family liked and pursued Yafei for a long time. Originally, the Presbyterian Church had intended for Yafei to marry Mu Zhan, but at this moment, as Chenfeng said that he wanted to marry Yafei, Middle Tengshan would not object at all. After being stunned for a moment, he nodded and said, Since Chenfeng, if you want to marry Yafei, then I will make arrangements to bring Yafei back from Wutan City. Clan leader, I can go pick them up myself, and the clan leader will arrange for someone to arrange the marriage. Chenfeng smiled and shook his head. Okay, in that case, I will send out the invitations tomorrow and arrange the wedding. Meitel Tengshan nodded in response. If Heibadong hadn't come back, Middle Tengshan might still be worried that the Nalan family, as his in-laws, would have any objections, but now, he no longer had that worry. After Heibadong's return, he directly gave Chenfeng the absolute right to speak in the family. These performances still made Chenfeng very satisfied. At least some of the previous steps to save him were not wasted. One more thing, Patriarch, here is a list of medicinal materials. Please send someone to collect the medicinal materials on it as soon as possible. As Chenfeng spoke, he handed a rolled-up parchment to Metelton Mountain. Seeing this scene, Hai Bodong immediately thought of the purple pill that Chenfeng had mentioned before, and he felt a little excited. If the pill was refined, he might be able to save 10 years of hard training. Tengshan, go get your work done quickly. If you can, try to prepare as many medicinal materials as possible, Hai Bodong also urged. Yes, Ebi. Then I'll take my leave first. Hearing Hai Bodong's urging, Middle Tengshan responded respectfully and then left the hall. Soon, Chenfeng also left the meeting hall with Qinglin and walked towards his own quiet courtyard. There is still a small hurdle to pass before marrying Yao Fei, and that is Chenfeng's childhood sweetheart's junior sister, who is also his head wife, Nalan Yanran. In the small courtyard, Nalan Yanran was walking among the flowers as usual. Accompanied by her maid, her belly was already very prominent, and no matter how wide the dress was, it could not hide it. However, Chenfeng did not feel disgusted at all by the changes in her figure. His eyes when he looked at Nalan Yanran were full of tenderness. The young and lively junior sister now has a somewhat mature charm. Husband, when she saw Chenfeng coming back, a bright smile suddenly appeared on her fair and delicate face. Chenfeng came closer, stretched out his hand to caress Nalan Yanran's belly, and said softly, Yanran, it looks like our child is about to be born. Are you happy? Happy. The child should be able to meet us in more than 2 months. Nalan Yanran nodded slightly, with a happy smile on her face unconsciously. 2 months, that's great. Chenfeng felt a little emotional at this moment. After 2 lifetimes he finally got to be a father for once. Moreover, when Nalan Yanran becomes pregnant, he will receive a big reward from the system. Good things always come in pairs in Chenfeng. The next moment Chenfeng suddenly said to Nalan Yanran, Yanran, my husband has something to tell you when he comes back this time. What's the matter? Husband, tell me. Nalan Yanran raised her head and asked casually. In a few days, I plan to marry concubine Yo. Chenfeng didn't mince words and directly stated what he was thinking. Husband, you want to marry Yao Fei? Hearing Chenfeng's words, Nalan Yanran's face suddenly showed a surprised expression, and then a trace of grievance flashed in her eyes. Yanran, Yao Fei is pregnant with my child now. She has a big belly and has no name or status. How will others see her? So I can't let her bear the pressure alone, Chenfeng explained sincerely. However, Nalan Yanran was a little excited at the moment and did not reply to him. Seeing Nalan Yanran's reaction, Chenfeng touched her fair face with his palm, looked into her eyes tenderly, and whispered, Yanran, are you blaming me? Feeling the warmth of Chenfeng's palm and the soft gaze, Nalan Yanran, who was originally thinking, suddenly calmed down. No, husband, I don't blame you. Shaking her head gently, Nalan Yanran's red lips moved slightly and said, La Fei is pregnant. Husband, you want to marry Ya Fei. It shows that your husband is a very responsible and good man. Moreover, as husband as you are, an excellent man must be admired by countless beautiful women, and it's okay to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Yanran shouldn't have been so jealous just now. Yanran, if you think so, my husband is very happy. Seeing Nalan Yanran become so sensible and considerate, Chenfeng felt very satisfied and gently pressed his lips to her white cheek. Husband, if you want to marry Ya Fei, will the elders and others agree, as well as father and grandfather? At this moment the jealousy in Nalan Yanran's heart had almost dissipated. She analyzed Chenfeng softly, for fear that Chenfeng would be blocked. Hearing this, Chenfeng showed a row of white teeth and said with a smile, Yanran, don't worry, no one can stop me from marrying the person I want to marry. I thought that when I married you I could overcome that easily. A little trouble, Seeing that Chenfeng was so confident, Nalan Yanran said nothing more. Qinglin, come over here. Chenfeng waved to Qinglin, who was standing not far behind him. Okay, master. Seeing this, Qinglin quickly trotted to Chenfeng's side. Qinglin, this is my wife, Nalan Yanran. From now on, you will live here with her, and she will arrange a room for you. Chenfeng said with a smile. Master, don't worry, I will serve you well. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Qinglin nodded in response, then saluted Nalan Yanran and said, Hello madam, my name is Qinglin and I am the young master's maid. Sister Qinglin. There is no need to be so polite. Nalan Yanran also responded to Qinglin with a smile. Qinglin's serious and cute expression made her feel good. Qinglin, I don't intend to let you be a maid. From now on, you don't have to serve anyone, just practice well and spend time with your sister Yanran when you have time. Chenfeng shook his head and corrected some of Qinglin's remarks just now. Yes, Sister Qinglin, this will be your home from now on. You don't need to call me madam, just call me sister. Nalan Yanran continued to echo that she was a smart person and could see from the beginning that Qinglin was no ordinary maid. Qinglin has a family, After hearing the words of Chenfeng and Nalan Yanran, Qinglin's eyes were filled with mist, and she said gratefully, "Thank you, Master Chenfeng." Sister Xiao Yanran and Fin 64. The royal family finally takes action. Early the next morning, Chenfeng, who had spent the night with Nalan Yanran, left the imperial capital again and headed towards Wutan City. However, before leaving, Chenfeng arranged for Yao Chen's soul to be placed within the Mitre family. The reason for such an arrangement was to guard against the overweight royal family. With Yao Chen's soul power, as long as he doesn't show up on his own initiative, even if he is very close, Ice Emperor Heibodong, who also lives in the Mitre family, won't be able to notice it. In this way he can play a very good role. Protective effects. Well, since this kid is so confident, he must be somewhat sure. On the balcony of the high pavilion, looking at the direction in which Chenfeng was leaving, Heibodong shook his head. He knew very well that the existence of Chenfeng posed a great threat to the royal family, even if Chenfeng had no intention of seizing the imperial power, and it cannot dispel the suspicion of the royal family. It is very likely that the royal family will secretly attack Chenfeng. As for Chenfeng, Heibodong has never seen through it. The words monster are not enough to describe Duwang, who is less than 16 years old. Moreover, Chenfeng also knows a 7th-level alchemist. The energy of a 7th-grade alchemist was simply unimaginable in a place like the Jiaji Empire. That was why Heibodong was so relieved to let Chenfeng go to Wutan City to pick him up alone. Old man, I hope we won't get to that point. With a sigh, Heibodong looked away, turned around and entered the room. Chenfeng had just left, and Middle Tengshan and Middle Huayuan immediately started to organize themselves. They sent people to send the wedding invitations they made to the imperial capital, and all the people with close relations outside the imperial capital. The rich and powerful. This incident immediately caused quite a stir in the imperial capital. Have you heard that the young master of the Mitre family, Chenfeng, is getting married again? Didn't he just marry a young lady from the Nalan family a few months ago? Who will he marry this time? It is said that she is Miss Yafei, who was in the imperial capital a few years ago. Miss Yafei's appearance and figure are not worse than Miss Nalan. It seems that the young master of the Mitre family is quite romantic. If he does this, wouldn't the Nalan family lose face? Who makes him have such a noble status? He is both the young master of the Mitre family and the young master of the Yunlin sect. It is really enviable. That's right, since the wedding invitations have been sent out, why should we care about other things? While most people in the imperial capital were discussing this matter, another shocking news broke out within the Mitre family. The Ice King Heibodong has returned after disappearing for decades. It turned out that when the Middle family sent invitations, some elders of the Middle family raised doubts and objections. They felt that this move would not only offend the Nalan family, but also lose a member of the family, a good opportunity to marry into the Mu family. But as Middle Tengshan and Middle Huayuan told some things about Heibodong's return, all the elders immediately fell silent, and no one dared to object. As soon as the news of Ice Emperor Heibodong's return came out, it immediately caused an uproar in the imperial capital, completely overshadowing the previous wave of news that Chenfeng wanted to marry Yafei. In Nalan's house, in a spacious hall, Nalan Ji was sitting on the innermost seat of the hall. In front of him, Nalan Yanran's father, Nalan Su, stood. At this moment, Nalan Ji was looking down at a post in his hand with a frown on his old face. Father, the wedding invitations of the Mitre family have been sent out, and we only know that Chenfeng wants to marry another wife. They are too arrogant. Nalan Su said angrily with a sullen expression on his face. The Middle family has indeed gone too far in this matter. Not to mention whether we agree or not. They didn't even discuss it with us. After hearing Nalan Su's words, Nalan Ji put down the wedding invitation in his hand and said in a deep voice. It was obvious that the Nalan family did not support Chenfeng's marriage. Father, if Chenfeng does this, how will that girl Yanran feel? Is this kid going to betray Yanran? Nalan Su continued. As a father, he is more concerned about the treatment of Nalan Yanran's daughter after marriage. Forget it, it's useless to talk about this here. Nalan Ji picked up the wedding invitation again and sighed. Let's go to the Middle family first and see what the old guy from Middle Tengshan said. Yes, father. Hearing this, Nalan Su didn't say anything more. The father and son left the hall intending to go to the Mitre family to ask for an explanation. However, just when the two of them walked to the front yard of Nalan Mansion and before leaving the gate, they heard another shocking news from the housekeeper. Master, the old man. There is news that the supreme elder of the Mitre family, the Ice Emperor Heibodong, who has disappeared for decades, has returned recently. The housekeeper reported to Nalan Ji and his son very excitedly. What? Heibodong is still alive. After hearing what the butler reported, Nalan Ji's withered face couldn't help but twitch, his eyes widened, and he reacted very violently. As what you said true. Nalan Su's reaction was equally violent. Master, this news came from the Mitre family. I'm afraid most people in the imperial capital will already know about it by now. The housekeeper confirmed again. Ice Emperor Heibodong is back. Now, the situation in the imperial capital may be a little turbulent. Nalan Ji looked in the direction of the Jiama Palace with a gloomy expression and sighed. Nalan Ji, a human spirit who has lived for many years, has a very clear view of the situation in the Jiaji Empire. Chenfeng is both the young master of the Mitre family and the young master of the Yunlin sect. If he can control Mitre at the same time in the future, the energy of the Air family and Yunlin sect must be feared by the royal family. Now that Ice Emperor Heibodong has returned, this fear will only become deeper. Father, are we still going to the middle family? Nalan Su also had a strange look in his eyes and asked in a low voice. Go back. I won't go today. Nalan Ji shook his head. With the current strength gap between the Mitre and Nalan families, even if he went, there would be no explanation. Deep in the Jiaja Palace, at the door of a luxurious palace, stood a tall woman wearing a luxurious brocade robe. The woman has an exquisite figure, and her brocade robe cannot cover her plump figure. Her cold cheeks exude a mature aura, and her beautiful eyes are full of strange doubts. This woman was none other than Yao Yi, the eldest princess of the royal family. At this moment, Yao Ye was looking at the sky outside the palace, and her beautiful and cold face suddenly showed a hint of sadness. Grandpa Huang, if you can successfully deal with Chenfeng this time, you will be able to destroy the connection between the Yunlin sect Mitre and the Nalan family in one fell swoop. At that time the crisis in the royal family will naturally be lifted. Got it. After murmuring, Yao Yi suddenly stretched out her jade hand and gently touched her slightly bulging belly, with a melancholy look in her eyes. Lin Mo, the prince of the Izumo Empire, went undercover to increase the empire and became the bodyguard of the eldest princess Yoi. Awakening the system, as long as he comes into contact with noble people, he can get generous rewards. Lin Mo immediately set his sights on the lordosis and posterior protrusion, on the cold and charming eldest princess Yoi. Chapter 165 Jiaxingxian, I will take good care of your two granddaughters. In the sky 500 miles away from the imperial capital, Chenfeng spread out its huge wings of thunder, flying towards Wooten City at the speed of an ordinary Du Wang warrior. Suddenly, behind Chenfeng, there was a rapid sound of breaking through the air. It seems that the puppet pill must be rewarded. Hearing this voice, Chenfeng's face was very calm. He had already discovered this powerful aura following him as early as 200 miles away from the imperial capital. Soon, a dazzling yellow light ball came from behind and appeared in front of Chenfeng, stopping him. The yellow light group was restrained, revealing the figure of a white-haired old man in a linen robe. This person was none other than the guardian of the Jiaji royal family Jiaxingxian, whom Chenfeng and Heibodong had met yesterday. Jia Lao, you have followed me for 300 miles and you are finally willing to show your face. Looking at Jiaxingxian who appeared in front, Chenfeng said with a faint smile on his face. What? This kid actually discovered me a long time ago. Hearing this, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on Jiaxingxian's old face, which had been relatively calm just now. When Chenfeng said this, it was obvious that he had already discovered that he was following him. Moreover, Chenfeng's face looked very calm at this moment. This kind of cultivation talent and a stable state of mind made the murderous intention in Jiaxingxian's heart even stronger. Young man, I have to admit that your sensing ability is very strong. You must also know the purpose of my coming here today. Jiaxingxian sighed softly, his words filled with murderous intent. What's unclear about this? Jia Lao just thinks that my existence poses a threat to the royal family and wants to kill me to avoid future troubles. After hearing Jiaxingxian's words, Chenfeng chuckled, his face still calm. You are indeed a smart person and very courageous. Unfortunately, people who are too smart and too bold often don't live long. As these words fell, there was no more ink on Jiaxingxian's side. His murderous intent was completely released and his figure exploded towards Chenfeng. A pair of dry palms with heavy fighting energy hit Chenfeng's head straight. However, just when Jiaxingxian rushed out, a black shadow suddenly flashed beside Chenfeng. After the black shadow appeared, it went straight towards Jiaxingxian's withered hands. Boom! The two collided, and a ferocious ripple of energy erupted from the point of collision, sweeping a small area of the world. After the collision, Jiaxingxian and the small black shadow both moved backwards. At this moment, Zhang Xingtian clearly saw the appearance of the object that had just collided with him, an extremely small black cat. It's actually a 6th-level advanced monster. Sensing the powerful aura on Lingyu's body, Jia Xingxin's face suddenly became ugly. Lingyu's small body contains extremely huge power. If Jia Xingxin hadn't cultivated the earth attribute fighting spirit, which is thick and majestic, he would have suffered a big loss in the confrontation just now. I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have a 6th level advanced magical beast to help you. And next, Jia Xingxin did not take any further action. Now he finally understood why Chenfeng acted so calmly. It's a pity that you knew it was too late. Chenfeng sighed, and then shouted to Lingyu, beat him down. As Chenfeng finished speaking, Lingyu's figure suddenly rushed towards Jia Xingxin again. This time her body was filled with a layer of blazing black flames. It's actually animal fire. Seeing the black flames covering Lingyu's body, Jia Xingxin did not dare to be careless and quickly condensed a pair of thick earth, yellow armor around his body. Boom! Above the sky, every collision between Lingyu and Jia Xingxin would erupt with huge energy ripples. In order to condense the Duqi armor to resist the burning of the black flames, Jia Xingxin consumed a huge amount of Duqi in his body. It was obvious that Jia Xingxin, who was also at the peak of Du Huang, would not benefit at all in Lingyu's hands. Purple demonic eagle, come out too. Looking at the anxious battlefield in the sky over there, Chenfeng thought and summoned the purple magic vulture. Bah! After receiving the order, the purple magic vulture immediately flapped its wings and its huge body rushed towards Jia Xingxin. Another 6th level monster. How did it appear? The appearance of the purple magic eagle made Jia Xingxin tremble in his heart. Previously, Linyu appeared beside Chenfeng out of thin air. Although he felt surprised, because Linyu was small in size, he didn't think too much at the time. He thought it was before. Hidden in the morning breeze, the aura is well concealed. But with a huge size like the purple magic vulture, it's impossible for it to hide on Chenfeng. At this moment there was not much time left for Jia Xingxin to think. After the purple magic vulture rushed over, its huge and sharp claws were already flying towards his face with a strong wind. In the previous fight with Lingyu's petite monster, Jiaxing Tianchang dared to collide head-on. However, at this moment, facing the huge claws of the purple magic vulture, he could only temporarily avoid the sharp edge and tried his best to dodge. And with the addition of the purple demon eagle, Jia Xingxin, who was originally unable to benefit from Lingyu's hands, soon fell into a huge disadvantage. Peng! At a certain moment, the thick yellow armor around Jia Xingxin was finally hit by the purple magic vulture and shattered into pieces. His back also suffered a heavy blow and was scratched by sharp claws, leaving a deep wound with bone visible. As soon as the energy armor shattered, black flames swept across the sky and enveloped his body. The time has come. As seeing this, Chenfeng seized the opportunity and quickly shot a series of strange seals in his hand. Suddenly, a golden beam of light burst out from Chenfeng's hand and shot straight into the huge mass of black flames. With the powerful soul induction, even if the line of sight is blocked and the specific position of Jia Xingxin cannot be seen, the energy of the golden light beam still hits Jia Xingxin without any deviation. Lingyu, stop! Don't burn him to death! Just after the golden beam of light penetrated Jia Xingxin's body, Chenfeng quickly ordered Lingyu to remove the black flame. Hearing this, Lingyu quickly took the black flame back into his body. As the black flames dissipated, an extremely embarrassed figure reappeared in Chenfeng's sight. At this moment, Jia Xingxin's hair was messy, many parts of his body were burnt black by the fire, and the hideous wound on his back was still bleeding. No, how could my cultivation be sealed? The black flame was removed by Lingyu, but Jia Xingxin made no move to escape. He roared loudly, with a strong look of struggle on his old face, but the next moment, his breath began to weaken, and the yellow color on his back, the wings also began to fade, and then quickly disappeared. Without the support of his fighting spirit wings, Jia Xingxin's body suddenly fell from the air and let out a scream. However, just as his body fell 100 meters, the huge figure of the purple magic eagle passed below him, letting him fell on his back soon. The morning wind also vibrated the wings of thunder and came to the back of the purple magic vulture. Lying on the back of the purple magic vulture, Jia Xingxin raised his head with difficulty. His cloudy old eyes looked at Chenfeng, who was looking down at him. His eyes were full of surprise and regret. If he had known that Chenfeng had 2 6th-level monsters like this as helpers, even if he were to die, he would not attack Chenfeng like this. Now that he was defeated and his cultivation level was sealed, the entire Jijia royal family has lost its support, and its destruction will be a matter of time. Haha, Jia Lo, do you still want to kill me now? Looking at the embarrassed and extremely weak Jia Xingxin below, Chenfeng chuckled with a trace of disdain on his lips. How to kill? Your methods are so clever. My skills are inferior to others and I deserve to die. However, this matter is my decision alone. I hope that after I die, you will seize the imperial power and let those two innocent girls Xiao Ye and Yao Yu go. They don't know about this." Hearing this, Jia Xingxin's eyes were lonely, and then he made a hoarse voice and begged Chenfeng for mercy. Yao Yi is innocent. It's a joke. She had murderous intentions for me earlier than you, an old guy." Chenfeng couldn't help but sneer when he heard Jia Xingxin's plea for sister Yao Yi. "Sigh. It seems that you were the ones who killed the killers Yao Yi sent out last time." Jia Xingxin sighed heavily, his eyes getting darker and darker. After that incident, it was basically impossible to beg Chenfeng to let Yao Ye go. "Old thing, sisters Yao Ye and Yao Yu, you don't have to worry, I will take good care of you." Chenfeng let out a laugh, and then quickly took action to knock out Jia Xingxin, who was injured and had his cultivation level banned. The next moment, Chenfeng thought, and a black pill appeared in his palm. Then, Chenfeng pried open Jia Xingxin's mouth and slapped the black pill in. The effect of the primary puppet pill cannot be resisted as long as the cultivation level is lower than Dozong. It will quickly allow the user to establish a connection with Chenfeng. When Jia Xingxin woke up again, his gaze towards Chenfeng became extremely respectful. He bent down and saluted Chenfeng. Jia Xingxin pays homage to the master. Seeing this, Chenfeng nodded with satisfaction and then took action to perform a series of seals, adjusting Jia Xingxin's cultivation to the peak state of the 9-star Duong, and ordered, "Jia Xingxin, after you go back, don't let anyone see you. I want to show you your injuries, and also give an order to marry the eldest Princess Yoi to me as my concubine. Follow your orders, master. I will definitely handle this matter well." After hearing Chenfeng's order, Jia Xingtian replied very respectfully, "Now, even the person in charge behind the Garma royal family is controlled by Chenfeng. From now on, the entire Garma Empire will fall into the hands of Chenfeng." Wutan City, Mitre Auction House. Some time ago in Wutan City, Mitre Auction House was always managed by Yafei. However, since more than 2 months ago, Yafei suddenly began to retreat into seclusion and no longer interfered with anything. The auction house's business became worse and worse day by day. This inevitably made some other auction house managers complain, and some people are already reporting Yafei's actions back to the imperial capital, planning to let the people above put pressure on Yafei, or to replace Yafei directly and send other members of the family to take care of the Wutan City branch. Deep in the auction house, in a luxurious pavilion, wearing a thin red nightgown, Yafei sat alone in the room, biting her red lips tightly. Her face, as charming as a beauty, was filled with a hint of sadness that could make people heartbroken. At a certain moment, Yafei looked down at her slightly bulging belly, and the sadness in her eyes immediately dissipated and turned into tenderness. It turned out that the reason why Yafei had not gone out for more than 2 months was because the child in her belly had grown up slowly, and she could not hide the changes in her belly. If she went out, people would immediately know that she was pregnant. By then, an unmarried person with a big belly will be flooded with many unpleasant words. "Son, it seems that your father will not come to marry me before you are born. He just married the eldest lady of the Nalan family not long ago. If he comes to marry me now, it will be too stressful." Touching her belly with her palms, Yafei sighed softly, with some disappointment in her words. The cool night breeze blew into the room through the window, making her feel slightly chilly in her thin clothes. Yafei stood up, faced the cold wind, and walked to the window, looking up at the bright moon in the sky. "No matter what, I am pregnant with Brother Morrofeng's child. With Brother Morrofeng's talents, he will definitely become a powerful and status person in the future. There is no harm in waiting a little longer." After a long time, Yafei's charming eyes suddenly curved slightly, like fox eyes, shining with determination and temptation. "It's so cold and you go to the window to blow in the wind. Aren't you afraid of getting sick?" Just as Yafei's thoughts were lingering in her mind, a familiar soft voice suddenly sounded behind her, and a black robe was gently covered from behind her. Turning her head suddenly, Yafei stared blankly at the familiar handsome face, and in a daze, the tip of her nose felt a little sore. "Brother Chenfeng, you finally came to see me." With a slight sniffle, Yafei opened her hands and plunged into Chenfeng's arms, pressing her cheek against his chest, feeling the warmth from his body. Looking at the charming girl in his arms, Chenfeng also had tenderness in his eyes and said softly, "Sister Yafei, it's because I was late and you were wronged." Chenfeng could clearly feel Yafei's grievances and feelings for her. She was able to give up the merits of the Mitre auction house branch that she had carefully managed for many years for the sake of her children. Yafei had bet everything on Chenfeng. How could Chenfeng bear to let her down? "It's not too late, Brother Chenfeng. I'm very happy and satisfied that you can come. Yafei shook her head slightly, her voice choked with sobs. Sister Yefei, I am here this time to take you back to the imperial capital and marry you. Chenfeng said bluntly. Really, brother Chenfeng, are you trying to make your sister happy? As Chenfeng finished speaking, Yafei suddenly raised her head, her charming face showing a look of anticipation. Really, the patriarch is already arranging the wedding for us too, and the wedding invitations have been sent to all the wealthy families. Chenfeng smiled and nodded. Great, I knew I was right. Hearing Chenfeng's affirmative answer, Yafei's face finally showed a look of ecstasy. She stood on tiptoes and pressed her sexy red lips to Chenfeng's lips. Feeling the sweetness and wetness at the corner of her mouth, Chenfeng responded fiercely, and her palms hugging Yafei's delicate body became harder. Chapter 166 Yun, I don't see you bringing back the amethyst pill, so you're all focused on getting a wife, right? In the imperial capital Jiama Palace, after taking care of his wounds and putting on a clean robe, Jiaxing Tian immediately sent people to summon many ministers in the imperial capital to enter the palace. Not long after, a magnificent hall in the palace was filled with dignitaries from the imperial capital including Mu Chen, the head of the Mu family, and Nalan Ji and Nalan Su, father and son of the Nalan family. Mu Chen and Nalan Ji are not only the heads of the three major families in the imperial capital, but they also hold the position of Marshal of the Empire, which can be said to be a high position of power. At this moment, Nalan Ji and Mu Chen, who had been urgently summoned to the palace, were standing at the front of the crowd, speculating in their minds about what would happen during today's court meeting. Old Nalan, guess what's the reason why Jia Lao suddenly held a court meeting today? When Jia Xingshan did not appear in the main hall, Mu Shen turned to Nalan Ji beside him and asked in a low voice, "How can I know what Jia Lao is thinking?" Upon hearing Mu Chen's question, Nalan Ji shook his head gently and gave a perfunctory reply. In fact, the two of them had the same guess in their minds. This court meeting was probably related to the return of Ice Emperor Hebadong, the supreme elder of the Mitre family, but neither of the two old foxes knew it. Not only these two people, but also many dignitaries in this hall think so. Mittelton Mountain was actually summoned. Suddenly, several surprised voices sounded in the crowd, and everyone looked back. At the entrance of the main hall, a serious-faced white-haired old man slowly walked in. This person was the current head of the Middle family, Middle Tengshan, with so many people staring at him. Middle Tengshan, the expression on his face became more serious. This morning, from the moment he was suddenly summoned to the palace to the moment he walked into the main hall, Middle Tengshan had been feeling a little uneasy. Middle Tengshan also knew in his heart that the rise of the young genius of the Chenfeng family would involve many interests of the empire. Moreover, the Ice Emperor returned at this time. Therefore, Tengshan felt from the beginning that today's court meeting it was probably aimed at their Middle family. After talking to Hebodong about the incident, Middle Tengshan's mood became even heavier. That's all, let's take it one step at a time. With a sigh in his heart, Middle Tengshan bit the bullet and came to the position side by side with Nalan Ji and Mu Chen. Shortly after Middle Tengshan entered the hall, Jia Xingshan and the eldest Princess Yoi finally entered the hall. Jia Lao, Your Royal Highness the eldest princess. Jia Lao, Your Royal Highness the eldest princess. Everyone bowed and saluted Jia Xingshan and Yoi, who were on high positions. Everyone get up. Jia Xingshan raised his hand slightly and said in a calm voice, "Today I summon you to the palace because I have something important to announce. Everyone, I believe many of you know Middle Chenfeng, the young master of the Yunlin sect and the young master of the Middle family, right?" Jia Xingshan asked the people below with a smile on his face. Middle Chenfeng. Could it be that what Garao is going to announce today has something to do with him? This son has really been in the limelight recently. It is said that he will start marrying Nalan Ji's granddaughter a few months ago. Moreover, he is still the young master of the Yunlin sect. The relationship between the Yunlin sect and the empire is not the same. It's not as harmonious as it seems. Looking at what the old saying means, it might be to suppress this young man. As Jia Xingshan's words fell, everyone below began to think quickly. Is it possible that something unexpected happened to that boy of Chenfeng? Mr. Jia called so many people here to announce the news of Chenfeng's death, and also to shock our Middle family. Hearing Jia Xingshan's first words about Chenfeng, Middle Tengshan suddenly twitched his brows and clenched his fists hidden in his sleeves. Before he set off, Hebadong had told him that Jia Xingshan Tianji may personally eradicate Chenfeng, and Chenfeng's trip to Wuten City gave Jia Xingshan such an opportunity. Nalan Ji's face was also a bit uncertain. Chenfeng not only saved his life by removing the poison that invaded his flesh and blood, but also became his grandson-in-law. Xingshan's attitude was probably to suppress him. Naturally, he felt very unhappy about his grandson-in-law. It seems that Grandpa Huang has eliminated the scourge of Morrowind. Next, Grandpa Huang will definitely announce Morrowind's accidental death, clear up the relationship, and then give Mytel a good beating. Family, let them keep their eyes open and stand in line in the future. Sitting on a seat next to Jia Xingshan, the eldest Princess Yoi felt happy after hearing his words. When no one said a word below, Yao Yi stood up directly with a bright smile on her pretty face. She bowed slightly and saluted Jiaxing Tian and said, Grandpa Huang, the young master of Yunlin sect, Chenfeng, is extremely talented in cultivation, a talent that has been rare in the empire for decades. Today Yao Yi is wearing a luxurious red brocade dress. Her tall and straight figure, coupled with her noble temperament, makes her look radiant. Oh, it seems that you are very concerned about Chenfeng Yoi. Seeing Yoi stand up and reply to him, the smile on Jia Xingshan's old face became even stronger. Yoi continued to nod his head and said, Grandpa Wang, it's hard for a talented young man like Chenfeng who has cultivated to become a great fighting master before the age of 16 not to attract my attention. Yoi, you are right. Chenfeng is indeed a great talent. He will definitely have a bright future in the future. Hearing this, Jia Xingshan nodded with great satisfaction. The grandfather and grandson can't say anything clearly. Who can show them this oboe? At this moment, Middle Tengshan, who was standing in the main hall, listened to the grandfather and grandson Jia Xingshan praising Chenfeng. Instead of being happy at all, he frowned and suppressed the anger in his heart. Although Chenfeng is not from his lineage, as the head of the family, Tengshan still cares about the overall situation. He understands that with Chenfeng's talent, if he can grow up smoothly, he will bring the Miter family to an unprecedented height. And now, the Miter family's opportunity to rise has probably been wiped out by the royal family. Middle Chenfeng, I admit that you were very good before and had a very strong network of connections, but if the person dies, everything will be meaningless. No one will choose to fight with my royal family just for the sake of a dead person. Looking at Middle Tengshan's suppressed angry expression below, Yoi sighed inwardly, feeling a little proud. However, just when Yoi was feeling proud, what Jia Xingshan said next made her delicate body tremble suddenly. Yoi, since you have such a good impression of Chenfeng, I feel relieved. Jia Xingshan stroked his beard and said with a smile on his face, Everyone, I announce that the eldest Princess Yoi will be married to Middle Chenfeng. After the marriage, Chenfeng will immediately inherit the throne as the consort and lead the empire. What? Did I hear you right? Jia Lao actually wants to marry the eldest princess to Chenfeng, and let Morrowing, a member of the royal family and a foreigner, inherit the Jiama Empire. How is this possible? Jia Lao's decision is too unbelievable. Middle Chenfeng will inherit the throne, and then the Jiaji Empire will have to change its surname to Mytel. If this is really the case, then this junior of the Middle family will really soar into the sky. Tesk, the young master of the Yunlin sect and the young master of the Miter family. Such a status is already looked up to by many people. Now he is preparing to inherit the throne. I really can't imagine. As soon as Jia Xingshan said these words, the hall suddenly seemed to explode, and all the imperial dignitaries were very surprised. Jia Lao would actually make such a decision. Nalan Ji's originally tense old face also relaxed. This huge impact of information made his eyes shrink into slits. What's going on? Instead of suppressing my Miter family, the royal family plans to marry the eldest princess. And also plans to hand over the imperial power to Chenfeng. What on earth is Jia Lao thinking? Middle Tengshan's reaction was even more violent. Jia Xingshan's sudden decision made him feel very confused and unreal. How could this happen? Why would Grandpa Huang let me marry Morrowing, and let him inherit the throne? Besides, isn't Morrowing dead? At this moment the mind of the eldest Princess Yoi was almost blank. After realizing it, she tried her best to control her emotions, forced out a smile, and said softly, Grandpa Huang, you were joking with me just now, weren't you? Yai. So many dignitaries from the empire gathered here today, do you think I'm joking? After hearing Yao Yi's words, Jia Xingshan said with a very serious expression, No, this is impossible. Listening to Jia Xingshan's very sure tone, Yai's pretty face paled for a moment, and then she shouted sweetly, Grandpa Huang, isn't Chenfeng already dead? Am I going to marry? Shut up, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I will demote you as a princess immediately. Before Yao Yi could finish her words, she was interrupted by Jia Xingshan's stern scolding. Although Jia Xingshan had his previous memories, Chenfeng was his master now. Yao Yi was cursing Chenfeng to death at this moment, so he was naturally very angry. Jia Xingshan's angry rebuke was not only filled with anger, but also exuded a coercion belonging to a powerful nine, Star Du Huang. In an instant, captured by this huge momentum, the entire hall became silent. Everyone looked at the grandfather and grandson in the high position blankly, and their hearts were filled with huge doubts. What's wrong with Grandpa? He obviously said he wanted to kill Morrowind before. His attitude has changed too much now. Being scolded by Jia Xingxian in front of so many people. Yao Ye felt aggrieved and her eyes gradually became foggy. Okay, this matter is settled. Jia Xingxian didn't care about Yao Yi's reaction. He restrained his momentum and ordered again. The eldest princess's wedding will be scheduled on the same day as Chenfeng's wedding to Yao Fei. Everyone can go back. Yes, Jia Lao. As Jia Xingxian's words fell, all the dignitaries in the hall all left one after another. Nalan Ji and Middle Tengshan did not stay, and quickly left the palace with shock and great doubts. Grandpa Huang, I don't want to marry Chenfeng. Didn't you often say before that you hope I will become the future empress of the empire? I will work hard to do better. Please take back the order you just gave me. After everyone left, Yao Ye finally couldn't hold back the grievance in her heart, and she begged Jiaxing Tian with a tearful voice. This matter has been decided. If you are not willing, then I will arrange for Yao Yu girl to marry Chenfeng. Anyway, the final throne must be inherited by Chenfeng. Hearing Yao Yi's crying voice, Jia Xingxian remained unmoved. He spoke calmly. Whenever he read the word morning wind, a look of respect would flash in his eyes. No, you can't, Grandpa Huang, you can't do this. Hearing this, Princess Yoi became even more panicked, shook her head repeatedly, and soon burst into tears. Well, the scene that happened in the deep palace spread throughout the entire imperial capital in a short time, and it continued to ferment, spreading like a storm to places outside the imperial capital. By the next day, almost everyone in the Yunlin sect outside the imperial capital knew about the matter. The royal family actually wants to marry Princess Yoi to the young sect master, and let the young sect master inherit the Jiama Empire. Tisk, if this matter is true, the identity of the young sect master will be even more unattainable. The young sect master and I used to have a good relationship. If I can become the confidant of the young sect master, within the Yunlin sect, many Yunlin sect disciples and elders were discussing this matter fiercely. What on earth is the royal family planning to do? Why did they suddenly marry the eldest princess to Fenger and let Fenger inherit the Jiama Empire? At this moment, in the main hall of the Yunlin sect, the sect leader Yunyun frowned slightly and fell into deep thought after learning some news. Didn't Fenger agree to go find the 7th grade alchemist to refine the amethyst pill? Now that he doesn't have the amethyst pill back, there are so many more things happening all at once. No, I have to go down the mountain to see what's going on just in case. After a long time, Yunyun murmured in her heart, with a look of worry on her pretty face, and then she flashed and quickly left the hall, heading towards the Jiamai imperial capital. Yuan Chenfeng's side, after leaving the imperial capital for a few days, he finally returned to the imperial capital with Yafei. Jama Holy City, I am finally back. In the sky, Yafi, who was held in the arms of the morning breeze, looked down at the huge and majestic city below with her beautiful eyes, filled with emotion and excitement. I remember back then, in order to escape the marriage arranged for her by her family, she chose to go to the remote Wooten city to work alone. The hardship and stubbornness during this period were something that others could not understand. Seeing the look in the eyes of the beauty in his arms, Chenfeng said softly, Sister Yafi, no one will be able to force you to do anything in this imperial capital from now on. Hearing Chenfeng's words, a warm current flowed through Yafei's heart. She nodded lightly and said, I believe everything Brother Chenfeng said. The next moment a silver figure flashed past in the sky, and before many people noticed it, it entered a luxurious and huge manor. Chapter 167. The two women meet, the generous Nalan Yanran. This time when Chenfeng returned to the imperial capital, when almost everyone saw him, their eyes were different from before. Within the Mitre family, the young people and ordinary elders all respected Chenfeng, and their words were full of flattery. When some people noticed Yafei's swollen belly, they quickly and selectively looked away. Their hearts were filled with confusion. No wonder the young master was preparing to marry Yafei at this time. It turned out that Yafei was already pregnant with the young master, a child. Sister Yafei, let's go to the backyard first. Along the way, under the gaze of many respectful eyes, Chenfeng led Yafei straight into the depths of the manor where the Mitre family lived. Soon Chenfeng brought Yafei to his small courtyard. Yanran, I'm back. As soon as they entered the courtyard, Chenfeng shouted loudly for Nalan Yanran. Because Chenfeng had already told Nalan Yanran about this before, Chenfeng now brought Yafei here and felt very calm. Hearing the sound, Nalan Yanran and Qinglin both looked in the direction of Chenfeng. However, Nalan Yanran's eyes only stayed on Chenfeng for a moment, and then moved to Yafei beside her. At this moment, looking at Yafei, who was as pregnant as herself, a strange color flashed in Nalan Yanran's beautiful eyes, and then she chuckled, "Sister Yafei, I haven't seen you for many years." Hearing Nalan Yanran's greeting, Yafei felt a little embarrassed. Speaking of it, Nalan Yanran and Chenfeng were childhood sweethearts. Moreover, when Yafei saw the signs of Nalan Yanran's belly, she knew that Nalan Yanran was ahead of her. Being pregnant, in this way she has an embarrassing position as a third party. "Yes, I haven't seen you for many years, Yanran. You are becoming more and more intelligent." Although she felt embarrassed, Yafei still smiled and nodded at Nalan Yanran, and praised her naturally. Before Nalan Yanran entered Yunlin sect, she had some contact with Yafei, so the subsequent chat between the two could be considered to have some common topics and would not be awkward. The first meeting between these two people did not create any smell of gunpowder. Seeing this, Chenfeng was very happy. "By the way, husband, I heard some news yesterday." After talking to Yafei for a few words, Nalan Yanran suddenly asked Chenfeng. The guardian of the royal family Jia Lao summoned grandpa, father, and the patriarch and other powerful empire officials to enter the palace and announced that he would marry Yafei before you. On the same day, my concubine will also marry Princess Yoi, and immediately after the marriage, you will inherit the throne of the Jiama Empire. What is going on? It seems that Jia Xingxian has settled the matter. After hearing Nalan Yanran's words, Chenfeng's face looked very calm, which was not surprising at all, because he had arranged for Jia Xingxian to do these things. Brother Chenfeng wants to marry Princess Yoi and inherit the Jiama Empire. How is this possible? Compared to Chenfeng, Yafei's reaction was very violent. Her red mouth opened into the word, "huh," and her charming face was filled with disbelief. "Sister Yafei, I had the same reaction as you at first. I was a little skeptical about it, but too many people said it was true. There can be no lie." Seeing Yafei's reaction, Nalan Yanran explained with a smile. Before this, who would have thought that a boy less than 16 years old could be so valued by the guardian of the royal family that he would inherit the throne now? It's actually true. I didn't expect that Brother Chenfeng has reached such a height in such a short period of time. No wonder Brother Chenfeng said before that no one can force me to do anything in the Gamma Empire from now on. You really have the confidence. Hearing Nalan Yanran's very sure tone, Yafei looked at Chenfeng with her beautiful eyes, and the corners of her mouth curved slightly, making her charming, with a hint of shrewdness in her eyes. "Husband, it seems that you are not surprised by this. Now you can marry two at once." Nalan Yanran raised her head slightly with a bright smile on her lips. The sun was pouring down from the sky. Her straight jade nose made her cheeks extend a beautiful arc, and a soft jade-like luster showed through her skin. This kind of brightness, compared with the charm of Yafei, it is completely different. Looking at Nalan Yanran, who was so generous to his successive wives, Chenfeng's eyes became softer and softer. It was really a blessing to have such a considerate and understanding wife. "Yanran, the power I control is far stronger than it seems on the surface. At least, it can make the royal family fearful enough to please," Chenfeng explained with a smile, and there was a strong sense of confidence in his words. To make the royal family so jealous that they need to please. Chenfeng's words once again shocked Yafei and Nalan Yanran. At first, they only guessed that the royal family chose to flatter and train them because of Chenfeng's talent. They never thought that they did it out of fear. "Decide on the marriage. I knew that my husband, Nalan Yanran, would definitely be the best among men in the future." Nalan Yanran reacted with joy in her eyes. In a place like the Jiama Empire, having such a husband is the greatest happiness for a woman. Sure enough, my bet was not wrong. Brother Chenfeng has soared into the sky now. At this moment, Yafei's thoughts were the same as Nalan Yanran's. She felt lucky for the decision she had made. "Ha, Chenfeng, you are finally back." At this moment, a burst of hearty laughter rang out in the sky outside the small courtyard, and immediately, a white-haired figure descended from the sky and came to Chenfeng's side. "I've met the Supreme Elder. I've met the Supreme Elder. The Supreme Elder." When they saw the white-haired old man appearing, Yafei, Nalan Yanran, and Qinglin all saluted him, and Chenfeng also smiled and said hello. "There's no need to be so polite, Chenfeng. Please tell me, did you run into that old guy Jia Xingxian when you left the imperial capital before?" Heibadong first waved his hand to the three women, then directly put his hand on Chenfeng's shoulder and asked. "Yes," Chenfeng nodded. "What happened after that made the old guy make such a decision?" Hearing this, Heibadong continued to ask. "Taishang Elder, do you still remember that I know a senior who is a 7th grade alchemist?" Chenfeng asked. "I knew it. Since you are so sure, you must be well prepared." Haha, this time your kid wants to marry 2 wives at once and inherit the Gamma Empire. The Mitre family is finally going to be prosperous. Hearing Chenfeng's question, Heibodong had a look of surprise on his face and said excitedly, but then he did not continue to ask any more questions. After all, he also knew that everyone has their own secrets and opportunities. Asking too many questions will annoy people. Chapter 168 Yunyun's Murderous Intention. In the following time, Chenfeng's grandfather Mittel Huayuan and the head of the family Mittel Tengshan came over and asked about it. In response, Chenfeng just said a few vague words to deal with it. Suddenly, both Chenfeng and Heibodong sensed a powerful aura approaching quickly. Who could be the powerful fighting emperor? Sensing this aura, Heibodong couldn't help but frown slightly. Why is the teacher here? Chenfeng was very familiar with this approaching Duong aura, because the approach of this aura finally caused a trace of fluctuation to appear on Chenfeng's calm face. Soon, a beautiful figure with gorgeous fighting spirit wings on its back descended on the sky of the small courtyard. The woman in the sky is wearing a tight, fitting brocade robe inlaid with gold and purple, with 3,000 blue silk hairs. She is pulled up into the shape of a phoenix singing. She has a hint of nobility that is difficult to conceal. Her face is quiet and beautiful, like a clear spring in the secluded mountain. While people are in awe because of his noble status, they can't help but feel a little fondness for him. This person must be the female sect leader of the Yunlin sect. She doesn't look much older than the Chenfeng boy. Although Heibodong had never met Yun, he immediately guessed her identity. Teacher. Yanran has met the teacher. I've met Master Yun. Looking at the noble woman in the sky, everyone except Heibodong greeted her with courtesy, and Chenfeng was no exception. Above the sky, Yun's pair of narrow, beautiful eyes glanced at the people below, and then landed in the courtyard. As soon as she came down, Yun waved directly to Chenfeng in the crowd and shouted, "Fenger, come here." After saying this, Yunlian moved lightly towards a corner of the small courtyard. Now in the Jiama Empire, only Yun still talks to Chenfeng in this tone, and neither Chenfeng nor anyone else thinks it's inappropriate. Hearing this, Chenfeng touched his nose, and after looking at each other with Nalan Yanran, he quickly walked towards Yun. Teacher, is there a problem? In the corner of the small courtyard, Chenfeng looked at the graceful back in front of him and asked softly. After Chenfeng finished speaking, Yun slowly turned around and looked at Chenfeng's face with her beautiful eyes, as if she wanted to see through him. What a monster! Suddenly, a look of deep surprise flashed through her complex and beautiful eyes. Fenger, your cultivation has reached the level of Du Wang. Well, I had some opportunities some time ago, and my cultivation level has made a lot of breakthroughs. Chenfeng responded with a slight nod. I've got another chance, shouldn't I? Let's practice the dual cultivation method to get the effect. After hearing Chenfeng's explanation, Yun immediately had a guess in her mind, and looked at Chenfeng with a rather strange look. But the next moment, Yun suddenly thought of something, and said with a serious expression, "Have you mastered the amethyst pill last time? It has been refined a long time ago." Chenfeng quickly wiped the ring with his palm. Immediately he held a jade bottle in his hand. He quickly opened the jade bottle and poured the purple elixir inside into his palm. Your cultivation has improved so quickly. Since the amethyst pill has been refined a long time ago, why didn't you take it earlier? Seeing the purple pill in Chenfeng's hand, Yun's face turned cold and she said angrily, "Teacher, don't be angry. I'll take it right now." Seeing Yun's reaction, Chenfeng quickly swallowed the amethyst pill in his hand. As the elixir entered his body, a strange purple energy began to swim in Chenfeng's body, and gradually penetrated into his meridians, flesh and bones. However, after this energy was integrated into Chenfeng's body, he did not have any special reaction. The effect of cleansing tendons and cutting marrow and tempering fighting spirit described by the amethyst pill was not exerted at all. If you take the amethyst pill now, what else will it do? Watching Chenfeng take the elixir, Yun said angrily, "Once the cultivation level of this amethyst elixir exceeds that of Du Ling, it will have little effect. And Chenfeng's cultivation level has now reached Du Wang level. There will be no reaction. It's useful. How could it not be useful? Teacher, I feel very comfortable now." Chenfeng smiled with an expression of enjoyment. Seeing Chenfeng talking like this, Yun couldn't help but smile and said, "What's the use of being comfortable?" But after a while, the expression on Yun's face returned to a serious state. "Fenger, I found that you have changed so much in the past year, and it almost makes me feel strange as a teacher." "Got it? How can I be a stranger?" "Teacher, no matter how I change, I will still be your Fenger." The change in Yun's tone shocked Chenfeng. "Really? Then this time, why did the royal family suddenly want to marry you and let you inherit the throne? Yun Yun followed Chenfeng's words and asked immediately. When Yun Yun asked this question, Chenfeng couldn't help but hesitate. After all, his teacher Yun Yun couldn't answer it as perfunctorily as he did to others. Since the teacher asked about this, Fenger will tell you directly. Teacher, you also know that my cultivation speed is the fastest among the younger generation of Gamma, and my position makes the royal family feel threatened. Just when I left the imperial capital last time, that old guy from Jiaxingshan showed up and intercepted me, trying to kill me. What? When Chenfeng said that Jia Xingshan was going to kill him, Yun Yun's face suddenly turned cold, and the aura of a powerful Du Huang suddenly erupted. This sudden change also shocked other people in the yard and made them confused about the situation. The teacher is actually angry. What are the senior brother and the teacher talking about? Nalan Yanran had many questions in her mind, but she was not worried that Yun Yun would hurt Chenfeng. In her memory, her teacher Yun Yun had always been partial to Chenfeng, even if he committed a huge crime. Yun Yun has never punished her for making mistakes. Murderous. Hai Bodong didn't know what happened, but he felt a hint of murderous intent from the aura emanating from Yun Yun. His brows suddenly furrowed, and cold fighting energy quietly surged in his palms. Noticing Hai Bodong's condition, Nalan Yanran said softly, Supreme Elder, don't worry, the teacher will never do anything to my senior brother. There are no absolutes in this world. I won't allow anyone to harm the Chenfeng boy. If that girl makes any move next time, I will take action immediately. After hearing Nalan Yanran's words, Hai Bodong shook his head and said in a deep voice, the ice-cold fighting spirit condensed in his hands still had not dissipated. In the corner, Chenfeng felt a warm current flowing through his heart when he felt the murderous intention coming from Yun Yun at close range. Chapter 169 Teacher, actually the person I want to marry is you. Yun Yun has an extremely indifferent temperament. Under normal circumstances, nothing can affect her emotions. Even if there is a brutal massacre in front of her, she will only open her eyes and watch indifferently. But at this moment, Chenfeng was standing in front of Yun Yun safe and sound. Just because she learned that Jiaxingshan had intercepted Chenfeng before and killed him, she became furious and murderous intent surged through her body. Chenfeng knew clearly that Yun Yun had such a violent reaction after hearing those words because she cared too much about herself. How dare the royal family treat you like this? Do you really think that I, the Yunlin sect, are easy to bully? Yun Yun gritted her silver teeth, and every word seemed to suppress the anger and murderous intention in her heart. When Yun Yun was speaking, Chenfeng quickly spoke out to comfort him. Teacher, don't be nervous, nothing happened to me. Fenger, what happened next? How did you escape from Jiaxingshan? Is marrying the eldest princess because of some conditions reached with the royal family? After hearing what Chenfeng said, Yun Yun narrowed her eyes, forced herself to calm down, and continued to ask Chenfeng, Teacher, let me tell you the truth. Behind me, there is a person who is much more powerful than Jiaxingshan. There is no way Jiaxingshan can threaten me. After hearing Yun Yun's question, Chenfeng said bluntly, This time I will inherit Jiaxingshan. The throne of my empire is the condition I put forward for Jiaxing Tian. Marrying the eldest princess is also what they did according to my wishes. Is this all your own arrangement? Hearing Chenfeng's explanation, Yun Yun was very surprised. She did not expect that her disciples had actually grown to such a height that even the Gamma royal family was forced to voluntarily hand over their imperial power. Fenger, you have changed so much, Yun Yun sighed, and then asked hesitantly, Is the strong man you just mentioned the 7th-level alchemist who helped you refine the amethyst pill before? Not all. There are others. Chenfeng shook his head. Fenger, I am very pleased that you have achieved such an achievement today. The people in the royal family were unfavorable to you first, and there is nothing wrong with you taking away their imperial power. But, why do you want to marry the eldest princess again? And I still want to marry 2 wives at once. Glancing at Nalan Yanran in the distance, Yun Yun said slowly, What will Yanran think if you do this? Teacher, there is no need to worry about this, Yanran is very supportive of me. Hearing this, Chenfeng had a smile on his face and said very proudly, She just praised me as a good and responsible man. A good and responsible husband. Does Yanran really think so? Hearing what Chenfeng said, Yun Yun was also a little stunned. If even Nalan Yanran didn't mind Chenfeng marrying again, she as a master would have no reason to intervene in these matters. Of course, Chenfeng nodded, glanced back, and then continued. Teacher, look, how harmonious the 2 of them are getting along now. Following Chenfeng's line of sight, Yun Yun saw Nalan Yanran and Ye Fei, each with a big belly, chatting over there. like a pair of best friends who had a close relationship. That's all. Since you can handle the relationship between them well, in the future, you can marry as many people as you want. I don't even care about you as a teacher. Yun looked back and sighed softly. Teacher, is it really okay to marry anyone? Chenfeng asked with some anticipation. Hearing Chenfeng's question, Yun frowned slightly and said angrily, who else do you want to marry? Are there any girls out there who have been harmed by you and haven't made it public? The teacher just said that I can marry anyone, and now she reacts so strongly. It seems that she doesn't care as much as she said. Seeing Yun's reaction, Chenfeng was silent for a moment, feeling a little tangled in his heart. After a while, Yun's belly should also show signs. By then, as the head of the Yunlin sect, she would have it without getting married. If you are pregnant, you will definitely be very distressed. And you will also suffer a lot of gossip, and you may even be forced to step down as the head of the Yunlin sect. Well, seeing the tangled and depressed expression on Chenfeng's face, Yun suddenly couldn't bear it. She sighed, put her jade hand on Chenfeng's shoulder, and sighed, Fenger, when you grow up, you will really take care of many things as a teacher. I can't help you. If you really have other women out there, take on your responsibilities as a man, give them a status, and don't let them be wronged. Yes, how can I let the teacher suffer? Feeling the strength on his shoulders and the scent of fragrance, Chenfeng's eyes gradually became firm. The next moment, Chenfeng suddenly raised his eyes and looked directly into Yun's eyes. Their eyes were intertwined at this moment. Immediately afterwards, Chenfeng said with a very serious expression, Teacher, actually the person I want to marry is you. Hearing this, Yun's delicate body trembled suddenly. Chenfeng's words were beyond her expectation, and it felt like electricity was flowing through her body. Traitor, how dare you say such treacherous words to my master? After coming back to her senses, Yun's face turned cold and she angrily scolded Chenfeng. The slender palm that was originally resting on Chenfeng's shoulder was also raised, with strong fighting energy surging on it. However, when she was about to hit Chenfeng, Yun held back again, her palms hovering in mid-air. After all, she couldn't do anything to her precious apprentice. Why is this woman so crazy? This sudden situation made Heibodong, who had been paying attention to Chenfeng and Yun, feel scared. He was really worried that Yun would hurt Chenfeng. At that moment, Heibodong's body in the blink of an eye, he rushed to Chenfeng's side, looking at Yun warily. Master, what happened today? Nalan Yanran's dark eyes were also filled with curiosity. This was the first time she had seen Yun's mood swings up and down many times, even when Yun first discovered that she was sleeping with Chenfeng. Like now. Like Heibodong, other people in the yard were worried that Yun would really take action against Chenfeng and hurt Chenfeng, and their faces were very nervous. I knew the teacher was reluctant to kill me. On Chenfeng's side, when he saw Yun's hovering palm, he felt relieved. The next moment his eyes turned to Heibodong, who rushed to his side, and said softly, Top Elder, the teacher and I still have very important things to talk about alone, please let them all go out first. Well, you kid, please pay attention to yourself. Hearing what Chenfeng said, Heibodong also felt a little helpless. After he sighed, he took everyone out of the small courtyard according to Chenfeng's words. Chapter 170 Yun Fenger, you still call me teacher now. Chapter 170 Yun Fenger, you still call me teacher. Sister Yanran, I saw that Master Chenfeng's master seemed very angry just now. Will Master Chenfeng be okay? Outside the yard, Qinglin's delicate and lovely face was full of worry at the moment, and she asked Nalan Yanran in a soft voice. Qinglin, don't worry, I know the teacher's temper very well. It is absolutely impossible for her to take action against her senior brother. Nalan Yanran reached out and touched Qinglin's head, and said in a very determined tone. But even so, Qinglin and others were still very uneasy. They didn't know the master-disciple relationship between Chenfeng and Yun, and just now Yun had 2 outbreaks of murderous intent. In their opinion, Yun Nai is a strong Duong warrior. If he really makes a move, Chenfeng, who is new to Du King cultivation, will not be able to resist him. Don't panic, Chenfeng is always sure of everything he does, so he should be fine. Heibodong also comforted everyone at this time, but he and Nalan Yanran had different thoughts. Nalan Yanran was sure that Yun would not attack Chenfeng. What Heibodong thought was that Chenfeng had to face the extra punishment of Tian Ne. The powerful 9-star Du Huang can intercept and kill without incident, so he must have some means of self-protection. After Heibodong and others left, Yun and Chenfeng were the only 2 masters and disciples left in the courtyard. At this moment Yun's eyes were complicated, and she looked at Chenfeng in a daze, her teeth biting her red lips. After a while she finally couldn't help but speak, and asked in a low voice, Fenger, what you just said, are you serious? Hearing this, Chenfeng nodded slightly and responded without hesitation. Teacher, I am very serious. I have liked you for a long time. Therefore I don't want you to continue to be wronged, so I must marry you. Fenger, you. Hearing Chenfeng's almost confessional answer, Yun-Yun's mind was touched again. The joy hidden deep in her heart made her dare not look into Chenfeng's hot eyes. But soon she wrinkled again. He raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, Fenger, what grievances do you feel about being a teacher? Teacher, actually, I was the one who gave you the purple spirit crystal in the Warcraft Mountains before. At that time, teacher, you said your name was Yunji. Today's talk has come to an end. Chenfeng has nothing to hide anymore. As he spoke, he took out a piece of light blue inner armor from the ring. Feng, it turns out it's really you. Listening to what Chenfeng told, Yun couldn't help but be startled. Immediately, a faint mist began to linger in her beautiful eyes. When she saw the light blue inner armor that Chenfeng took out at the end, she finally couldn't hold back. He stopped and plunged into the arms of the morning breeze. Fenger, you actually bullied me like this. You didn't even say my name at the time. You are really so bad. At this moment, Yun threw herself into Chenfeng's arms, patting Chenfeng with her soft little hands. Although her voice was choked with sobs, if you listen to it from another angle, you can feel a kind of joy. Letting Yun pat herself with her little hands, Chenfeng reached out and hugged her delicate body tightly, and said softly, Teacher, it's my fault, I made you suffer before. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Yun, who was still venting her emotions, suddenly calmed down. She raised her head slightly, moved her gaze upwards, looked into Chenfeng's eyes, and said angrily, You still call me teacher. Looking at Yun's somewhat resentful eyes, Chenfeng was slightly stunned, but soon a layer of joy filled his heart. He had been prepared to bear Yun's anger before, but now, the situation was surprisingly good, not at all what he expected. Yunner, Chenfeng called out affectionately, and then slowly pressed his lips to Yun's fair and smooth forehead. Facing Chenfeng's actions, Yun did not dodge. She gently closed her eyes, feeling the beautiful moment that belonged to the two of them. After a long time, the two people who hugged each other reluctantly let go of their lips. At this moment, Yun suddenly stood up on her tiptoes, put her lips to Chenfeng's ear, and whispered softly, Fenger, I'm already pregnant. Kill your child. That's great, Yunner. Hearing Yun's words, although Chenfeng already knew it, his face still showed joy and he hugged Yun tightly again. Yunner, I want to marry you right away, Chenfeng said very seriously. Fenger, given our identities, do you really dare to marry me? Aren't you afraid of others gossiping? Hearing Chenfeng's promise, Yun felt very happy. However, she suddenly remembered that she and Chenfeng had a master-disciple relationship. If they were to be combined, many people would probably oppose and abuse them. Knowing Yun's worries, Chenfeng said with certainty, What are you afraid of? Who else dares to gossip about me in the Jiama Empire now? If it is true, then I will let him go to the underworld to talk. Fenger. After receiving such a sure answer from Chenfeng, a warm current flowed through Yun's heart, and she leaned against Chenfeng again. Fenger, please marry Princess Ya Fei and Yao Ye first. As for me, I'll wait until you inherit the throne before telling the world. Yun snuggled into Chenfeng's arms and said soft, I don't really want to marry Chenfeng at the same time as someone else this time. After all, their original relationship was too complicated. That's all right, Yunner, I'll do whatever you want, Chenfeng responded with a smile. It's been a long time, why hasn't the Chenfeng boy come out yet? Yeah, it's almost dark. Outside the courtyard, Hai Badong, Maiter Huayuan and the others were all a little impatient. How about going in and taking a look? Miteltenshan suggested. Just when Tengshan finished speaking, Chenfeng and Yun walked out side by side. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the two of them coming out safely. Nalan Yanran quickly walked up to the two of them and said happily, Brother, teacher, you are finally out. Speaking of which, master and apprentice Nalan Yanran and Yun had not seen each other for more than half a year. If Yun hadn't talked to Chenfeng alone as soon as she came over this time, Nalan Yanran would have been stuck by Yun's side. Yanran, you have become much calmer during this time. Seeing Nalan Yanran coming over, Yun Kiao, who had already untied her knot, had a bright smile on her face and reached out to touch Nalan Yanran's cheek. While Nalan Yanran was chatting with Yun, Chenfeng smiled and waved to the others. Grandpa, Supreme Elder, Patriarch, there is nothing going on here, everyone should leave. Well, boy Chenfeng, let's go first. Hai Badong was the first to respond. Yun's attitude at this moment was much better than before, and he had nothing to worry about. Middle Tengshan and Middle Huiyuan did not stay long. In the past few days they would have many things to arrange. Moreover, if Chenfeng really succeeded to the throne of Jiama after marrying the eldest princess, there would be even more things to do. Chapter 171 Princess Yoi commits suicide. The imperial capital Yehua Mansion. Today's night in Hua Mansion is decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations, and red lanterns representing happiness can be seen everywhere. At this moment, at the entrance of one of the most luxurious and magnificent halls in Yehua Mansion, the wedding team from the Mitre family finally arrived. Seeing the wedding team approaching, at the entrance of the main hall, a middle-aged woman in her 40s, dressed in gorgeous clothes, quickly approached the wedding team, and said apologetically to Chenfeng, who was sitting on a horse in a red wedding dress, "Prince Consort, Her Royal Highness the Princess is still dressing up. Prince Consort, please wait a little longer. It doesn't matter. You go in and tell Yao Yi that if you don't come out within 3 minutes, you can rush to the wedding venue by yourself later." Hearing the words of this gorgeously dressed woman, Chenfeng shook his head slightly and said something casually. "This, young man, go and urge me again." Hearing Chenfeng's unkind words, the woman's face changed slightly. After bowing respectfully to Chenfeng, she immediately turned around and walked towards the main hall. "Your Highness, Princess, please move faster. The Prince Consort said that if you don't go out after 3 minutes, he will ask you to go to the middle family later." Soon, the middle-aged woman came outside a boudoir in the main hall and shouted helplessly at the top of her voice. "This Chenfeng is too abominable. Sister, please don't marry him." As soon as the middle-aged woman finished speaking, a slightly childish and angry voice sounded from the boudoir. However, another tall figure in the room did not answer. The eldest princess has a distinguished status, but this woman knows very well that the person outside will soon inherit the throne of the Jiama Empire, and become the most powerful person in the Jiama Empire. She is caught in the middle, and no one dares to offend her. Difficult. Seeing that the eldest princess did not respond, the woman in gorgeous clothes urged her again, and then ran outside the palace to say good things, trying to appease Chenfeng, but Chenfeng was not moved at all. "It's time, let's go back." When the 3-minute deadline arrived, Chenfeng did not hesitate and greeted the wedding team to prepare to go back. "Consort, wait a moment, Her Royal Highness the eldest princess is here." Just when Chenfeng ordered to turn around, a beautiful figure finally appeared at the door of the hall. Next to this beautiful figure stood a very delicate girl of 13 or 14 years old. The delicate appearance of the little princess, influenced by the royal family, has a hint of innate nobility. Her slender waist is tied with a purple belt, which even shows off her small waist. It is so vivid that at a young age, it has already begun to take shape. However, at this time the little princess did not seem to smile as much as before. Her little face was slightly bulging, and she looked very unhappy. Next to her, Princess Yoi, who was a full head taller than the little princess, was not dressed in a wedding dress like an ordinary woman getting married today. Instead, she wore a crown of hair and a set of silver armor to match her tall figure. The figure, the cold face, and the feeling of being heroic. Back then, Yao Ye had held some of the powers of supervising the country at a young age. He was wearing a general's armor and commanding the imperial capital's 50,000 imperial troops with ease. Today's attire did not seem to be against the rules at all in the eyes of everyone. "Stop." Chenfeng's eyes stayed on that cold and charming face with a sense of mature charm. He smiled, and then waved his hand to signal the team to stop. "Eldest princess, please get on the sedan chair." At this time, the middle-aged woman didn't pay much attention to Yao Yi's dress, but hurriedly bowed and guided Yao Yi to the sedan chair. Hearing this, Yao Yi raised her eyes, glanced at Chenfeng expressionlessly, shook her head, and said softly, "No. Prepare the horse for me." Hearing Yao Yi's words, the middle-aged woman hesitated. Seeing the woman's reaction, the little princess next to Yao Yi suddenly said angrily, "My sister is going to ride a horse, didn't you hear? Go get ready quickly." Hearing the scolding from the little princess, the beautiful middle-aged woman looked embarrassed and instinctively turned her head to look towards Chenfeng. "Give them horses." Seeing this scene, Chenfeng spoke very calmly with a faint smile on his lips.
"Yes, young master."
As Chenfeng finished speaking, 2 guards from the wedding team came to Yao Ye leading 2 horses. The next moment, Yao Ye and Yao Yu quickly mounted their horses, and the wedding team also set off at this moment. On the way to the middle family, the wedding team advanced slowly, attracting countless pedestrians on the street to stop and watch. The little princess, sitting on the horse, looked at the morning breeze in front of her with a pair of big black eyes from time to time. Her mouth kept opening and closing, and she didn't know what she was mumbling. Yoi, who was walking side by side with the little princess, had a rather complicated expression in her eyes. After today, she is no longer the noble eldest princess of the empire, but just one of Chenfeng's wives. Perhaps this is her last time wearing armor. It was a chance to appear in front of the people of the imperial capital. However, compared to marrying Chenfeng, Yao Yi was most worried about the unknown origin, child in her belly. If I marry him today, I will definitely be exposed. After the wedding, I will commit suicide in front of him to keep my reputation. Glancing at Chenfeng in front of her with cold eyes, Yao Yi secretly made a decision in her heart. This was the best solution she could think of. Soon, the wedding team successfully returned to the middle family. Witnessed by many guests, Chenfeng, Yefei, and Yoi quickly completed the wedding ceremony. When night fell, Chenfeng, who had drunk a lot of wine, took the lead in entering the room where Yao Ye was with a slightly drunk expression. Sensing the morning breeze coming in, Yao Yi's cool and charming face immediately became nervous. From now on when my sister is gone, you have to take care of yourself. With a murmur in her heart, Yao Yi glanced at Chenfeng, who was walking towards her. A flash of determination flashed in her eyes. The next moment, she took out a sharp dagger directly from the ring and pointed it at herself without hesitation. Throat stabbed. What's going on? You actually want to commit suicide? Call out. Just when the dagger appeared in Yao Yi's hand, the dazzling cold light wiped away the drunkenness on Chenfeng's face. He dodged and rushed to Yao Ye at a very fast speed. He raised his hand and grasped the tip of the sharp dagger. Under the strength of the morning wind, the sharp dagger in Yao Ye's hand could no longer move any further. Why did you stop me and let me die? When her suicide was blocked, a line of clear tears flashed across Princess Yao's eyes, and she cried, snapped. Just when Yao Ye finished her words, Chenfeng's other palm directly touched her face, and the clear voice resounded throughout the room. Chapter 172. It turns out you are Tao Cao. The burning pain on his face immediately calmed down to Yao, and then he suddenly looked at Chenfeng, anger flashing in his beautiful eyes. Chenfeng, you are so brave you dare to hit me, Yao shouted, with a sense of grievance hidden in her voice. In so long Chenfeng was the first person who dared to slap her. Haha, it seems you haven't seen the situation clearly yet. Do you think you are still the aloof eldest princess you were before? Hearing Yao Yi's angry rebuke, Chenfeng sneered and said sarcastically, You? Hearing Chenfeng's sarcasm, Yao Yi's pretty face turned cold and said, If Grandpa Hong knew that you were doing this to me, he would never let you inherit the throne, and he would even kill you. Hearing this, Chenfeng showed disdain on his face and said softly, Jia Xingxian, do you think he dares to do anything to me now? I was kind to him by keeping him alive that day. He should be kind to me. It's only right to be grateful. So that's it, Grandpa Huang doesn't love me anymore, but he was forced to do so by you. As Chenfeng finished speaking, Yao Yi's eyes suddenly showed a look of surprise, with a wry smile on her lips. Before, Yao Ye couldn't figure out why her imperial grandfather wanted to kill Chenfeng the day before, and then suddenly made such a decision. At that time, she still had some resentment against Jia Xingxian. Now she knows the reason. She finally felt relieved and even felt a little sorry for her grandpa, because she felt that Jia Xingxian must have felt more uncomfortable than herself after making such a decision. After a while the dazed look on Yoi's face faded. She looked directly at Chenfeng and asked, Chenfeng, since you already have such powerful strength, why don't you just seize the Jiama Empire? Force me to marry you. Why? If it weren't for the fact that you have my child in your belly, I wouldn't marry you. At this moment Chenfeng no longer had any scruples and directly told Yao Ye the truth. What? Your child? So you are the Cao thief? Hearing Chenfeng's words, Yao Yi's face suddenly showed a look of disbelief, and her reaction was much more violent than before. The biggest secret in her heart was that the night she had with Cao thief, a few months ago, made her pregnant. Originally, she had always wanted to kill Cao thief, but she didn't expect that in the end. She married the woman in her heart. The person you most want to kill. Thief Tao, I will kill you. Under the stimulation of so many things, Yao Yi lost her calmness in an instant. Looking at Chenfeng in front of her, she used her right hand hard to snatch the dagger from Chenfeng's hand, but the dagger was caught by Chenfeng's hand. No matter how hard she tried, nothing moved. Seeing that she couldn't get the dagger back, Yao Yi raised her left hand and summoned her fighting spirit to strike at Chenfeng. Enough! Snapped. Seeing Yao Yi's actions, Chenfeng raised his hand and slapped her again, knocked her down on the bed, and took the dagger away along with her ring. Yao, if you are peaceful, everything will be fine. But if you continue to make such a fuss, Xingxian, that little girl, and even everyone in your royal family will be punished because of you. Not paying attention to Yao Ye's fire-breathing eyes, Chenfeng turned his back and said coldly, What do you want from me? Threatened by Chenfeng's words, Yao Ye instantly became quiet, and 2 lines of tears filled her eyes again. Stay well and give birth to the child. If anything happens to the child, don't blame me for being cruel, Chenfeng said bluntly. After saying this, Chenfeng turned around and quickly shot a series of seals in his hand, and then a golden light emitted from his palm and shot into Yao Ye's body. In an instant, Yao Ye's cultivation was completely blocked, and he couldn't use any fighting energy. My cultivation. Faced with Chenfeng's strange sealing method, Yao Ye lay quietly on the bed, despairing in her heart, and she was silent and speechless. At this moment, having lost all her cultivation, she could not even restrain an ordinary maid of the Mitre family. Even if she had other ideas, she could not implement them at all. Stay well here. After tomorrow, this Jiama Empire should change its surname to Mitre. Chenfeng didn't care at all about Yao Ye's reaction. After he said the last sentence, he left the room and walked towards the room where the other bride today, Ya Fei, was. The next day, in the early morning, the streets of the imperial capital became very lively. Today is a relatively important day for the citizens of the entire Jiama Empire. The imperial power of the empire will change today, and the prince-in-law will inherit the throne. This is the first time in the history of the Gama Empire. Under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, Chenfeng rode a horse and led a group of powerful Mitre family members into the palace. Soon a group of dignitaries from the empire gathered in the grandest hall in the palace. Outside this hall, there were tens of thousands of well-trained royal guards in armor guarding them. This time, Chenfeng's process of inheriting the throne of Garma was very smooth. Among the 3 most powerful families in the empire, the Mitre family is the main family of Chenfeng and supports him unreservedly. The Nalan family is related to the Mitre family, so Nalanji is naturally happy to see Chenfeng. After taking power finally, the Mu family of the 3 major families also understood the situation, and under the leadership of Mu Chen, they all supported Chenfeng. The forces of the 3 major families basically account for half of the power of this group of imperial dignitaries. The remaining half are directly under the former royal family. These people have the power to impose additional punishments, and they dare not make mistakes. As for the last part of the people, are completely outsiders. Whoever is in power has basically nothing to do with them. See His Majesty the Emperor. See His Majesty the Emperor. On the dragon throne at the highest point of the hall, Chenfeng successfully ascended to the throne of the Jiama Empire, and looked down at the entire Jiama Empire amidst the sounds of respectful obeisance. Everyone get up. Chenfeng raised his hand slightly and said loudly. This feeling of overlooking the world was something Chenfeng had never experienced before, and it gave him a strange feeling of relief. Now that he was finally on the bright side, he no longer needed to hide anything. In the following time, Chenfeng promulgated some tax reductions and exemptions after the new emperor ascended the throne, and also carried out a small number of personnel canonizations, and directly assigned some more important positions to members of the Mitre family. The news of the new emperor's accession to the throne was also made into documents and quickly sent to various cities in the empire. I believe that it will not be long before all the citizens of the Gama Empire will know that the Gama Empire now has a new emperor. Chapter 173 Queen Medusa is pregnant. After he ascended the throne and became the emperor of the Garma Empire, the huge Garma Palace naturally became the exclusive territory of Chenfeng. Almost all the old royal family members were expelled from the palace. In the harem there were only a few concubines canonized by Chenfeng and thousands of maids, and there were countless royal guards guarding the outside. With these royal guards guarding them, it is impossible for ordinary Dowang warriors to enter and leave the palace at will. However, these guards are the team left by the original royal family. There are not many confidants of Chenfeng, even if they have many. The children of the Tur family went in to hold some positions, but to no avail in a short period of time. Moreover, Chenfeng was not satisfied with the strength of these forbidden troops. Now that he had become the emperor, it was naturally impossible for him to do everything himself. There were not many useful people under his command, which would make him feel very passive. It seems it's time to create my team. Considering these problems, Chenfeng thought of the 300 Duwang quick pills he had obtained before. The Duwang Rapid Development Pill can allow a person with only a Duja cultivation level to quickly break through and become a strong Du King, and there is no limit on lifespan. Of course, even if the Duwang Instant Pill had such a powerful effect, Chenfeng couldn't just find 300 people and give it to them. What Chenfeng wants to find is the kind of person who realizes that there is no hope of breaking through the Dowang in this life, and has a clean life experience. He is the only one left in the family, has no worries, and is not involved with other big forces. As long as he meets these conditions, he will achieve the goal. The preliminary conditions for Chenfeng's team selection were determined. Chenfeng naturally couldn't waste time on finding someone to do it by himself. He found Jiaxingxin and gave these matters to Jiaxingxin to handle with full authority. After Jiaxingxin found the person, Chenfeng did the final work. After the assessment, Duwang Quick Success Pill was issued. If there are 300 powerful Duwang warriors guarding the palace, even if several powerful Du King warriors come at the same time, these 300 people can easily handle it. After first ascending to the throne, Chenfeng did not spend much time on managing the affairs of the empire. Now, the situation of the Garma Empire has changed a lot compared to before. The Mitre family has been promoted to the royal family, and the members of the family will be promoted to the royal family in a short period of time. Although their strength has not changed, the power and resources they control are several times greater than before. As time goes by, they will inevitably crush the Nalan family and the Mu family. Moreover, Chenfeng also took out a batch of resources that it had previously requested from the Snake tribe and used them to strengthen the Mitre family. Because Chenfeng became the emperor of the Jiama Empire and made such a large resource contribution to the clan, the family leader Mittel Tengshan chose to voluntarily give up his position as the family leader, summoned the elders of the clan, and announced that Chenfeng become the new head of the Mittel family. This time Chenfeng can be said to have completely reached the pinnacle of power in the Garma Empire, but Chenfeng does not have much pride in his heart. He knew very well that in the entire Du-Q continent, the Jiama Empire could only be regarded as a remote place. In the Zhongzhou region, where there was more energy, perhaps a big family in any big city could crush the previous one, the Jiama Empire. After all, in the previous Jiama Empire, there was not a single strong Dozong warrior on the surface, a strong man from Dozong. In the splendid hall, Chenfeng, who was thinking, suddenly thought of someone. I wonder if Yunshan has any contact with anyone from the Soul Palace now. Chenfeng had a question in his mind. The Soul Palace and the Xiao family can be said to be a time bomb buried between the Yunlan sect and the Jiama Empire. In the original book, the Soul Palace took the opportunity to kidnap Xiao Zhan with the help of the Yunlan sect, and wanted to seize the Xiao family's imperial jade. Fortunately, the Emperor Jade was taken out by Xiao Yan. Even if the people in the Soul Palace captured Xiao Zhan, they did not get the Emperor Jade. But this time Xiao Yan did not become a disciple of Yao Lao, and there was a high probability that he would stay in the family for a long time. Naturally, Xiao Zhan would not give that thing to Xiao Yan. What Chenfeng is worried about is that after the people from the Soul Palace kidnapped Xiao Zhan under the guise of the Yunlan sect, the ancient clan and some other ancient races will turn their attention to the Yunlan sect. By then, if there are such ancient races with the top powerhouses gathering in the Garma Empire, Chenfeng will be greatly restricted, and may even be investigated by those top powerhouses because of this weird development speed. In addition to these reasons, there is another thing that Chenfeng is very worried about, that is, in the original work, the Guardian of the Soul Palace basically regards the people of the Yunlan sect as nourishment, and almost half of them, including Yunshan, many Yunlan sect strong men had their souls sucked by him in the end. Chenfeng would never allow this kind of thing to happen. Therefore, Chenfeng must deal with this bird protector. Considering these problems, Chenfeng planned to quietly explore the Yunshan retreat place when he went to Yunlan sect in a few days. In the blink of an eye, 8 days have passed since Chenfeng succeeded to the throne. During this period, Chenfeng practiced hard and made great progress in his cultivation. From the original 1-star Dowang peak, he broke through to the 3-star Dowang. This terrifying cultivation speed, no matter where it is enough to make people very surprised. I made an agreement with Yuner before. Today I will go to Yunlan sect to issue an order to adopt Yuner as the imperial concubine. After finishing the retreat, Chenfeng stood up, looked in the direction of Yunlan sect, and murmured in his heart, "Ding, it's been detected that Queen Medusa is pregnant, and the host will be rewarded with a big gift package. Ding. Would you like the host to open the gift package?" However, just when Chenfeng was about to step out of the retreat, a notification sound from the system suddenly sounded in his mind. Queen Medusa is pregnant, great. Hearing the system's beep, Chenfeng paused in his steps, a look of joy on his face. I wonder what kind of treasures will be rewarded this time. After reacting, Chenfeng quickly said to the system, "System, open the gift bag." Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 4-star Dezong experience card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1,000 spirit fighting pills. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting a primary experience pill. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting a space blocking talisman. All the above items have been distributed to the system space. Please pay attention to the host to check them. Hearing the system's beep, Chenfeng was very excited, and he quickly immersed his mind into the system space to check it out. The items rewarded this time, such as the Du Zong experience card, were already very familiar to Chenfeng, so he simply skipped them. His eyes were directly on the 1,000 Du Ling Dan. The effect of the Du Ling Dan rewarded by the system is similar to that of the Du Ling Dan in Du Q continent. Both of them can make the Du Wang level expert who takes it improve by 1-star level. However, in terms of resistance, it is not so harsh. A Du Wang can take this Du Ling pill 3 times in his life, as long as there is some time interval. Du Luo. The twins' blackened martial souls shocked Bibidong. The martial soul turns black and becomes stronger automatically. Chapter 174 Yun Ling. Your Majesty the Emperor, do you want to marry your teacher? This reward is very good. With these 1,000 Du Ling Dan, it will play a great role in cultivating power. After reading the description of the spirit fighting pill rewarded by the system, Chenfeng felt very satisfied. Although similar elixirs and medicine dust can also be refined, 1,000 6th-grade elixirs, not to mention the time and energy consumed to refine them, are huge. Even the medicinal materials required for refining are astronomical. Number. I am afraid that with the combined power of the entire Jiangji Empire, there is absolutely no way to collect the medicinal materials needed to refine 1,000 Du Ling pills. Moreover, a Du King can only take one of those ordinary Du Ling pills in his lifetime, and the system rewards the effect of taking this 3 times is completely unparalleled. Next, Chenfeng looked at the third reward of the system, the primary experience pill. Chenfeng had obtained this thing once before in the Warcraft Mountains, and it could enhance the user's cultivation level for 1 year. Primary experience pills are not like the ordinary strength-enhancing pills in Du Q continent. Those pills will not only have great pill resistance after being taken, but may also cause the Du Chu in the body to become weak and affect the foundation. The experience pill has no side effects at all, as if the user has practiced it seriously for a year. System. Use the primary experience pill. At this moment, Chenfeng almost didn't hesitate at all and directly chose to use this elementary experience pill to increase his strength. As soon as Chenfeng finished speaking, a huge amount of energy surged out of his body, and immediately, his cultivation level began to surge. From the 3-star Du King who had just broken through, he was directly promoted to the 4-star Du King, and then quickly broke through to the 5-star Du King, 6-star Fighting King, 7-star Fighting King, 8-star Fighting King. As his cultivation level continued to skyrocket, a familiar dragon's roar sounded in Chenfeng's mind. Just like the last breakthrough, every time he advanced to a small level, a golden dragon would emerge from his body and rise into the air, and then quickly disappear. After 5 consecutive golden dragons flashed out of his body, Morrowind's cultivation finally reached the peak of the 8-star Fighting King. The peak of the 8-star Fighting King. If the top experts in the continent knew about this speed of improvement, they would all want to arrest me for anatomy research. Feeling the changes in his cultivation, Chenfeng felt ecstatic in his heart. Using experience pills to improve your cultivation will not cause any strange phenomena in the world. Those flying golden dragons can only be seen by Chenfeng himself. Therefore, no one else in the palace knows what happened in the secret room just now. A strange scene. Chenfeng calmly sank his mind into the system space and looked at the last reward this time. Space blocking talisman. After use, it can block any space within 100 miles of itself. The specific blockage range can be adjusted arbitrarily. The space blocked by the space blocking talisman can exist in up to 3 places at the same time. The user can unblock it at any time. This prop is a reusable prop with a cooling time of 1 day. This effect is much better than what I just guessed. After reading the detailed introduction of the space blocking talisman, Chenfeng felt very satisfied. Treasures like space-blocking talismans are perfect for trapping people or avoiding some crisis. In Chenfeng's impression, once they arrive in Zhongzhou, people from powerful forces such as the Soul Palace, Dan Pagoda Sky Demon Phoenix Clan, Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan etc., will crush the Space Jade Cylinder at every turn, shaking people over from 100,000 miles away, 1,000,000 miles away. Now that he has this space-blocking talisman, Morrowind doesn't have to worry about the problem of the older ones coming to help when he fights the younger ones. It's time to go to Yun'er's place. After exploring the rewards obtained this time, Chenfeng walked directly out of the secret room, and then quickly summoned Jiaxing Tian and dozens of strong men from the Imperial Palace Forbidden Army to rush towards Yunlin Mountain. When not long after Chenfeng and his party arrived at the gate of Yunlin sect, when all the Yunlin sect disciples saw him, they stood very respectfully and saluted. Under the gaze of many respectful eyes, Chenfeng led people directly into the Yunlin sect's main hall. See His Majesty the Emperor, Sijia Lao. Shortly after Chenfeng led people into the sect's main hall, the great elder Yunleng and some other elders who received the news quickly rushed to the hall and bowed to Chenfeng and Jiaxingshan. Originally, large sects like the Yunlin sect were basically aloof in the Jama Empire, and were generally not subject to imperial power restrictions. However, Chenfeng's current identity is not only that of the Jiama Emperor, but also the young sect leader of the Yunlin sect. Therefore, even these Yunlin sect elders respect him very much. Chenfeng waved his hand casually and said, "Elders, there is no need to be polite, please get up." Hearing this, the great elder Yunleng straightened up, approached Chenfeng, and asked in a humble tone, "Does His Majesty the Emperor have anything to give you when he returns to the clan this time?" After hearing what Yunling said, Chenfeng said bluntly, "Elder Yunling, I am returning to the sect this time to propose marriage." Propose marriage. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Yunleng couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, but soon, a strange smile appeared on his old face. The fact that Chenfeng married Nalan Yanran, his childhood sweetheart, and within a few months he also married two beautiful wives, the eldest Princess Xiao Yi and the Mitre family's Yao Fei, had been spread throughout the Yunlin sect. Now, Chenfeng's image of being a suave person has become somewhat ingrained. At this moment, Yunleng heard Chenfeng talking about proposing marriage, and subconsciously thought that Chenfeng had taken a liking to another young and beautiful female disciple in the sect and planned to include her in the harem. Your Majesty the Emperor, no matter who you fancy in this Yunlin sect, I Yunling, will make the decision and send her to your Majesty's palace immediately. Yunling smacked his chest and vowed that in his opinion, none of the female disciples in the Yunlan sect would reject Chenfeng. Really, hearing Yunling's answer, a smile appeared on Chenfeng's face. Of course, I think other elders also mean the same thing. Yunleng looked at the other elders and said with a smile,
Yes.
That's what I mean too. As long as His Majesty the Emperor likes her. There is no need to bother with proposing a marriage, just take her away. As Yunling finished speaking, the other elders in the hall nodded in agreement. Seeing the attitude of these elders, Chenfeng said very seriously, "In that case, let me tell you straight, the person I want to marry this time is the sect leader." "What? Your Majesty wants to marry the patriarch? The sect master is His Majesty's teacher." Upon hearing Chenfeng's words, the expressions on the faces of several Yunlin sect elders in the hall instantly froze and their bodies seemed to be turned to stone. Chapter 175 Yun. Who said I wouldn't agree to marry Fenger? Your Majesty, do you know what you are talking about? Master Yun is your teacher. How can you say such chaotic, inappropriate words? After everyone was silent for a moment, an old man with dark skin and white robes to the right of the great elder Yunleng finally couldn't help but speak. Yes, His Majesty the Emperor. You can't make a joke like that just now. As soon as the dark old man finished speaking, another elder quickly echoed. With these two people taking the lead, the other elders in the hall nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Chenfeng frowned slightly and said in a cold voice, "Haha, elders Yun Lai and Yun Sheng. Do you think I'm talking nonsense?" Feeling the coldness in Chenfeng's words, Yun Lai and Yun Sheng were both silent when they were named. They did not dare to answer casually for a while. Today Chenfeng has overwhelming power in the Jiama realm. Under normal circumstances, who wants to go? Offend him to death? Your Majesty the Emperor. Yun Lai, Yun Sheng and the others have no intention of offending you. However, please take back your remarks about marrying the sect leader just now. At this time, the great elder Yunleng finally stood up to smooth things over. Although his words were respectful, his attitude on this matter was still the same as that of Yun Lai and Yun Sheng. Great elder, you just said that no matter who I choose, you can guarantee that I can bring him back to the palace. Now you have changed your mind so quickly. Are you kidding me? Regarding the great elder Yunling, Chenfeng did not give any face to him and pressed hard with his words. Next to Chenfeng, Jia Xingshan exploded with the aura of a 9-star Duhong warrior, covering the entire hall, oppressing the group of Yunlin sect elders. Your Majesty, it was me Yunleng who made a mistake earlier. I didn't mean to tease Your Majesty. However, the sect master and Your Majesty are masters and disciples, and there is absolutely no way that the sect master will agree to what Your Majesty said. Seeing the reactions of Chenfeng and Jia Xingshan, Yunling suddenly felt nervous and explained to Chenfeng respectfully, who said I wouldn't agree. Just when Yunling finished speaking, a cold shout rang out in the hall, and then, a white figure flashed in from outside the hall and landed in the center of the hall. I've met the sect master. I've met the sect leader. Seeing the person coming, Yunling and other Yunlin sect elders immediately bowed to him. Today Yun is dressed in a white dress, with the corners of her skirt gently raised, and her long hair on her head arranged in the shape of a phoenix, which sets off her beautiful face. In her nobility, there is a bit of majesty that is difficult to conceal. After entering the main hall, Yun nodded slightly to Yunling and others who saluted her, and then looked at Chenfeng. On Chenfeng's side, his eyes moved and quickly stopped on Yun's graceful and noble beautiful face. As their eyes intertwined, the coldness on Chenfeng's face instantly subsided and turned into a feeling of tenderness. Yuner, I'm here to marry you today, Chenfeng said softly. Hearing this, a happy smile appeared on Yun's pretty face, and she nodded shyly. Hearing Chenfeng's name to Yun and the little woman-like posture Yun showed just now, all the Yunlan sect elders in the hall were a little stunned. In this situation, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Yun and Chenfeng, the pair of masters and disciples, may have already had that kind of transcendent relationship. Sect master, do you really want to agree to marry His Majesty? Yunling asked in a heavy voice. Good. Hearing Yunling's question, Yun replied without hesitation, how can this be done? The sect leader and His Majesty are masters and disciples. Moreover, the sect leader is married to His Majesty. How should the Yunlin sect deal with it? The relationship here is complicated. What kind of relationship will there be between the royal family and the Yunlin sect in the future? After learning about Yun's attitude, many Yunlin sect elders looked worried, and noisy discussions resounded in the hall. Enough. Listening to the mixed voices of many elders in the main hall, Chenfeng frowned again, raised his hand slightly, and shouted, Elders, there is no need to argue anymore. I will definitely marry Yuner. If any of you dare to marry her again, if you obstruct it, you are clearly going against me. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Yunling and other Yunlin sect elders fell silent again, and the place instantly became silent. Fenger has really changed a lot, it's different from before. Yun's beautiful eyes looked closely at Chenfeng's face, with strange colors flowing in her eyes. In Yun's memory, the memories are actually more about Chenfeng's obedient and serious appearance when he practiced fighting skills with her since he was a child, and there are also warm scenes of her as a master taking care of some of Chenfeng's trivial matters in life. The strength and domineering displayed by Chenfeng at this moment may allow Yun to quickly change from the master-disciple relationship with Chenfeng before, and truly get along with Chenfeng as a lover. Just as he said this, Yunling suddenly bent towards Yun and said with great respect, Sect Master, of course we dare not stop you from marrying His Majesty the Emperor. However, the old sect master has cultivated you for many years. After all, it's best to let the old sect leader know and agree. Teacher. Hearing Yunling's words, Yun's expression changed slightly. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. Yun still had great respect for her teacher who was in retreat. I remember that Yunshan carefully trained Yun, taught her the best fighting skills and exercises, and finally passed on the position of sect leader to her. This teacher's kindness will always be remembered by Yun. Fenger, Yunling is right. We should seek your master's opinion before getting married. The next moment, Yun turned around and looked at Chenfeng with some embarrassment. According to seeing Yun's gaze towards him, Chenfeng smiled and nodded. Although this incident was a bit unexpected, it was still reasonable. Moreover, Chenfeng had already planned to go to Yunshan to explore the retreat place during his trip to Yunlin sect, so this was not a troublesome matter. He was still very confident that Yunshan would agree to it. Listen to the words of the great elder and the sect master. Is the old sect master still in the world? If that's the case, that would be great. At this moment, except for a few senior elders such as Yunling, Yunlei and Yunsheng, everyone in the main hall was very surprised, followed by a kind of excitement and ecstasy. In the eyes of many elders of the Yunlin sect, Yunshan's prestige is completely higher than that of the current sect leader Yun. Originally, most people in the Yunlin sect thought that the old sect leader Yunshan had not appeared for many years, and might have already been there. They spent a long time in seclusion, but now, knowing that Yunshan is still alive, they all feel very happy. After all, Yunshan is still alive, which means that Yunlin sect not only has Yun a strong fighter. Chapter 176. Yorn, do you miss me? Ask about the old sect leader, and I will prepare it myself. You guys please retreat first. No one is allowed to come in again without an order. After agreeing to Yun Yun's request to ask Yun Shan's opinion, Chenfeng directly pulled Yun Ling and other Yun Lan sect elders out of the hall. Soon, only Yun Yun, Chenfeng, and Jia Xingchen were left in the sect's main hall. Strangeness. At this time, Yun Yun focused on Jia Xingchen, who was standing next to Chenfeng. She suddenly realized that the position where Jia Xingchen was standing, combined with the posture he had shown before, seemed to be acting as Chenfeng's bodyguard. Generally, Fenger told me before that the power behind him is something that the Jia family cannot afford to offend at all. Now it seems that it is far from that simple. Yun Yun was secretly surprised. Sensing Yun Yun's somewhat surprised look, Chenfeng smiled, then turned directly to Jia Xingchen and said, Jia Xingchen, you should take the guards back to the palace. The things you have told us before must be done as soon as possible. Poem. Hearing this, Jia Xingchen nodded, and then left quickly. According to Chenfeng's instructions, Jia Xingchen will not directly call the master of Chenfeng when there are outsiders. After all, for an originally aloof 9-star fighting emperor to call a young man under the age of 16 his master, this was a bit too shocking in a world like the Jiama Empire. Fenger, even if Jia Xingchen is very jealous of the strong man behind you, you don't have to keep him with you all the time. It's too dangerous. After Jia Xingchen left, Yun Yun reminded Chenfeng with a worried look on her face. Seeing Yun Yun's worried look on her face, Chenfeng shook her head and said, It's okay, Yunner, just rest assured. Okay Fenger, it's good that you have this confidence. Seeing the confident look on Chenfeng's face, Yun Yun didn't say anything more. Yunner, have you missed me these past few days? The next moment, Chenfeng's palm directly explored Yun Yun's waist that was barely enough to hold. Ah! When Chenfeng's palm hit her delicate body, a strong numbness came over her, and Yun Yun cried out unconsciously. Fenger, this is the sect's main hall. Yun Yun glanced in the direction of the entrance of the hall and said shyly. Then let's go inside. Looking at Yun Yun's beautiful and blushing face, Chenfeng directly picked her up in a princess hug and walked towards a side room inside the main hall. The soft touch on the delicate body of the beautiful woman in his arms, as well as the waves of fragrance, made Chenfeng's blood boil. Moreover, this was within the main hall of the Yunlin sect, a solemn place where Chenfeng had stayed for many years, which made Chenfeng feel even more excited. This feeling is like that after graduation. I returned to the previous classroom again. Communicating and discussing academic issues with the female teacher I had a crush on at that time. Soon, Chenfeng carried Yun Yun into the side room, and then gently placed her on the incense couch. Yun Yun also let go at this time. She stretched out her jade hands and hugged Chenfeng's neck, offering her a passionate kiss with red lips. Until nightfall, Chenfeng and Yun Yun never left the sect's main hall. At this time in the side room, the naked Yun Yun was still lazily leaning against Chenfeng, with a trace of blush on her face. Suddenly, Chenfeng's soul power sensed a relatively obscure aura coming from the sky dozens of miles away from the back of Yunlin Mountain. Just based on this aura, Chenfeng could conclude that its owner was stronger than Dozong. As this breath the eagle protector. Upon noticing this aura, Chenfeng suddenly became alert. Fenger, what's wrong? Noticing the strange expression on Chenfeng's face, Yun Yun asked softly. Yunner, I have some things to deal with. You stay here and wait for me. I'll be back soon. Chenfeng told Yun Yun, then quickly put on his clothes, walked out of the sect hall, and rushed towards the back mountain. The area at the top of Yunlin Mountain is quite vast. Even the huge group of buildings of Yunlin sect only occupy less than 1/10 of the area on the top of the mountain. Behind the Yunlin sect building complex, there is a dense forest and layers of rocky cliffs. The terrain is quite dangerous and undeveloped, and poisonous insects and wild beasts gather there. Ordinary people will never come here. After Chenfeng came to the depths of the back mountain, he found that the aura he had sensed before was also heading this way. However, Chenfeng is not worried at all that the other party will discover him. He has the hidden spirit stone to hide all his cultivation aura. Unless the mysterious person sees Chenfeng with his own eyes, he will not be able to sense Chenfeng at all. Not long after, in Chenfeng's sight, a black mist flashed from the sky and rushed straight to the bottom of a steep cliff. Looks like he's from the Soul Palace. Seeing the black mist descending, Chenfeng immediately followed it. There is a natural cave under the steep cliff. At this moment, two figures were facing each other in the cave. One of the figures, his whole body shrouded in deep black smoke, looked very mysterious. The other person is a white-haired old man wearing a plain white robe. Although the old man's face is wrinkled and his body is thin, he has a breath of dust emanating from him, which is consistent with the black smoke in front of him. The existence contrast forms a great contrast. The figure in the black smoke stared at Yunshan with a pair of bright red eyes, suddenly let out a strange laugh, and then said, "You must be Yunshan, the former leader of Yunlin's sect." "Yes, I am Yunshan," the white-haired old man said coldly. "Who are you, sir, and why did you break into my retreat?" For some reason, the aura released by the figure in the black smoke made Yunshan instinctively feel disgusted. Moreover, Yunshan could feel that the person in front of him was far stronger than him. It was very possible that he is a strong Duzong warrior. You can call me the Eagle Protector." The figure in the black smoke laughed strangely again, and then asked in a deep voice, "Yunshan, looking at your declining energy and blood, I'm afraid the end is not far away. Do you want to successfully take that step and gain a new life?" "What does it mean to take that step?" After hearing what the mysterious man who claimed to be the Eagle Protector said, Yunshan raised his eyebrows and asked again, What I mean is that I can help you break through the Daozong. In this way, your declining energy and blood can be reborn, adding decades to hundreds of years of life." Guardian Eagle explained, "Break through Daozong." Hearing this, although Yunshan's expression didn't change much, his heart was a little fluttering. He had been in seclusion here for many years, but seeing that the end was approaching, there was still no sign of breaking through, and he couldn't help but feel unwilling. Breaking through Daozong has become an obsession in his heart. Chapter 17:7 Eagle Protector, are you the only one who knows how to lock souls in the Soul Palace? Look at this situation. This is the first time that Guardian Eagle and Yunshan have come into contact. Outside the cave, Chenfeng, who came here following the Eagle Protector, leaned against the side wall of the cave. Listening to the conversation between the two people in the cave, he thought to himself. At this time, he chose not to alert the snake, but to wait and see what would happen. "What are your conditions?" In the cave, Yunshan thought for a while and then shouted coldly. Although Yunshan was a little moved by what Guardian Ji said, he did not immediately ask Guardian Ji how he could help him break through the Daozong. After all, there is no free lunch in this world. The other party came to him for no reason and wanted to help him. There will definitely be conditions. Yunshan, I need you to do something for me." Guardian Eagle laughed and said bluntly, "Doing something for you? What?" Yunshan frowned and said, he didn't like the aura of the Eagle Protector. There was darkness and murderousness in that aura. If it weren't for the Eagle Protector's strength, Yunshan wouldn't pay attention to him at all. "Yunshan, you don't need to know these things yet. When the time comes, you just need to listen to my arrangements and do things." Hearing Yunshan's question, Guardian Eagle shook his head and said very casually, "Your Excellency, you didn't even tell me what you wanted me to do. Do you think I, Yunshan, will agree to cooperate with you? Also, from the beginning to the end, Your Excellency just said that your name is Ju Dharma. Where are you from, Empire, or which sect?" Seeing the way Guardian Eagle looked down on him, Yunshan asked in a cold voice. In this area, he, Yunshan, could be considered an expert with many disciples under his command, and he had a sense of arrogance in his heart. Seeing Yunshan's reaction, Guardian Ji sneered, "Yunshan, don't think too highly of yourself. With your status, you are not qualified to come into contact with the forces I belong to. Like the Jiama Empire where you are, I can call you whatever you want. A few colleagues can turn it into a dead place in an instant." Hearing this, Yunshan was extremely surprised. Judging from the tone of the Eagle Protector, it didn't seem like he was exaggerating. Yunshan felt very unsure when dealing with such a mysterious and powerful person. This Eagle Protector is not very capable, but his tone is not small. Since he came to our Jiama Empire to show off his power, you must be prepared to pay the price. Outside the cave, Chenfeng heard the words of the Eagle Protector, and a cold light suddenly flashed in his eyes. According to what Guardian Ju said, his colleagues should also be guardians of the Soul Palace, and they have generally reached the level of Daozong cultivation. Although these Soul Palace protectors are majestic and unattainable in the eyes of ordinary people, Chenfeng knows very well that the position of a protector in the Soul Palace is nothing more than a small laborer. Those Soul Palace venerables can shout and drink at it. At this moment, Chenfeng had firmly decided to get rid of this Eagle Protector. In the cave, Yunshan was captured by the words of the Eagle Protector. After being silent for a while, he suddenly laughed and questioned, "Since you are so powerful, why don't you send your own people to come to me? If we can take action openly, we won't need you." Hearing this, the face of the Eagle Protector hidden in the black smoke changed slightly, and he snorted coldly, "Yunshan, as I said, if you agree to cooperate with me, I can help you break through Daozong as soon as possible. Yunshan, I will come back to you in 7 days. I hope you can make the right decision by then. After saying this last sentence, the eagle protector completely turned into a black smoke and rushed out of the cave. Seeing the figure of guardian eagle leaving, Yunshan did not chase him out to check. He stood quietly on the spot, his old face showing solemnity, his eyes hesitant and his thoughts complex. Woe in the back mountain of Yunlin sect, the black mist transformed by the eagle protector rushed out of the cave, and then rushed straight into the sky. However, just when he was more than 10 miles away from Yunshan retreat, a young man suddenly appeared on the top of a towering stone peak in front of his field of vision. Moreover, the young man's eyes were obviously looking at him. Who is this young man? Upon noticing this situation, the figure of the eagle protector immediately stopped on the spot. Vulture protector came to visit Yunlin's sect late at night. Why don't you stay a little longer? Looking at the strange black fog lingering in the sky, Chenfeng smiled and said hello softly. This kid actually knows my identity. Could it be that this person listened to the conversation I had with Yunshan just now? Hearing Chenfeng directly say his name, the eagle guardian felt surprised and a little suspicious in his heart, and it was also accompanied by a murderous intention. GG, boy, are you here specifically to wait for me? The eagle protector asked Chenfeng with a smile. That's an accurate guess. It's a pity there's no reward. Hearing this, Chenfeng smiled, and then directly took the space-blocking talisman that the system had rewarded when Queen Medusa was pregnant. Seal up. Following Chenfeng's thought, a strange energy ripple instantly appeared on the jade talisman he held in his hand. What the hell is this kid doing? Looking at the movements in Chenfeng's hands, the eagle guardian instinctively felt a sense of danger. Just when he was about to react, he suddenly discovered that this space of about 3 miles was actually wrapped in a thick space barrier. Who are you anyway? Sensing the strangeness in the space, the eagle protector shouted sharply. With the power of space, strong men at the Duzong level like the eagle protector can only have a superficial contact with it. Only when they reach the Duzon level can they use such powerful space sealing methods. Of course, the eagle protector can also see that Chenfeng is able to seal this space not by relying on his own strength, but by relying on the treasure in his hand, and this kind of powerful and strange treasure must only be above the Duzon realm. A strong person can make it. The fact that Chenfeng could possess such a treasure made the eagle protector very fearful of his identity. I am the emperor of the Gamma Empire that you just dismissed. Chenfeng shouted lowly, and as his words fell, the 8-star Doang aura hidden by the hidden spirit stone on his body was fully revealed. 8-star fighting king. The emperor of a small empire actually has such a talent for cultivation. Seeing the aura of cultivation displayed by Chenfeng, the eagle protector in the black smoke was shocked again. In his opinion, Chenfeng was less than 20 years old. With such a speed of cultivation, even in the Zhongzhou continent, is also extremely rare, enough to be called a genius. Tell me, why did you stop me today? After forcing himself to calm down, the eagle protector asked Chenfeng solemnly. No hurry, let you meet an acquaintance first. Chenfeng shook his head gently, and then released the restrictions of the soul control flag. The next moment, an illusory old figure quickly floated out of the soul controlling flag on Chenfeng's waist. Yao Chen, this old guy is not dead. Seeing the somewhat illusory old figure appearing next to Chenfeng, the scarlet eyes of the eagle protector hidden in the black smoke suddenly shrank into a slit. The breath of the soul palace. Coming out of the soul flag, Yao Chen also instantly sensed the breath of the eagle protector. His memory was not erased, but the seeds of loyalty to Chenfeng were planted. Therefore, seeing this person in the soul palace at this moment, his heart immediately, the fire of hatred spread. Yao Chen, take this person down. Now that the matter was over, Chenfeng didn't say anything more and directly issued the order to Yao Chen. As you command, master. Yao Chen replied respectfully, and then looked at the eagle protector with a fierce look in his eyes, his huge aura completely revealed. This person actually colluded with Yao Chen, but why did Yao Chen call him his master? Yao Chen's strength does not seem to be as terrifying as before. Moreover, he has no physical body and is just a soul body. If I can capture Yao Chen, I'm afraid the palace master will be very happy. When the time comes, no matter what background this young man has, I won't be afraid. After sensing the aura emanating from the medicine dust, the eagle protector made rapid calculations in his mind. You rat-like monster. Back then you helped that beast Han Feng attack me. We owe such a debt to you today. Yao Lao stared at the bird protector with cold eyes, and his voice was full of anger and murderous intent. You have a body, so I may still be afraid of you, but as for the soul body, GG, our soul palace has many means to deal with you. Hearing Yao Chen's angry rebuke, Guardian Eagle sneered without showing any signs of weakness. After saying that, he moved his palm, and a jet black chain extended from his palm with a clattering sound. Finally, with a slight vibration, it snaked around him like a poisonous snake. The black chain trembled slightly. After a moment, the guardian bird laughed strangely and shook his arm. The chain instantly cut through the sky, turned into a black line and stabbed towards Yachen. Tisk. The tip of the chain is extremely sharp, and the tip is also covered with some mysterious runes. Circles of spiral patterns are wrapped around the tip of the lock. Obviously, this dark-colored chain is no ordinary iron chain. Regarding the chain that was stabbed by the explosion, Yao Chen did not dare to neglect it. The attacks of the Soul Palace are quite mysterious, and their attacks seem to be able to cause huge damage to the soul body. However, Yao Chen is not an ordinary soul body. He has the cold fire protection of the bone spirit, so he is not afraid of the methods of the Soul Palace. Go! At this moment Yao Chen gave a cold shout, and the white flames in his palm surged up and down, then suddenly turned into a rocket and flew out, and finally collided hard with the black chain. Bang! When the two collided, a low sound sounded, but there was no violent explosion of energy. There was only a circle of dark energy ripples mixed with white color, spreading out silently. Of course, at this moment, the 3 kilometers of space are all blocked by Chenfeng's space-blocking talisman, and the energy aura of the two people's fight cannot spread out at all. The battle here, even if Yunshan is very close to here, and the people of Yunlin sect, no one will know. No wonder you were able to escape the pursuit of the Soul Palace back then. It turned out to be because of the power of this strange fire. The chain retreated with one strike, and finally hovered next to Protector Yao. The pair of red eyes stared at Yao Chen opposite him with a slight surprise. When an ordinary soul body confronts their Soul Palace hunters, no matter how powerful the soul power is, the strength it can exert will be greatly reduced. Their weapons are all specially made and have the effect of specifically restraining soul bodies. However, this kind of restraint loses most of its effect on soul bodies that possess strange fire and other heaven and earth spiritual objects. And just as he said, Yao Chen was able to escape the pursuit of the Soul Palace back then only by relying on the power of bone spirit cold fire. Looking indifferently at the guardian owl with black mist billowing on his body, Yao Chen slowly grasped his hand, and the forest, white flame quickly condensed in his hand. After a moment, it condensed into a white fire ruler. The flames rose on the ruler, but it gave people a visual coldness. Looking at Yao Chen's movements, Guardian Eagle's face also showed solemnity. Immediately, his arm shook and 3 black shadows surged out from behind with a splashing sound, and finally circled above his head like 3 poisonous snakes, endlessly. 3 stages of soul lock. A palm filled with black mist stretched out, and immediately the handprints changed, and the 3 chains hovering above the head of the guardian duck suddenly shot out with the sound of whistling and breaking through the wind. The 3 chains turned into black lines and swooped across the intersection, sealing all Yao Lao's retreat as quickly as possible. Obviously, this bird protector has reached an extremely proficient level with such a strange weapon as chains. Staring coldly at the 3 black lines that were rapidly enlarging in his pupils, Yao Lao waved his sleeves and flicked his 5 fingers. 5 Dao white flames quickly condensed into shape, hovering around him like a long snake, and finally burst out suddenly. He came out and collided head-on with the 3 chains. Clang! Clang! The chain collided with the forest white flames, but bursts of crisp sounds like gold and iron erupted, and there were even bursts of sparks. However, no matter how weird and unpredictable the chain offensive was, the 5 flame snakes commanded by Yao Lao, they can all be sealed easily. Damn it, this old immortal is really powerful. No wonder so many of us were chasing him and he was seriously injured, but he still escaped. As the attacks from both sides intensified, the guardian duck became more and more solemn. The strength of Yao Chen's soul and the thorniness of the bone spirit's cold fire far exceeded his expectations. In a short period of time, his consumption was extremely high. Big, if he continues to fight, he will most likely lose. That kid has a treasure that blocks the space in his hand. If you control him, you may be able to open the blocked space. Suddenly, the eagle guardian turned his attention to Morrowind, who was watching the battle. After giving Yao Chen a false blow, he swept wildly and rushed straight towards Morrowind. Haha, do you want to pick a soft persimmon? Looking at the eagle protector rushing towards him, Chenfeng's eyes showed a trace of amusement. He quickly injected fighting energy into the soul control flag, and then a strange black mist began to fill the soul control flag. Seeing the strange thing happening to the soul control flag in Chenfeng's hand, Guardian Eagle suddenly frowned. He was very familiar with this method. Chapter 178 Eagle Protector. It seems that you are also a member of the palace. Why did you attack me? Shouldn't this billowing black mist be a sign that this protector will take action? Why is it the other way around? After being surprised for a moment, Guardian Eagle suddenly threw away this strange thought in his mind. After all, Chenfeng's cultivation level was there. He was only an 8-star Duwang. Could it still pose a threat to his Du Zong cultivation level? The next moment, the Eagle Guardian continued to rush towards the morning breeze without slowing down, preparing to control the morning breeze, intimidate Yachin, and at the same time open the blocked space. Looking at the Eagle Protector getting closer and closer, Chenfeng smiled slightly. That's almost it, let's go. As soon as Chenfeng finished speaking, the soul-controlling flag in his hand suddenly turned into a black light, carrying a thick black mist and heading straight towards the Eagle Protector. Mysterious. Looking at the billowing black mist coming from the front, the Guardian Eagle let out a cold and disdainful cry. Then he waved his sleeves and the same strange black mist surged out and met the black mist emitted by the morning wind. However, what surprised the Eagle Protector was that in the billowing black mist in front of him, 4 huge black chains had quickly condensed before that, and one blow penetrated the black mist he sent. What? It seems that you are also a member of the palace. Why do you want to attack me? Seeing the scene in front of him, Guardian Eagle was very surprised. He directly regarded Chenfeng as a member of his soul palace. Do you think that your soul palace is the only one who can lock souls? Looking at the reaction of the Eagle Guardian, Chenfeng sneered. Under his control, the 4 black chains quickly approached the Eagle Guardian and launched a fierce attack. At the same time, the black mist that filled the sky completely enveloped the Eagle Guardian. Tisk, enshrouded in the black mist emitted by the accused soul flag, the Eagle Protector discovered that his power was actually suppressed a lot, and the original black mist around him was constantly being dissolved. This is impossible. Upon noticing this situation, Guardian Eagle showed a horrified expression. He was about to fight back, but at this moment several white rockets fired by Yao Chen rushed towards him, forcing him to resist with all his strength. He had no time to do anything. Yachen's soul has been refined by the soul-controlling flag, so the black mist emitted by the soul-controlling flag will not harm him, making him feel at home in it. The sealed space became pitch black at this moment, with a white light flashing from time to time, and extremely shrill screams could be heard. Yao Chen was already stronger than the Guardian Eagle in his current state, and with the help of Chenfeng's control of the soul control flag, the battle lasted for a while, and the Guardian Eagle was completely defeated. 4 black chains tightly bound him. He tied up, laugh. The black chains were tied to the body of the Eagle Protector, and the chissing sounds continued to sound, and the Eagle Protector also made a series of shrill sounds from his mouth. As the chains tightened, the black mist on the Eagle Protector's body became thinner and thinner. After a moment, it finally completely dissipated. And as all the black mist shrouded outside it dissipated, the Eagle Protector's body finally became revealed. Within this energy film bound by black chains is a slightly illusory soul. Chenfeng already knew about this situation, otherwise, his use of the soul control banner would not have such a big effect. The Soul Palace wants to capture souls, but ordinary fighting energy cannot cause fatal damage to the soul body. Therefore, if you want to capture or deal with other soul bodies, the best hunter is a soul body of the same form. In the Soul Palace, the vast majority of the members are soul bodies like the Eagle Protector, and only a few have physical bodies. Don't kill me. If you kill me, His Holiness will know about it soon and won't let you go. Being restrained at this moment, Guardian Eagle first said something as if he was begging for mercy, and then immediately changed his tone to a threatening tone. In the Soul Palace, almost everyone will leave a soul tablet in the palace. If the body dies, the soul tablet will be extinguished. The people in the palace will know immediately. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll keep you for some use. Hearing the threatening words of Guardian Falcon, Chenfeng was not angry, with a faint smile on his face. Chenfeng's reaction made the Eagle Guardian temporarily relieved. At least now he didn't have to die immediately. Receive. On Chenfeng's side with a thought, a huge pulling force surged on the black chain, pulling the Eagle Protector directly towards the soul-controlling flag. No, under this pull, the Eagle Protector once again let out a terrified scream and struggled desperately, but at this moment his struggle seemed very weak, and in an instant he was dragged into the soul flag space by the chain. What the hell is this place? Let me out. What on earth do you want to do? If you dare to kill me, you will be buried with me. Among the soul flags, the abusive and threatening voice of the Eagle Protector kept coming out. Noisy. Cell control flag. Refine it for me. Listening to the noisy roars and screams, Chenfeng frowned slightly, and then directly activated the soul control flag to start refining the soul of the Eagle Protector. From the soul flag, billowing black mist surged out again, invading the soul of the Eagle Protector. As the soul-controlling banner began to be refined, Guardian Eagle's abusive words suddenly stopped, and he continued to scream in pain. Although the strength of the Eagle Protector is a bit stronger than that of Yao Chen who first appeared in Wooten City, Chenfeng's cultivation level has also improved many times compared to the original. Therefore the process of refining the Eagle Protector it will not be much slower than refining the soul of the medicine dust before. Under the refining of the soul flag, the Eagle Protector inside quickly lost consciousness and made no movement. Go back first. Early tomorrow morning this Eagle Protector should be completely reduced to my second soul slave, Chenfeng murmured in his heart, and then directly activated the space-blocking talisman to lift the blockade of this space. At this moment the energy in the world has calmed down, and the billowing black fog has long since dissipated, as if nothing had happened. Chenfeng used the hidden spirit stone to hide his cultivation again, and returned to the Yunlin sect's main hall without anyone noticing. Fenger, you went out in such a hurry just now, what happened? Seeing that Chenfeng had been out for more than an hour and then returned again, Yun asked curiously. Yuner, it's nothing serious. I just found a sneaky guy who sneaked into Yunlin Mountain late at night. I went over to clean it up. Chenfeng explained with a smile. Someone sneaked into Yunlin Mountain. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Yun was suddenly confused. With her strength she had not sensed any special aura just now. How did Chenfeng discover it? Chapter 179 Yun Fenger, why did you call me teacher again? Chapter 179 Yun Feng, why did you call me teacher again? Yuner, now my soul power has entered the spiritual realm, so my perception is much stronger than ordinary people. As if he guessed the doubts in Yun's heart, Chenfeng explained with a smile. Fairyland. Yun was still very confused about the spiritual realm soul mentioned by Chenfeng. She didn't know much about it. Yuner, human souls also have different realms. The higher the soul realm, the more sensitive and mastery of details will become, just like an alchemist. Chenfeng told Yun in detail about the soul secrets. So that's it. After hearing Chenfeng's introduction, Yun finally understood. However, the more she knew, the more surprised she was at Chenfeng's strength. Fenger, at your age, your soul realm has entered the spiritual realm. If you are an alchemist, you can even touch the 8th level. Yun sighed. It's a pity, Fenger, you are not a fire attribute, so you can't become alchemist. Hearing this, Chenfeng smiled, stretched out his finger to scratch Yun's nose, and said calmly, Yuner, what's such a pity? I don't like refining medicine, this kind of troublesome thing. Just leave it to others to do it. Yeah. It's good that you think so. Yun nodded lightly, and then suddenly thought of something. She looked at Chenfeng's face with her beautiful eyes and asked, Fenger, have you decided when to tell my teacher about the two of us? Let's talk tomorrow. Chenfeng said bluntly that he had thought about it on the way back. When the time comes, I will take this Pozong pill as a gift and it should be successful. As Chenfeng spoke, he took out a white jade bottle from the ring. Pozong Dan. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Yun was very surprised. She had heard of the 6th grade high-level elixir such as Pozong Dan, which could increase the chance of a peak Du Emperor breaking through and becoming a Du Zong. The value of this elixir is almost comparable to that of a 7th grade elixir. Moreover, Yun was very touched that Chenfeng could come up with such a precious elixir for the marriage between the two of them. Come to think of it, Fenger got this broken sect pill from the senior 7th grade alchemist. It's really a great opportunity for Fenger to get to know that senior. Yun sighed in her heart, then put her head into Chenfeng's arms, and said happily, Fenger, teacher has been in seclusion for so many years just to break through the realm of Dozong. This time, if you take out the Pozong pill, he will definitely know how to do it. Very happy, looking at Yun nestling in her arms like a bird, Chenfeng's eyes softened. The alluring fragrance coming from the soft black silk stockings inevitably made Chenfeng feel hot again. Teacher. Chenfeng moved his hand around Yun's slim waist, gently kneaded the soft spot, and whispered softly. Feeling the strength of Chenfeng's palm, Yun's face instantly became rosy. She raised her head, looked at Chenfeng with resentful eyes, and said coquettishly, Feng, why did you call me teacher again? Teacher, that's what I want to call you now. As Chenfeng spoke, he directly put his lips together. The two of them kissed all the way from the main hall to the side room, and then frantically helped each other take off their clothes. The next day, when it was past noon, Chenfeng and Yun slowly put on their clothes and came to the main hall. A Feger, then I will summon the teacher to come out of seclusion. In the main hall, Yun spoke to Chenfeng slightly nervously. Well, it's okay, I'm ready. Chenfeng smiled and nodded. As Chenfeng finished speaking, Yun took out a cloud-white flute from Naji, put it to her mouth and blew it. Suddenly a strange sharp tone suddenly came from the flute, passed out. Woo! This sharp flute sound instantly penetrated the main hall and lingered around the entire Yunlin mountain for a long time. Many Yunlin sect disciples and elders were very surprised and looked in the direction of the sect's main hall with doubtful eyes. This is. In a courtyard somewhere in the Yunlin sect, the great elder Yunleng heard the sound of the flute and reacted violently. He quickly ran towards the direction where the sound of the flute came from. At the same time, deep in the back mountain of Yunlin sect, an old figure sitting cross-legged suddenly raised his head. Did something happen to the sect? Last night, Yunshan just met the somewhat weird and mysterious Eagle Protector. Today he heard the sound of the flute calling him from the sect. He was inevitably a little panicked. He quickly stood up and quickly stepped out of the cave with a pair of white fighting spirit wings. Quickly appear behind. Fenger, the teacher should be here soon. Let's go out to greet him. After blowing the flute, Yun led Chenfeng out of the hall and waited outside the hall door. At this time, a large number of Yunlin sect disciples had gathered in the huge square in front of the hall. Soon a very powerful aura descended on the square. Everyone's eyes were all focused on the top of the huge stone monument in the square. There stood an old man with gray hair and elegant hair. See the old sect leader. See the old sect leader. See the old sect leader. Immediately afterwards, countless Yunlin sect disciples could not help but feel the awe in their hearts. They knelt down in front of where the aura was spreading. However, Yunling and other Yunlin sect elders who had just arrived, although they did not act kneeling, but also bending down respectfully. Yun was no exception. After Yunshan appeared on top of the huge stone monument, he bowed and saluted him. Yunshan glanced around below, then frowned slightly, focused his gaze on Yun at the entrance of the palace, and asked Yun, didn't I say that if it is not an extremely important matter, don't disturb me? My retreat. Teacher. My disciple does have something very important to ask for your opinion on, so I have no choice but to call the teacher out. Facing Yunshan's question, Yun looked calm and replied very calmly. Last night, Chenfeng, the Pozong pill she took out gave her a lot of confidence. I didn't expect that the sect master actually called out the old sect master for that matter. However, for the future development of Yunlin sect, the old sect master probably would not agree to the sect master's request. Looking at the conversation between Yunshan and Yunling sighed secretly in his heart. Under the gaze of many eyes, Yunshan's old figure slowly descended and came to Yun. Tell me what's the matter. Coming to Yun's side, Yunshan still frowned slightly and asked. However, just when Yunshan asked this question, he suddenly noticed Chenfeng, who was standing side by side with Yun. Chapter 180 Elder Furukawa. What happened today is related to the marriage of sect leader Yun, Du Wang. At this moment, Yunshan's old eyes narrowed slightly, feeling very shocked in his heart. Although Chenfeng now uses the hidden spirit stone to control the cultivation aura emitted to the level of a 1-star Doang, considering his age, even if he only shows the cultivation of a 1-star Doang, it still looks exaggerated. Yun on her side was about to answer Yunshan's question, but stopped when she saw that Yunshan's attention was on Chenfeng. Yun, who is this young man? Yunshan completely forgot about what he wanted to ask just now, and turned around to ask about Chenfeng's identity. Teacher, he is Mittel Chenfeng, the current emperor of the Gamma Empire. After hearing Yunshan's question, Yun answered truthfully. Mitre Chenfeng, the emperor of the Gamma Empire. Isn't the royal family of the Jiama Empire a member of the Jia family? Did the Mitre family launch a coup and seize the throne? Does the Mittel family have this strength? Hearing Yun's introduction, Yunshan couldn't help but be even more surprised. He looked at Chenfeng and kept guessing in his heart. Teacher, there was no turmoil during this change of imperial power. It was the elder Jia Lao of the royal family who took the initiative to give up the imperial power. Seeing Yunshan's reaction, Yun continued to explain. Oh, Jia Xingshan would actually make such a decision. Hearing this, a strange color flashed in Yunshan's eyes. He had known Jia Xingshan for a long time and knew Jia Xingshan very well. Therefore, he was very sure that Jia Xingshan's decision was obviously not voluntary. It was precisely for this reason that there was more suspicion about Chenfeng in his heart. Chenfeng has met master. Being stared at by Yunshan, Chenfeng looked very calm and calmly clasped his fists and saluted. Young man, why do you call me master? Hearing what Chenfeng called him, Yunshan once again had a look of confusion on his face. These few short sentences contained too much information for someone like him who had been in seclusion for a long time. Teacher, Fenger is my disciple. He has been practicing with me since he was 10 years old. Seeing this, Yun helped explain before Chenfeng spoke. He is actually your disciple. Hearing Yun's words, Yunshan was stunned again, thinking about these things quickly in his mind. He did not expect that Yunsho's disciple actually had such a powerful talent, and at such a young age, he actually forced Jia Xingxian to hand over the Jia my imperial power. After a while, Yunshan laughed twice and praised, "Young man, you are very good." After praising Chenfeng, Yunshan said to Yun again, Yun, you have a very vicious eye when it comes to recruiting disciples. This boy will definitely become a great talent in the future. This is all taught well by the teacher. Chenfeng looked at Yun with a smile and replied softly. Looking at Chenfeng's gaze, Yun's face couldn't help but heat up. Yun, are you calling me out this time just to tell me about this? Yunshan suddenly asked Yun. Teacher, calling you out this time is indeed related to Feng. Yun lowered her head slightly and responded softly. Chenfeng knew very well that Yun could not talk about this kind of thing. He stood up without hesitation and said with a serious expression, Master, let me tell you straight, I am calling you out this time, because I plan to marry the teacher and want to ask for your opinion. You want to marry your teacher? After hearing what Chenfeng said, Yunshan's expression changed slightly, but he had always been calm and his reaction was not as violent as that of Yunling and others, and he did not express his position immediately. Master, there is a broken sect pill here. Even if it is a betrothal gift for me to marry my teacher, Master, please accept it. While Yunshan was pondering, Chenfeng directly took out his trump card. Is this really Pozong Dan? Hearing Chenfeng's words, a gleam suddenly flashed in Yunshan's eyes. He quickly took the jade bottle handed over by Chenfeng and examined it. At this moment, on the square, many Yunlin sect disciples and elders were looking at the three people talking at the entrance of the hall, with curiosity in their eyes. However, from this perspective, they did not see the Yunshan jade paste handed to them by Chenfeng. One scene, for the sake of the development of the sect, the old sect leader should not agree to the marriage between the sect leader and His Majesty. That must be the case. After all, if the sect leader chooses to marry His Majesty the Emperor, then won't the Yunlin sect completely become a vassal of the royal family? If sect master Yunyan insists on doing this, the old sect master will probably step down from her position as sect leader. Sigh. In this case, the Yunlin sect is likely to have no successors. Among the young disciples of the current generation, the most outstanding ones were His Majesty and Nalan Yanran, but now they are all, including Yunling. Several Yunlin sect elders who learned about the situation in the hall yesterday were now expecting Yunshan to directly reject Chenfeng and Yun's ridiculous things, but none of them wanted the situation to get too serious. After all, Yun's talent and way of doing things had been recognized by many elders before. If Yun ran away, Yunshan's lifespan would also come to an end soon. Then the Yunlin sect will be in a situation where there is no powerful Duong leader, and its status in the Jiama Empire will plummet. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, Yunshan's extremely excited laughter came from the direction of the entrance of the hall. Then, everyone was surprised to see Yunshan patting Chenfeng on the shoulder and walking in together like an old friend. In the main hall. What's going on? The old sect leader is... Did the old sect leader agree? It's impossible, right? Seeing Yunshan and Chenfeng holding hands, Yunleng was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. The other elders were also confused at this moment. Yunling, please come in with the other elders. Not long after, Yunshan's old voice came from the sect's main hall. With doubts, Yunling and other Yunlin sect elders quickly rushed towards the main hall. Just as many elders rushed to the main hall, a middle-aged man in a yellow robe also entered the crowd from a certain direction outside the square. Elder Furukawa, you are here too. Seeing this middle-aged man, Elder Yunli paused for a moment and greeted him. That aura just now was that of the old sect master, right? Furukawa nodded and then asked Yunli with a smile. For some time before, he had been refining medicine alone in the secret room. Today he found Yunshan's aura and rushed towards the sect hall. Therefore, during this period, the changes in the structure of the Jiama Empire, and what happened in the Yunlin sect's main hall yesterday, he was completely unaware of. Yes, it is indeed the old sect leader. Yunlei nodded. Elder Yunli, the old sect master must have something important to do when he leaves seclusion this time, right? Furukawa continued to ask curiously. Yes, Elder Furukawa. Today's matter is related to the marriage of sect leader Yunyun. The old sect leader just summoned us. Let's go in first and talk later. Yunli nodded and said in a rather eager tone. Chapter 181 Yunshan Elder Furukawa, I'll leave this matter to you. As it related to Yun's marriage. Hearing Yunli's words, Ko was stunned and his thoughts were complicated. When he wanted to ask something more, Elder Yunli had already walked away and entered the main hall. The next moment Furukawa quickly followed and entered the palace. In the main hall, Yunshan was sitting at the top of the table, while Chenfeng and Yun were sitting together at the table a little lower. See the old sect leader. See the old sect leader. See the old sect leader. As soon as Gu He stepped into the palace, he saw other Yunlin sect elders saluting Yunshan. Seeing this, Gu He also bowed his hands and saluted, and then quickly shifted his gaze to Yun who was sitting side by side with Chenfeng. Everyone get up. Furukawa, you're here too. Come in quickly. On Yunshan's side, when he raised his hand, he happened to see Furukawa, who had just entered the entrance of the hall in the opposite direction, and greeted him with a smile. Being called out by Yunshan alone, with such a friendly voice and a smile, Furukawa felt a reverie in his heart. If you really want to choose a husband for Yun, there is a high chance that I will be chosen. Furukawa secretly rejoiced that he had confidence in himself. After all, among his peers in the Gama Empire, Furukawa ranks first in terms of cultivation and alchemy skills. Moreover, in the future he may advance to become a 7th-level alchemist. At that time, perhaps even the strong men of Duzong would have to ask for help from him. With this thought in his mind, Furukawa also had a bright smile on his face. After nodding, he slowly walked to the front of the elders and sat down at the table side by side with the great elder Yun Leng. I have called you in today to announce a happy event. The next moment, Yunshan stood up and said with a smile on his face, a happy event. It seems that Elder Yunli is right. The old sect leader really wants to arrange a marriage for sect leader Yun. Hearing this, Furukawa was very excited, his eyes were a little more expectant, and he sat up straight. However, Yunshan's next words immediately made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Your sect master Yun is in love with the emperor of the Jiama Empire. The wedding will be held in half a month, Yunshan continued. How could this happen? How could the old sect leader marry Yun to the emperor of the Jiama Empire? Furukawa was in a state of confusion at the moment, and his face became very ugly. He had been secretly in love with Yun for many years, and Yunshan's decision was a huge blow to him. At this moment, not only Furukawa reacted violently, but the other elders were also very puzzled. They never expected that Yunshan did not object to the matter, and had already set a wedding date for the two of them. However, Yunshan has already made a decision and the matter is a foregone conclusion. No one among the elders dared to say anything to stop it. Congratulations to the sect leader and your majesty for your happy marriage. Yun Leng was the first to express his stance, congratulating Yun and Chenfeng. Congratulations. Yun Leng took the lead, and the other elders also stood up to congratulate. Seeing everyone standing up, Furukawa didn't want others to know the bitterness in his heart, so he stood up helplessly and said congratulations. Thank you all the elders for your blessings to me and Yenner. I hope everyone can come and have a cup of wedding wine. In Furukawa's somewhat dazed eyes, Chenfeng suddenly stood up and thanked many elders with a smile. What's the meaning? Could it be that the boy Chenfeng is going to marry Yun? Aren't they masters and disciples? Moreover, when did Chenfeng become the emperor of the Gama Empire? Seeing Morrowind stand up and say thank you, Ko, who didn't understand what was going on, felt confused. Moreover, at this time, Yun looked at Chenfeng with the gentle look in her eyes like a wife looking at her husband, which made Furukawa's heart feel as if someone was violently tugging at him. Although their wedding will be held in the palace, Yun is the head of my Yunlin sect, so the wedding must be done in a dignified manner. Yunling, Furukawa, you two are responsible for handling this matter. Yunshan glanced below and gave orders to Yunling and Furukawa at the front. Don't worry, old sect master, Yunling will definitely prepare with all his heart. After being called out by Yunshan, Yunling replied with a very serious expression. Guhi, you should also deal with it with all your heart. Furukawa is a person who loves face very much. At this moment, in order to hide his inner bitterness in front of everyone, he gritted his teeth and said something against his will. On Yunshan's side, after announcing this matter, he did not stay long. He had just received the Pozong pill, and he could not wait to go into seclusion to try to break through. Soon, only Chenfeng and Yun were left in the hall. Fenger, thanks to your Pozong pill this time. Otherwise the teacher wouldn't agree with the two of us so easily. After everyone left, Yun immediately hugged Chenfeng's neck excitedly, with a happy look on her face. Then, teacher, do you want to reward me well? Chenfeng raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a row of white teeth, and smiled. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Yunyun's neck as white as a white swan immediately turned a layer of pink. Quickly returning to the palace, Chenfeng found several subordinates, issued an edict to marry Yunyun, and arranged for them to start preparing for the wedding now. After doing this, Chenfeng returned to the secret room of seclusion. Vulture Protector, come out. Returning to the secret room, Chenfeng immediately opened the restrictions of the Soul Control flag and summoned the Eagle Protector. The next moment, a figure wrapped in black mist floated out of the Soul flag. At this time, the Eagle Protector was the same as Yao Chen's soul before, with a black mark between his soul's eyebrows. Meet the master. As soon as he came out, the Eagle Protector saluted Chenfeng very respectfully. Vulture Protector, who arranged for you to come to the Jiama Empire this time? What is the specific mission? Does your mission have a time limit? Although the Eagle Protector became a soul slave, he still had his previous memories. Therefore, Chenfeng did not waste any time talking to him and directly asked the questions he was most concerned about. Chapter 182 Haibodong bids farewell. Wholesale fighting kings and strong men. Through a conversation with the Eagle Guardian, Chenfeng obtained some important information. The Eagle Guardian's immediate boss is a Soul Palace Heavenly Lord from a certain Soul Palace branch in the southwest region of Zhongzhou. His cultivation level is about 6-star Duzun. The Eagle Protector came to the northwest continent on this trip, and his mission was to wait for an opportunity to seize the Xiao clan's Imperial Jade. Although the Soul Palace has so many strong Duzong warriors, it still sends the Eagle Protector, a person with Duzong cultivation, to carry out this task. The reason is that in this northwest continent, the powerful Duzun warriors are too conspicuous and are easily spotted by other ancient races, people discovered. In addition, no one knows where the ancient jade of the Xiao clan is until now. Therefore, the time for the task of the Eagle Guardian is not urgent. Otherwise, in the original work, the Eagle Guardian would not have waited until the 3-year appointment just started. According to the current time, there are still more than 2 years before the timeline of the 3-year agreement in the original work. Therefore, during this period, even if there is no progress in the mission of the Eagle Guardian, there will be no urging. It seems that no one from the Soul Palace will come to the Eagle Protector in the past 2 years. After confirming some situations, Chenfeng suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. As a soul slave, this Eagle Protector could not only act as a thug, but also serve as a hidden line to contact the Soul Palace, which was still somewhat useful. With the next day, in the early morning, Haibodong suddenly visited the palace. It turned out that Chenfeng had previously promised to find an alchemist to refine the purple spirit pill for Haibodong. Now Haibodong finally gathered the medicinal materials. After gathering the medicinal materials, Haibodong couldn't wait to go to the palace to find it. Chenfeng, Elder Taishang, don't worry. Within 10 days, I will definitely find that senior to refine the purple spirit pill. Looking at the medicinal materials Haibodong brought, Chenfeng smiled and promised. Okay, thank you for your hard work, kid. Hearing Chenfeng's confident assurance, Haibodong's face also showed joy. The next moment, Haibodong suddenly thought of something and laughed dryly and said, Boy Chenfeng, I heard when I came here that your boy is getting married again, and this time he is marrying someone with the cultivation of fighting emperor. Teacher. Well, does the Supreme Elder think this is inappropriate? Chenfeng nodded. What's the point? There's not much difference in age between that girl and you. Moreover, last time that girl came over, I found some clues. Now it seems that my guess is correct. Haibodong shook his head. Shaking his head, he chuckled. Haha, the Supreme Elder is really sensible. Chenfeng also laughed. This old guy's character was quite lovable. After chatting for a while, Haibodong suddenly said to Chenfeng with a serious expression, Chenfeng boy, actually I am here this time. And there is one more thing I want to tell you. The Supreme Elder has something to say, but it's okay to say it. Chenfeng waved his hand. You also know that in my life, the first half of my life went smoothly, but the second half of my life was wasted for decades. Haibodong sighed and said, Now that you are here, the Mitre family is prosperous and strong. It's only a matter of time before you get up. Hearing Haibodong's tone, Chenfeng seemed to have guessed something and asked, Tai Shang Elder, are you planning to leave? Well, it seems I can't hide anything from you, kid. Haibodong nodded with a warm smile on his face, and continued, When I was young, I wanted to go out and have a career, but I was always tired of some things. Now without those troubles I plan to resume my cultivation. After that I left the Jiama Empire for a while. Of course, I will definitely come to drink your kid's wedding wine. At this moment Chenfeng discovered that Haibodong's eyes no longer had the gloomy color just now, and became very bright. In fact, Hai Bodong's talent is stronger than that of Jia Xingshan and Yun Shan. If he hadn't gone to the desert and been sealed by Queen Medusa for decades, he would have stayed in a place like the Jiama Empire. They all hope to break through and become Duzong. Taishang Elder, it's not too late to go out at this time. However, if you feel tired outside, the family welcomes you back at any time, Chenfeng said sincerely. After Hai Bodong left, Chenfeng immediately summoned Yachen in the Soul Flag and asked him to refine the Duzaling pill. With Yachen's strength, he successfully refined the Duzaling pill in less than a day. During this period some progress was made in the matters that Chenfeng had assigned to Jia Xingshan. This time Jia Xingshan brought a total of 400 people to Chenfeng. These 400 people were almost all between the ages of 25 and 40, and their cultivation levels were all at the fighter stage. If there were no Tianda in this life, there is absolutely no hope of breaking through the Duang given the opportunity. After some selection, Chenfeng finally kept only half of them. This time, he directly distributed 200 Duang quick pills. The effect of the Duang instant pill did not disappoint Chenfeng. In just a few hours, 200 powerful Duangs were created. I have actually become a strong fighter. His Majesty the Emperor has treated me like a new blessing. I, Li Si, will follow your Majesty to the end of my life. I will be totally devastated. After discovering that their cultivation had really reached the level of Duang as Morrowind said, these 200 Duang experts instantly became extremely excited, and each one of them knelt down to worship Morrowind with tears in their eyes. Looking at the 200 warriors in front of him, Chenfeng's heart was filled with ambition. To put it bluntly, the power of these 200 people could destroy a huge empire in a few days. Everyone get up. Chenfeng raised his hand lightly and said calmly at this moment, although he still looks like the 16-year-old, but every move he makes exudes the majesty of a superior. Thank you, Your Majesty. After Chenfeng finished speaking, the 200 Duang warriors in the hall bowed respectfully and slowly stood up. From now on, you will be the most elite royal guards around me. Although your cultivation has successfully broken through to the level of Duang, you are still lacking in fighting skills. As Chenfeng spoke, he took out hundreds of scrolls of fighting skills from Naji and placed them on the table in front of him. Most of these fighting skills were from the elementary level to the intermediate level of Xuan level. Although the level was not high, for these people that's enough. You choose the right ones to practice these fighting skills. After a while I will come to assess you. If you do well, you can get rewards and have the opportunity to be promoted to the position of captain. Chenfeng continued to give instructions. A group, no matter how many members it has, needs a class system to manage it better. Of course, Chenfeng has appointed Jiaxing Tian as the direct leader of this team. With him with the 9-star Duhuang strongmen managing them, Chenfeng could feel more at ease. Chapter 183 Mary Yun Promote to Duhuang. Time flies so fast, half a month passes in the blink of an eye. During this half-month period, Chenfeng would spend some time every day practicing, and his cultivation naturally reached the peak of the 9-star fighting king. From Hai Bodong he got the purple spirit pill as he wished, and restored his cultivation to its peak state, even better than before being sealed. Today happened to be the day when Chenfeng married Yun, and the entire Jiama imperial capital was filled with a sense of joy since the morning. There was a grand banquet in the palace, and some of the most prominent wealthy nobles in the empire came to congratulate them. The scene was extremely grand. Many elders and disciples from the Yunlin sect came to congratulate them. However, Yun Shan, the previous leader of the Yunlin sect, was absent on this important day, which inevitably made the bride Yun feel a little regretful. Yunner, my master must be at the critical moment of attacking Dozong now and he can't be distracted. Don't think too much. At the wedding? Chenfeng could see Yun's thoughts at a glance and comforted her softly. Well, I know, teacher, he has been obsessed for so many years just to be able to break through to Dozong. Now that he has this opportunity he definitely doesn't want to waste time. Hearing this, Yun nodded slightly and responded, I hope he can succeed. Next, Chenfeng and Yun completed the entire wedding process under the witness of many guests. The combination of the two of them will have a huge impact on the Jiama Empire. From now on, for a long time, there will be no barriers between the Yunlin sect and the royal family, and they will present a unified scene to the outside world. After this wedding, Ice Emperor Hai Bodong finally said goodbye to Chenfeng and left the imperial capital. The older generation of the Mitre family were extremely sad to see Hai Bodong leave. They did not expect that Hai Bodong would still be as energetic as a boy at his age. In his heart, Chenfeng actually had the idea of going out to see the world outside the Garma Empire. However, He still had an important matter to settle. Until that matter was settled, he would not feel at ease wherever he went. Deep in the harem. When Yun Yun moved here, Nalan Yanran's mood became very complicated. Before, she was able to accept Chenfeng marrying Princess Yafei and Yoi, but this time her very respected teacher Yun Yun actually married Chenfeng, which made her very uncomfortable for a while, and she didn't know what to do. Called Yun Yun. On the contrary, Yun Yun was very open-minded and made the relationship between the two of them very clear. She spent most of the time getting along with Nalan Yanran as a master and apprentice, easing the somewhat awkward relationship between the two. On this day, Yun Yun and Nalan Yanran, master and apprentice, walked in the garden for a while, and then entered a pavilion built in the center of the pool to rest. Suddenly Yun Yun looked at Nalan Yanran's belly and smiled. Yanran, looking at your belly, you should be giving birth soon. Nalan Yanran gently stroked her belly with her palm, with a smile on her lips, and said softly, Teacher, I feel that the baby has become more and more noisy during this period, and is always kicking me. Maybe it will happen in less than a month. Gave birth. Hearing this, Yun Yun showed some surprise on her face and said with a smile, You're kicking someone before you're even born. Although Yun Yun is the head of a sect, she has never experienced this kind of thing. Yes, I have been playing for a while. Nalan Yanran smiled and nodded. Then when he is born, teach him a lesson. While Yun Yun and Nalan Yanran were talking, Chenfeng's voice suddenly sounded next to them. Husband, when did you come here? I didn't even notice it. Looking at Chenfeng, who suddenly appeared in the pavilion, Nalan Yanran asked curiously. Yun Yun was also curious. With her level of cultivation, she didn't even notice Chenfeng approaching. You are too focused. Reaching out to touch Nalan Yanran's hair, Chenfeng explained casually, and then continued, Yanran, I have to go out later. It may take 7 or 8 days. Nalan Yanran didn't even ask what the matter was. She smiled and nodded and replied, Husband, go and do your business, we will take care of ourselves. During this period of time, although Chenfeng's cultivation had been at the peak of the 9-star Du King, he could feel that the fighting energy in his body was somewhat out of control, and he was probably about to break through to the Du King. This time he came over and told Yun Yun and others that he planned to go to a secluded place to retreat and try to enter the realm of Du Hong in one fell swoop. Soon, Chenfeng left the palace, left the imperial capital, and came to the depths of the sparsely populated mountains. The reason why he came to this place was because he knew that there would be a lot of noise about breaking through the Du Emperor, and he didn't want so many people to know about his breakthrough to the Du Emperor yet. After entering the cave, Chenfeng lifted the restrictions of the soul control flag and asked Yao Chen to protect him. Then, he took out the blue lotus, sat cross-legged on it, and quickly entered the cultivation state. This blue lotus flower can not only increase the speed of energy absorption, but also has the benefit of initially refining energy. It can be regarded as a good auxiliary item for practice. On the second day of Chenfeng's retreat, the energy of the world around the cave suddenly surged crazily, and then spun rapidly. Finally, a spiral funnel with a small bottom and a large top was formed in the air above Chenfeng's head. The small end was connected to Chenfeng. The Tianling Gai crazily poured the huge energy of heaven and earth into Chenfeng's body. The promotion of Duwang to Duwang is not an ordinary thing. Promotion at this level requires an unusually large amount of energy. Today's Chenfeng has long been qualified to advance to the Duwang level. Therefore, now he just needs the energy enough for his promotion. Once the energy is completely condensed, then promotion to Duwang will be a matter of course. The swallowing Yuanju he practiced was an extremely domineering technique for absorbing energy. The speed was like swallowing a whale. Moreover, Chenfeng also placed the unused earth fire lotus seeds and some high-level magic cores next to it. Spare. Boom. As time went by, a few days later, the energy of heaven and earth in the mountains, covering a range of tens of miles, gathered crazily towards the cave where Chenfeng was. Moreover, the speed of this gathering was getting faster and faster. In the end, a huge energy vortex of 10 feet was formed in the sky, and the center of the vortex was the cave. The energy required for Master to advance to the rank of Du Huang is actually so huge. Outside the cave, there is the medicine dust that protects the morning breeze. Looking at the huge energy vortex above his head in shock, he couldn't help but feel a little lost. It is not that he has not experienced the promotion of Duwang to Du Huang. The process does require an unusually large amount of energy, but it is not like Chenfeng's almost crazy plundering of the energy of the world. Chapter 184 Nalan Yanran gives birth. Ordinary Duwang who reaches the peak of Du King will indeed not plunder the energy of the world so crazily. However, Chenfeng has the body of a dragon and an elephant, and has experienced the powerful thunder-tempering body and thunder wings. This body is much stronger than ordinary monsters, and the energy required for advancement is naturally not comparable to that of ordinary people. The most important thing is that the yuan swallowing technique practiced by Chenfeng is an advanced heaven-level technique and is very domineering. In Du-Q continent, the gap between skills has a huge impact. First, the total amount of fighting energy contained in the cyclone. If two people are at the same level of cultivation, but one of them practices Xuan-level skills and the other practices heaven-level skills, then the person who practices heaven-level skills its combat endurance is definitely far greater than the former. Secondly, there is the difference in the quality of Du-Q. At the same level, if people who practice Tian-level skills need to pay a portion of Du-Qi, then people who practice Shan-level skills have to pay dozens of only with twice, or even 100 times the fighting spirit can we achieve the same results as the former. Thirdly, when practicing, the efficiency of absorbing the energy of heaven and earth to refine Du-Q is very high. If two people want to absorb the same Du-Qi energy, then the person who practices Tian-level exercises may only need 10 minutes, while the Xuan-level exercises, it will take 100 minutes. Fourth, during battle, it is far impossible for a person who practices Xuan-level skills to drive fighting energy as smoothly and quickly as a person who practices heaven-level skills. Based on the above reasons and so on, the reason why good skills are regarded as the most important by countless people on the Du-Q continent is extremely clear. The more high-level skills you practice, the greater the benefits it will bring. Therefore, countless strong people, in order to obtain those high-level skills, can almost be said to be one after another. Sometimes even knowing that a moth is flying into the flame, then he is also willing to be swallowed up by the flames. Chenfeng is practicing the advanced heaven-level skills, and his foundation at the Duwang level will be much stronger than that of ordinary Duwangs. This will play a vital role in advancing to higher levels in the future. At this moment, above the cave, a colorful energy vortex was slowly rotating in the air, and the energy from the surrounding world was continuously being sucked in. Many magical beasts in the mountains sensed this strange scene. However, under the pressure that was faintly emanating from the cave, even if they were discovered, they did not dare to get close. They only dared to wander far away from the periphery. Moreover, under the pervasive pressure, they continuously sent out too many rays of light. They didn't dare to roar loudly, for fear of disturbing the being inside who made them extremely afraid. As time went by, the weeds near the Chenfeng retreat were also infected by the strong energy, and they grew rapidly, making the surrounding area look a bit desolate. Only the huge vortex of colorful energy in the mid-air was releasing, with some energy. It wasn't until the 20th day of Chenfeng's retreat that something different from the past finally appeared. The huge slowly rotating energy vortex in the sky suddenly stopped and the majestic energy poured down like a torrential rain, and finally turned into a huge energy stream like a mountain torrent, falling straight into the cave. This broad energy burst cut through the air, and even the air made a sharp tearing sound. From this, it was enough to see how huge the energy contained in this burst, and under such a huge energy tilt, nearby the valleys of weeds that had grown wildly suddenly withered away at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, the entrance of the cave, all yellow and filled with gravel, slowly emerged. At this point, the huge energy vortex in mid-air has completely dissipated, and the violently fluctuating energy of the world around it has gradually returned to normal. Looking at this situation, the energy required for Chenfeng's advancement has reached saturation. In the cave, Chenfeng's closed eyes also opened at this moment, and lightning suddenly flashed across his pair of dark eyes like a thunderstorm. At that moment, even the air in the dull cave was leaking out. There was a subtle crackling sound. As the pair of lightning-like eyes opened, a majestic aura suddenly awakened. Under this majestic aura that was several times stronger than before, the cave trembled slightly, and cracks on the thick arms spread like spider webs from under the Qinglian sitting cross-legged in the morning breeze. Eventually it spread to every corner of the cave, finally stepped into the Duhuang. Chenfeng slowly spread his hands, feeling the majestic fighting energy in his body like a flash flood, and a faint arc escaped from the corner of his mouth. Although I used the Dozong experience card before to feel stronger power, it was never as real as it is now. Congratulations to the master for successfully breaking through the Duhuang. In the corner of the cave, Yao Chen's soul, who had been waiting quietly for 20 days, congratulated Chenfeng very excitedly. Chenfeng's breakthrough was the only one Yao Chen had seen in his life. Yao Chen, how long have I been in seclusion this time? Chenfeng nodded slightly and asked, Master, you only spent 20 days in seclusion this time. This is the shortest time I have ever seen to break through the Du Huang. Yao Chen replied respectfully. 20 days, it actually took 20 days. Hearing Yao Chen's reply, Chenfeng shook his head slightly, obviously not satisfied with this time. Let's go back. Calculating the time Nalan Yanran was about to give birth, Chenfeng quickly rushed back to the palace after breaking through Du Huang. Early in the morning on the 7th day after returning to the palace, Chenfeng stood outside a room door and waited anxiously. As anxious as Chenfeng were his other wives, Yun, Ya Fei, and the little medical fairy who had officially been admitted a few days ago. Mom, it's almost time to give birth, please push harder. In the room, the midwife's voice and Nalan Yanran's shouts always affected Chenfeng's mind. He walked back and forth, his heart beating wildly with nervousness, anticipation, excitement, and all kinds of emotions filling his heart. Fenger, don't worry too much. Yanran has already made preparations and everything will go smoothly. Seeing Chenfeng's reaction, Yun comforted her softly. Mom, if you push harder, it's already halfway out. Listening to the movement in the room, even if Yun comforted him, Chenfeng was still anxious and couldn't calm down. However, the next moment, as a loud baby cried, this oppressive atmosphere was finally broken. She's given birth, madam, she's given birth. It's a little prince. Amid the midwife's excited shouts, Chenfeng had already opened the door and quickly walked to Nalan Yanran's bedside. Chapter 185 Huge Reward. Yanran, thank you for your hard work. Chenfeng held Nalan Yanran's light little hand and spoke very gently. Husband. A touch of red appeared on Nalan Yanran's pretty face dripping with sweat, and she felt indescribable sweetness and emotion in her heart. When Chenfeng came in, the first thing she cared about was not the children, but herself. This moved her heart and made her feel a huge sense of happiness. Husband, let me see the child. Yum. Chenfeng smiled and nodded, then took the child from the hands of the maid beside him and placed it next to Nalan Yanran. At this time Chenfeng finally saw his first child. The swaddled little guy had a round head, like a little rubber ball. When Chenfeng looked at him, his big black eyes looked over curiously. At this moment, the two eyes intertwined, and Chenfeng's mood became very peaceful. This was the first time in his 2 lives that he had his own child. The feeling of being connected by blood was very wonderful. With the bloodline crystal here, in the future, if someone wants to harm the heirs of Chenfeng, Chenfeng can use their fighting energy to protect them remotely. Husband, this little guy is so cute, but he keeps staring at you and not at me. When Chenfeng was looking at the child intently, Nalan Yanran's slightly jealous voice came out. Jiggle Yanran, the baby has just been born, and you are so jealous. Looking at this heartwarming scene, Yun, who was standing behind Chenfeng, smiled and joked. Husband, Sister Yanran has given birth to a baby now. What name would you like to give the little guy? Ya Fei asked softly with a smile on her face. Hearing this, Nalan Yanran also looked at Chenfeng, wondering what he would name the child. Chenfeng thought for a moment and said softly, let's call Miter Tianlan. The word Lan in Tianlan comes from Nalan Yanran's name. Chenfeng felt that he would have many women and many heirs in the future. Therefore, choosing a name like this would make it easier to remember and distinguish them in the future. Tianlan, this is a great name. Nalan Yanran murmured these 2 words, very satisfied, with a bright smile on her fair cheeks. Now she has lost her original youthfulness, and her body has gained the brilliance of motherhood. Sister Yanran, congratulations. Ya Fei with her big belly congratulated Nalan Yanran. Among these women, Ya Fei's belly is the most obvious, and she is expected to give birth within a month or 2. Yun and Qinglin's bellies show no signs of being particularly big yet, and it is estimated that they will not give birth for more than half a year. In Chenfeng's small world, Xiao Sunner and Queen Medusa were also pregnant. Among them, Xiao Sunner and Ya Fei were pregnant at about the same time, and would give birth to a child within a few months. Yao Yi's lower abdomen has also swelled obviously. However, she stayed in this palace, and because of some worries, she never communicated too much with Nalan Yanran, Ya Fei, Yun and Qinglin, so she didn't even come over to take a look at Nalan Yanran's delivery this time. After expressing condolences to Nalan Yanran, Chenfeng, Yun and others exited the room, letting Nalan Yanran have a good rest. At this time Chenfeng remembered the system prompt that sounded in his mind before. This is Chenfeng's first child. The system's rewards are very generous. There is a super double. With a thought, Chenfeng directly opened this super doubled childbirth gift package. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the eternal genealogy. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the heaven-level advanced fighting skill world-destroying magic thunder. Ding. Congratulations to the host for adding 100 years of life. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 20 Bodhi pills. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting 2 intermediate puppet pills. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 9-turn Dozen Peak experience card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting a set of space transformation flags. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting an intermediate experience pill. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 restoration pills. All the above rewards have been distributed. Please pay attention to the host to check them. Hearing this series of system prompts, Chenfeng became excited again. Good things always come in pairs here in Chenfeng. Every time his woman gets pregnant, he can get a reward. Now he really has it. The heirs are still the same, and the rewards are even more fierce. When Chenfeng was excited, he discovered that his body had undergone some strange changes at that moment. It seemed that the blood flow was more energetic. Could it be that it gives me 100 years of extra life? Chenfeng guessed in his mind. Next, Chenfeng's mind immediately focused on the rewarded treasures. Eternal genealogy. The host's wife, and all the descendants of the host will be automatically recorded in the eternal genealogy. The people recorded in the genealogy will have a 10% increase in their cultivation speed and a 10% increase in lifespan. The host can also manually add recording lovers, slave girls and other identities into the family tree. In addition, when the descendants of the host practice, they will also give back 1,000th of the cultivation level to the host. Aha! With this thing, why can't my family prosper? After reading the introduction of the 10,000 generations genealogy, Chenfeng was very excited. This thing would not only speed up his family's cultivation, but also feed him back. If he waited until his children grew up, Chenfeng might choose to lie down. Everyone can gain great benefits. The second reward was a volume of heaven-level advanced fighting skills, the world-destroying magic thunder. Chenfeng knew that with his current strength, he could not learn a fighting skill of this level, let alone display it. Therefore, he directly skipped it. Then I focused on the fourth reward, Bodhi Pill, an 8th grade elixir that can be taken by a peak 9-turn Duzun warrior to increase the chance of breaking through to a semi-saint by 20%. This kind of elixir is obviously a precious resource for cultivating saint-level experts. Although there is only a 20% chance for those experts who are stuck at the peak of the 9-ranked Dozen, they are willing to exchange all their wealth. Although Chenfeng cannot use these 20 Bodhi pills for the time being, when his family grows bigger and his descendants grow up, they will be able to turn into a profound heritage of the family. The next intermediate level puppet pill and the 9-turn Dazun Peak experience card gave Morenfeng a big surprise. To be honest, what Chenfeng wants most right now is something like this. With these two things, he has the confidence to deal with the powerful people of the ancient clan. With the 9-turn Dazun Peak experience card, even the ancient clan can. The person sent to the northwest continent to contact Xiao Sunner was a strong semi-saint, and even Chenfeng had the strength to fight. Finally, Chenfeng looked at the 7th reward, which was a pile of black flags with strange runes on them. By counting, there were 18 flags in total. Chapter 186 Return to Wooten City to clean up the hidden dangers of the ancient clan. Space conversion flag. After refining, it can be used to switch positions at will between two flags within tens of millions of miles apart, regardless of the strength of Du Emperor's space seals and other means. That's great. With this thing, it will be much more convenient for you to travel far away and come back again. After reading the introduction of this set of black flags, Chenfeng felt happy. The uses of this black flag are very wide. To put it simply, if Chenfeng leaves a flag in this palace, no matter where he goes to the Black Corner territory in the future, or go to Zhongzhou, as long as you use another flag again, you can return instantly, and it can also be used to escape from certain dangerous places that are suddenly sealed. The next moment, Chenfeng quickly extracted the set of flags and began to refine them. Certainly, soon as a strange seal was played in Chenfeng's hand, one of the black flags was planted in the center of the secret room of the palace, and then quickly turned into an invisible form, and merged into the space of heaven and earth. Except for Chenfeng's other people don't feel anything strange. The fly in the ointment is that every time this space conversion flag is used, a flag must be left in place and cannot be taken away. If all 18 flags are planted, they cannot be used as desired. Next, Chenfeng continued to sink his mind into the system space and examined the intermediate experience pill. Intermediate experience pill. After taking it, you can increase your cultivation level by 10 years. TISC, 10 years of cultivation. 10 times more effective than the primary experience pill. After reading the introduction of this intermediate experience pill, Chenfeng couldn't help but click his tongue. The reward of having an heir is much better than the reward of previous pregnancy. His cultivation level was successfully promoted from the fighter stage to the fighting emperor level in less than a year. This is already astonishing. If he uses this intermediate experience pill again, his cultivation level may even directly reach the Duzong realm. System extract the intermediate experience pill. A treasure like the experience pill had almost no side effects, so Chenfeng used it directly without any hesitation at this moment. 10 years of cultivation, although all of them correspond to the 1-star Dohong period, but this amount is already very terrifying. Chenfeng has just sensed it, and his cultivation has suddenly jumped from 1-star Do Emperor to 3-star Do Huang. Boom boom. 3 more golden dragons took off from him in a row, and his cultivation level soared to the level of a 6-star Du Huang. If an ordinary 1-star Du Huang expert takes this experience pill, he may only reach the limit of breaking through to a 3-star Du King or a 4-star Du King. But here in Chenfeng, even if his cultivation reaches a 6-star Du King, he will still be able to reach the limit. There is no sign of stopping. After only staying for half a second, Chenfeng's 6-star Duang realm began to loosen again, allowing him to successfully enter the 7-star Duang, 8-star Fighting Emperor, 9-star Fighting Emperor. In the end, after 8 golden dragons flew out of his body, Chenfeng's cultivation level stayed at the middle stage of the 9-star Fighting Emperor. Fortunately, Chenfeng has the hidden aura of the hidden spirit stone. Otherwise, if people knew about it, someone could rush from the 1-star Du Huang to the 9-star Du Emperor in just a few seconds without being scared to death. 9-star Du Huang. It seems that I will have to prepare for breaking through Dozong in a short time. Feeling the power in his body that was many times stronger, Chenfeng murmured in his heart. Now, there was only one last reward left to look at, and Chenfeng glanced at it quickly. Restoration pill. It is used by pregnant women to quickly restore their vitality after childbirth, repair physical wounds, and also enhance their physical fitness and improve some cultivation levels. It turns out it's this kind of elixir. The system has been very thoughtful about this. Seeing the introduction of this last reward, Chenfeng's eyes softened. Although this is in a fantasy world, giving birth is still a very painful thing for women, and postpartum recovery is also very important. Originally, Chenfeng asked Yao Chen to refine some body-restoring elixirs for his wives to use to recover after giving birth. However, those elixirs were obviously not as good as this restoration pill. Give Yanran one pill first. After learning the usefulness of this elixir, Chenfeng quickly left the secret room and walked towards the room where Nalan Yanran was. On the incense bed, after Nalan Yanran took the restoration pill brought by Chenfeng, the fatigue on her pretty face was completely eliminated, her complexion recovered better than normal people, and some of the physical problems caused by childbirth were restored. Wounds are also quickly repaired. Husband, the effect of this elixir is so miraculous. Sensing her body's recovery, Nalan Yanran sat up from the bed with a surprised look on her face. This is the rejuvenation pill. I went to the alchemy master to refine it, Chenfeng explained softly. Husband, you are so kind. Nalan Yanran had a sweet and happy smile on her lips and gently rested her head on Chenfeng's shoulder. 3 days later, Chenfeng left the palace again. The place he wanted to go this time was Wutan City. According to what Ling Ying said before, it is estimated that in about 10 days, the sages of the ancient clan will rush there to contact Xiao Zun and inquire about the progress of her investigation of the Imperial Jade. Although Xiao Sun'er's disappearance may not necessarily be able to be traced by the ancient sages to Chenfeng, but Chenfeng has always pursued safety, and he cannot sit back and watch as he has such a hidden danger without dealing with it. With Chenfeng's current cultivation level, he spread out his thunder wings and flew rapidly, and it only took him a day to reach Wutan City. Coming to such a small town, Chenfeng directly used the hidden spirit stone to control his cultivation aura at the Du Master level, and quickly sensed Ling Ying's location. Master, you are here. In an inn-room outside the Xiao family manor, Ling Ying saluted Chenfeng very respectfully. Ling Ying, the sage from the ancient tribe hasn't come here yet this year, right? Chenfeng asked directly. Not yet, but it should be within the next few days. Ling Ying shook his head and said, every time that venerable person comes over, he always contacts me first. Even if he doesn't sense the lady's aura, he will come over first to contact me. I'll meet you good. Then during this period you should pay more attention. If someone comes, try to take him to a more remote place. Chenfeng nodded and instructed. Nowadays, Chenfeng possesses the 9-level Duzun Peak experience card, and he still has confidence. If the ancient sage is just an ordinary Duzun, he can suppress it with a flip of his hand. You must know that in the later stages of cultivation, the gap between each small realm is huge. For example, in the Soul Palace, The so-called ninth heaven Lord Demon Rain is only the cultivation base of the 8-star Du Lord. He was able to kill a 6-star Du Zun strongman within a few moves, but he was powerless against a 9-star Du Zun strongman. Chapter 187 Zener, how are you doing now? In Wooten City, Xiao's house, in a wing room in the backyard, a young man in black was sitting cross-legged in the room. Suddenly the young man sitting cross-legged opened his eyes with a bright smile on his face. Strength of fighting, sit stage. I finally succeeded, as Xiao Yan shouted happily. Since the last time Chenfeng gave him the miraculous medicine that could solve the hidden dangers in his body, his cultivation talent has recovered. In less than a year he has continuously broken through 3 stages of fighting power. From the original 3-stage fighting power to the current 6-stage fighting power. The next moment Xiao Yan stood up and planned to tell his father Xiao Zhan the good news. Yan, I didn't expect you to break through to the 6th level of fighting so quickly. With your current cultivation speed, you may be able to become a powerful Du Wang in 10 or 20 years. After a while in a study room, the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhan, heard the words of Xiao Yan in front of him, and his face suddenly showed a look of ecstasy. Father, in general, it's all thanks to the elixir that the young master of the Mitre family, Chenfeng, sent me before. It relieved the symptoms of the fighting spirit in my body disappearing for no reason. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to break through in such a short time to the 6th level of fighting. After hearing Xiao Zhan's praise, Xiao Yan said very humbly. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Xiao Zhan's face became solemn, and he said seriously, Yanner, you can't talk about that person casually now. What's the matter, father? Seeing Xiao Zhan's reaction, Xiao Yan was particularly surprised. Yanner, during this period, you have been practicing in seclusion. It's normal not to know. Xiao Zhan explained in a very soft voice. My father also got the news half a month ago. Now, it's normal for me to be here before. The young master of the Mitre family in Wooten City has become the emperor of the Jiama Empire, and the entire Jiama Empire has entered a period of rule by the Mitre family. What? How did he suddenly become the emperor? Xiao Yan said in surprise. It is said that the former head of the royal family took the initiative to give up the throne and married the previous eldest princess. Xiao Zhan continued to explain. Because the head of the royal family changed positions, even the lord of a small city like our Wooten City could rescreen. Call. At this moment, Xiao Yan couldn't help but break out a cold sweat on his face, and he felt a little bit lucky. Fortunately, he didn't refuse Chenfeng to break off the engagement for Nalan Yanran. Otherwise, his Xiao family would really be on the verge of genocide, disaster. Sonner, how are you doing now? Thinking of breaking off the engagement, Xiao Yan couldn't help but reappear that increasingly blurry beautiful figure in his mind, with a hint of bitterness at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Sonner left after that. While the Xiao family father and son were discussing in the room, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky above Wooten City. This figure that suddenly appeared was dressed in black and had white hair. He looked very old, but the power contained in his body was extremely terrifying. If he had not restrained his momentum, I am afraid that at this moment, except for a few people in Wooten City outside, everyone will be suppressed by the terrifying aura and crawl to the ground. Finally come. When the old man appeared, Chenfeng, who was in the inn, immediately sensed something unusual. However, he did not raise his head, but drank all the tea in the cup as if nothing had happened. Strange, why can't I sense the lady's breath? At above the sky, the old man with white hair and black clothes glanced below. A look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. The next moment the old man's gaze stopped at the inn where Chenfeng was. Of course, it was not that he discovered anything unusual about Chenfeng, but because Ling Ying was also in this inn. Ling Ying, where did the lady go? Soon Ling Ying, who was in the inn room, received a message and then quietly walked out. On Chenfeng's side, after Ling Ying left, he also chose to leave the inn and head towards the back mountain of Wooten City. According to his plan, this time he had to restrain the powerful man from the ancient tribe who had arrived. However, it would be too arrogant to attack in Wooten City, and there was a risk of something unexpected happening. Therefore, Chenfeng chose Wutan as the place to attack. Behind the city, Ling Ying, according to what you said, the lady found clues to the ancient jade this time, and it is possible that she will directly bring the ancient jade back. In the forest, the old man with white hair and black clothes asked Ling Ying with a happy face. Well, Elder Gu Fei, Miss is very confident this time. Ling Ying nodded. Haha, Miss has been lurking for many years, and this plan is finally coming to an end. The old man known as Gu Fei laughed loudly. However, the next moment Gu Fei's old face suddenly showed a look of surprise, because in his sight, a young man was slowly walking towards this side. When did this young man approach here? Why didn't I notice it? Gu Fei was very surprised. Looking at the young man who kept approaching, a murderous intention flashed in his heart, and he said coldly, "Young man, did you hear everything we just talked about?" Hearing Gu Fei's words, Chenfeng's mouth was filled with a joking expression. He did not answer his question, but said jokingly, "This is how the ancient clan takes care of the Xiao clan, I admire you." After understanding the meaning of Chenfeng's words, Gu Fei's face suddenly darkened. When Xiao Xuan died, he entrusted the Xiao clan to Gu Yuan, the leader of the ancient clan. But now, the Xiao family has declined like this. Gu Yuan, the Xiao clan, is still secretly planning the Du Emperor Ancient Jade, which has to be said to be a bit ironic. It seems that you know a lot. Say, who are you? Gu Fei's words became colder and colder, and vast fighting energy surged out of his body, not concealing the murderous intention in his heart at all. Master, judging from this person's aura, his cultivation level should be at 6-star Duzun or 7-star Duzun. After Gu Fei showed his momentum, Yao Chen's voice sounded in Chenfeng's heart. Chenfeng had only experienced the power at the peak of the 9-star Duzong, and did not know the higher levels of power. Therefore, Yao Chen asked Yao Chen to judge the opponent's cultivation level when he showed his momentum. At this moment, after learning about the other party's cultivation, Chenfeng felt calmer. He smiled faintly and said, "Haha, your lady from the ancient tribe is pregnant with my child. What do you think I am?" "What? How dare you say that the lady is pregnant with your child? How brave you are!" Hearing Chenfeng's words, Gu Fei could no longer hold back the murderous intention in his heart. He raised his hand and shot out a huge yellow fighting energy in the direction of Chenfeng. The huge dark yellow fighting spirit turned into a ferocious looking earth dragon amidst bursts of roars, and with a deep roar, it charged towards the morning wind. Where the earth dragon passed by, the trees instantly turned into powder, and the ground beneath him cracked. Chenfeng had no doubt about this momentum. Even if he had the strength to use the 9-star Dozong Peak experience card, he had no resistance at all. Force Chapter 188 Gu. Are you from the Thunder Clan? Stop! The huge earth dragon carries extremely powerful power, as if it wants to devour and destroy Chenfeng. However, just when the earth dragon was about to hit Chenfeng's body, a soft drink filled the air from Chenfeng's mouth. Immediately the huge earth dragon, which was originally extremely powerful, suddenly solidified and stagnated in mid-air. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Gu Fei's face was filled with sluggishness. He was a strong man in the late stage of 6-star Duzun. It was simply unbelievable that his attack would be stopped at the request of a young boy. Disperse. Chenfeng's plain voice continued to resound in the mountain forest, and after these words fell, the originally solidified earth dragon directly shattered and dissipated between the heaven and the earth. Who are you? Gu Fei asked with a bit of surprise in his voice. After seeing how powerful Chenfeng was, Gu Fei obviously no longer regarded him as a young man. After all, the strength shown by Chenfeng was far inferior to even the strongest of the younger generation of the ancient clan. The power of this 9th turn Dazun at his peak is truly terrifying. Feeling the fierce power contained in his body at this time, Chenfeng felt as if the world was at his feet. I've told you a long time ago that I am the son-in-law of your clan leader Guan. You dare to take action against the son-in-law of the ancient clan leader. I have to say that you are really brave. The next moment, Chenfeng slowly raised his eyes, looking at the powerful warrior from the ancient clan in front of him with a playful look. Hearing Chenfeng mention Guan's name, Gu Fei suddenly showed a look of rage on his face, and angrily shouted, "You are outrageous! How can you slander the clan leader and young lady?" After angrily scolding Chenfeng, Gu Fei recalled what Chenfeng had just said and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Then, he subconsciously looked at Ling Ying, only to find that Ling Ying had walked to Chenfeng's side without knowing it. "See, master." Ling Ying walked up to Chenfeng and bowed respectfully. "Ling Ying, you actually became this person's lackey. It seems that the young lady was not looking for traces of the ancient jade at all, but was taken away by you." Seeing Ling Ying's respectful salute to Chenfeng, Gu Fei's fear grew even stronger. Of course, the fear in Gu Fei's heart did not come from Chenfeng. Although Chenfeng showed strong strength, Gu Fei was an elder of the ancient tribe and had seen many strong people, among whom he was more powerful than Chenfeng. A lot. What he is really afraid of is Xiao Sun'er. If something happened to Xiao Sun'er, Gu Fei couldn't imagine who could bear the wrath of Xiao Sun'er's father, the patriarch of the ancient clan who stood at the pinnacle of Du Q continent. No matter who you are, if you threaten my young lady from the ancient tribe, you will soon be unable to survive or die. Gu Fei's face became ferocious, and then a strange jade tube appeared in his hand, and he crushed it into pieces without hesitation. Is this a space jade tube that can shake people remotely? Watching Gu Fei's action of crushing the strange jade tube, Chenfeng was not panicked but rather curious. He had heard about this kind of thing for a long time, and he finally saw it today. As the jade tube in Gu Fei's hand was crushed, a strong spatial fluctuation spread quickly. However, what shocked Gu Fei was that after the spatial scroll was crushed, no spatial passage appeared. The diffused space energies dissipated after floating for a while. Don't waste your efforts. The space of this world has been blocked by me, and any spatial fluctuations cannot be transmitted. Therefore, even if you use the space jade slips, you cannot recruit reinforcements. Chenfeng looked at Gu Fei, whose expression became increasingly grim, jokingly, and said with a smile. Gu Fei's face trembled slightly, and his heart sank. He knew that Chenfeng was clearly prepared this time. It is definitely not an ordinary person to have such means. Tell me, which clan are you from, the Soul Clan, the Thunder Clan, or the Flame Clan? Gu Fei asked sternly again. In his opinion, on the Dew Continent, except for those who are also from the ancient race, other forces do not dare to provoke the ancient race at all. Haha, you have too many questions, it's time to end it. Chenfeng smiled and did not answer Gu Fei's question. The time for the 9-turn Du Zun experience card was limited, and he did not want to waste any more time. If he waited until the experience expired, he would be no match for Gu Fei. After saying that, Chenfeng raised his palm and a huge silver thunder arc kept swimming in his palm. Then, the silver arc split into more than a dozen silver thunder dragons and exploded towards the place where Gu Fei was. It seems you are from the Thunder Clan. You Thunder Clan are so brave. Feeling the destructive power emanating from the dozens of silver thunder dragons, Gu Fei's pupils shrank suddenly, and then, vast dark yellow fighting energy surged out of his body, forming a thick earth wall directly in front of him. Poof! The next moment, the silver thunder dragons all attacked the earth wall. Gu Fei's earth attribute fighting spirit is known for its strong defensive power, but Chenfeng's thunder attribute fighting spirit is said to have the strongest attack power among all attributes. Moreover, the current morning wind is several times higher than Gu Fei's realm, therefore even if Chenfeng hits the thunder dragon with a casual blow, Gu Fei cannot resist it. In just an instant, the seemingly thick wall of fighting spirit was easily smashed into pieces by the silver thunder dragon, which passed through and struck Gu Fei fiercely. Boom! This violent force directly knocked Gu Fei's body flying backwards, causing his blood to surge. However, just when Gu Fei's body smashed through countless tall trees and flew backwards, Chenfeng's figure flashed continuously and appeared behind him. Chenfeng's palm slowly stretched forward, and a strange energy instantly enveloped Gu Fei, causing his retreating body to stop. At this moment, Chenfeng could feel that with just a gentle squeeze of his hand, the elder of the ancient clan with the strength of a 6-star Du Zun would be turned into a ball of flesh. This kind of power is really amazing. Feeling how powerful he was at this moment, Chenfeng's eyes revealed a strange color. If you use the experience card to temporarily increase your cultivation level, if you don't use it well, you may have a high-spirited mentality. But if you can adjust your mentality, you may be able to understand something beyond your own realm. You bastard from the Thunder Clan. If what happened today is discovered by a strong man from our ancient clan, let's see how you end up. In mid-air, Gu Fei, who was restricted by the strange power, looked very embarrassed. He roared angrily at the morning wind and said threatening words. You are right, you cannot be discovered by other strong men from your ancient clan. Hearing Gu Fei's roar, Chenfeng nodded with a very serious expression. The next moment a dark pill was held in his hand. Chapter 189. Could it be that she is pregnant with twins? Haha, no matter what means you have, the strong men of our clan will track you down. You can't run away. Even though he was in danger at this time, Gu Fei still said very confidently, because he felt that if Chenfeng killed him, he would be discovered by the strong people in the clan immediately. If he did not kill him, he would not go back for a long time, and the people in the ancient clan with strong people will also become suspicious and come to investigate, so whether Chenfeng kills him or not, this matter will always be exposed. Ha! The people of the ancient clan are really confident. Hearing this, Chenfeng sneered and said, Do you want to know why Ling Ying does things for me obediently? Hearing Chenfeng's words, Gu Fei suddenly remembered something and said in horror, What did you do to him? Don't worry, you will become like him soon. Chenfeng smiled lightly, strangled Gu Fei's neck, and then forcefully slapped the black elixir in his hand into Gu Fei's mouth. This black elixir is the mid-level puppet elixir that was rewarded by the system when Nalan Yanran gave birth to a child. It can turn people who are below the level of Du Sheng into Chenfeng's puppets. The efficacy of the intermediate puppet pill is much more domineering than that of the primary puppet pill. After entering the mouth, it turns into a stream of liquid energy and rushes into Gu Fei's body. Ah, what kind of elixir did you give me? The strange energy of the puppet pill invaded his body, and Gu Fei suddenly panicked and screamed in horror. Chenfeng ignored this. Even the semi-saint's strong man could not resist this intermediate puppet pill. No matter how hard Gu Fei struggled, it was ineffective. At this moment Chenfeng took advantage of the effect of the experience card to feel the body carefully. This power in Duzun and higher realms. Generally speaking, if you want to improve, it is not just the accumulation of energy. This requires some understanding. Chenfeng can now appreciate the power of the peak of the 9-turn Duzun, which will be very helpful for his subsequent practice. During this period, the most obvious thing that Chenfeng realized was the power of space that only the strong Duzun could control. With Duzun, he could move space and travel through the void space. That kind of power Chenfeng yearned for very much. When the time of the experience card completely passed, the powerful power of Chenfeng disappeared instantly, and he once again returned to the original level of the 9-star fighting emperor. He stood there, his eyes slowly closing, and after a moment, he opened his palms and a ball of silver fighting energy emerged. Although it was all silver Du-Q, Chenfeng could vaguely see a trace of Du-Q, showing a light silver color, which was essentially different from his own thunder Du-Q energy. Success. Seeing the light silver energy, Chenfeng smiled. This ray of energy was the power of space. The power that Chenfeng had been realizing after using the experience card made him return to the level of Du Huang. And also mastered a trace of space power. This kind of power can only be controlled by those who have reached Dozong cultivation level. Only those who are strong in Dozong can control it. But now, Chenfeng has mastered this magical power with the cultivation of Du Huang. The next moment his palm stretched out and then he suddenly grasped it. As he grasped his palm, the space in front of him unexpectedly, there are some slight distortions. While Chenfeng was testing the power of space, Gu Fei, who was not far in front of him, slowly opened his eyes. Gu Fei meets the master. At this time Gu Fei's eyes no longer had the unruly look before, and he looked at Chenfeng with extremely respectful eyes. Get up. Chenfeng smiled and nodded. The thing he was most worried about before was finally solved. After controlling Gu Fei, as long as he returns to life on time, the people of the ancient clan will not know about Xiao Sunner's condition. In the following time, Chenfeng quickly learned some things he wanted to know from Gu Fei, and then directly brought him to the small world. Elder Gu Fei, why are you here? In the small world, Xiao Sunner, who had a big belly, looked at Gu Fei, who suddenly arrived here with Chenfeng, his eyes full of surprise. Miss, I came here this time to take you back. However, the master said that you are living a good life here, so why don't you just continue to stay here, miss? Gu Fei replied somewhat mechanically. Owner, I didn't expect that even Elder Gu Fei would be controlled by the master. Hearing Gu Fei's name to Chenfeng, Xiao Sunner immediately reacted. At this moment, she was even more surprised by Chenfeng's methods. Elder Gu Fei, you are right. I am living a good life with the master. You go back and tell father that I will not go back for the time being. Knowing that Gu Fei had been controlled, Xiao Sunner still talked to him calmly. At this time Queen Medusa, who was standing not far behind Xiao Sunner, was completely shocked by the extremely strong aura on Gu Fei's body. Could this terrifying aura be that of the legendary Duzun strongman? Even the powerful Duzun is willing to serve master. What is your shocking identity? After Queen Medusa reacted, she thought quickly in her heart. She felt more and more that the power and mystery of Chenfeng were beyond her knowledge. Therefore, if she wanted to ask Chenfeng to let her out before, it would be too. I held back temporarily. Xiao Sunner, it's great if you think so. After a while, when you give birth to the child, I will reward you well. Seeing Xiao Sunner's performance, Chenfeng was very satisfied. Moreover, Chenfeng always felt that Xiao Sunner's belly was obviously bigger than Nalan Yanran's before. Could it be that she is pregnant with twins? An idea suddenly appeared in Chenfeng's mind. Not long after bringing Gu Fei in, Chenfeng left the small world. At this moment, in the forest behind Wuten City, there are still traces of Chenfeng's previous fight with Gu Fei, but they are sealed by a space seal. The monstrous aura and violent battle fluctuations released by the two people before are all. It has never been leaked. On Chenfeng's side, for the sake of safety, he ordered Gu Fei, Yao Chen, and Ling Ying to clean up the place, and finally created signs of a mountain fire. After doing this, Chenfeng lifted the seal in this area and left with Gu Fei and Ling Ying. Chenfeng could not take Gu Fei, a powerful fighting master, with him. Therefore, Chenfeng directly arranged for him to return to the ancient clan to resume his life. while Lingying continued to stay in Wooten City. Look what's going on over there. Why did such a huge mountain fire suddenly break out? The fire is too strong. If it is not controlled, it will spread extremely wide. The fire in the mountain forest was quickly discovered by people in the city. In order to prevent the fire from spreading, Wooten City quickly organized a group of people to stop the fire. Chapter 190 Breaking through Dozong and entering the Black Angle territory. After leaving Wooten City, Chenfeng returned to the imperial capital in less than a day. Since solving this hidden danger of the ancient clan, Chenfeng has become very relaxed. Although he has consumed a 9-rank Duzen Peak experience card for this, Chenfeng does not feel it is a pity at all. As long as he was given a period of time, he might be able to obtain those treasures again. If the affairs of the ancient clan were not handled well, he might have to live in hiding. After returning to the imperial capital, Chenfeng originally wanted to go outside the Jiama Empire for a walk, but within a few days, he found that his realm had actually loosened again, and there were signs of breaking through the Dozong. Perhaps because of the use of the experience card this time, Chenfeng did not feel any difficulty in facing the Dozong Pass, which was like a chasm in the sky for ordinary practitioners. Everything was so natural. Looks like we're going into seclusion again. After learning about his physical condition, Chenfeng murmured in his heart that other matters could only be put on hold for the time being. Soon, Chenfeng explained something to Yun, and Nalan Yanran and others went to the depths of the Warcraft Mountains alone. Arriving here, Chenfeng quickly found a valley, then sat down at the bottom of the valley and began to attack the Duzong realm. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. On this day, an extremely strong momentum suddenly erupted from the depths of the Warcraft Mountains, causing all the Warcraft within hundreds of miles to feel panic, especially those that had reached the 6th level. They already possessed human intelligence and were even more. Understand the terror of that aura. In the central area where the breath came from, the fluctuations in the energy of heaven and earth caused a lot of dark clouds to gather in the sky. For a while, the originally bright and sunny weather turned into dense clouds. Peng! As a loud noise came, the valley where the morning breeze was located shook violently. Then, a tall figure slowly appeared at the mouth of the valley, with the soles of its feet stepping lightly on the void, its body as straight as a gun, and the majestic energy that filled the air from its body. The momentum is like thunder, daring to compete with the sky. Chenfeng stood in the void, without the appearance of fighting wings or thunder wings behind his back. He walked in the air, which was a unique sign of a strong man from the Dozong. Dozong is the real watershed for the mainland's strong men. If you successfully reach this level, you will have the basic conditions to prosper in Zhongzhou. But now, Chenfeng has reached this step at such an age, he should be in this world at that time. The second person could not be found. Call. At this moment Chenfeng, who was standing in the void, took a breath, then sunk his mind into his body and sensed it carefully. There was almost a transformation in his body. Not only were the meridians more than 10 times wider than before, but there was also a faint layer of dew crystals outside the meridians and even the bones, and they were constantly exuding a faint glow. The fist was slightly clenched, and Chenfeng punched out with an unpretentious punch. The space around the fist was suddenly distorted, and a low and harsh sonic boom sounded in the sky like muffled thunder. This simple, unpretentious punch actually has such powerful power. Duzong and Doang are indeed two completely different levels. With my current strength, if Yao Chen and Zhu Dharma join forces, I'm afraid they won't be my opponent, Chenfeng said quite confidently. Calculating the time, Ya Fei and Xiao Suner would have a little more than a month before they gave birth. Chenfeng did not plan to go back immediately, but planned to go to the Black Corner territory. With the space transformation flag, even if Chenfeng goes to the Black Corner region or Zhongzhou, he can instantly return to the Gamma Palace. One day later, Chenfeng's figure appeared on the northwest border of the Jiama Empire. On this border, the empire's defenses are extremely tight, especially over the key military fortresses. No one is allowed to fly. Once discovered, they will be ruthlessly attacked by the fortress defenders. However, this is only compared to ordinary strong people. All laws are nothing but a joke if they do not have strong enough execution capabilities. Among the entire garrison on the northwest border of the Jiama Empire, there was only one Du Huang strongman. How could such a defense be able to defend against those Du Huangs and even Du Zong's strong men? Just like Chenfeng, he flew straight over 2 giant border fortresses, and no one noticed his existence. Now what appeared in front of Chenfeng was a huge fortress, Gejun Pass, standing on the border of the empire like a wild beast. This huge city wall stretches for dozens of miles, and it is impossible to see the end at a glance. On top of the city wall, there are tens of thousands of troops drilling neatly and majestically. This is the largest fortress that Chenfeng has ever seen so far, but it is not the largest in the Garma Empire. On the lowest avenue below, a large team of about 100 people was galloping towards the huge fortress, shouting and cursing along the way. Judging from the uniform clothes of these people, they seem to belong to the same group, a mercenary group. This kind of mercenary group of about 100 people can be regarded as about medium-sized in the Jiama Empire. Because Guizhou Pass is located on the border, the chaotic atmosphere here is very popular with certain mercenary groups. They don't like to take the stable route of hunting monsters, but are more willing to join the legendary war mercenary group. It means helping a certain party in a war and getting huge rewards. Although the reward is very high, the risk is also extremely high. After all, in that battlefield meat grinder, if a team of several hundred people is not careful, it would not be surprising even if they are all killed. After passing through this huge fortress and walking 1,000 miles to the east, passing through some small countries and tribes along the way, you can enter the special area known throughout the continent, the Black Corner region. The Black Corner region, due to its special terrain, has almost become the most chaotic area in the entire continent. Countless fleeing strong men from various countries have landed here and established the most barbaric rules. In the Black Corner domain, there are no legal restrictions. There is only one law, the law of the jungle. In other words, that is, the weak eat the strong, and the weak have no rights here. In addition, the Black Corner territory may also be said to be an intelligence intersection on the mainland. Countless intelligence flows out from here every day. And then there are countless pieces of information flowing in from the outside. Well, to put it bluntly, if you want to be famous in the mainland, Black Corner domain can give you the fastest shortcut. Of course, the premise is that you must have sufficient strength and capital, otherwise, you will not be famous, but your life will be lost. As a chaotic area well known on the continent, the Black Corner territory does not live up to its name. Strong people die here every day, and strong people come from outside every day. This area is full of death, but also full of challenges and challenges. Temptation, there are all kinds of treasures flowing out of it. Of course, if you want to obtain these, you need to pay a price. This price may be money, or it may be replaced by other items. Love of chaos and preference for darkness seem to be the potential factors of human beings. Therefore, even though they know that the area is surrounded by dangerous aura, countless people are still pouring into it, either for a shortcut to quickly become famous in the mainland, or to obtain more advanced exercises, fighting skills, elixirs in that chaotic area, or to obtain unparalleled wealth. But no matter what, these people who keep pouring in have injected a steady stream of popularity into this Black Corner area. Perhaps because the extremes of things must reverse, at the center of the Black Angle territory is the famous Cannon College in the Du-Q continent. Within a certain range outside Cannon College, it is a peaceful area. Over the years, almost anyone who brings the atmosphere in the Black Corner domain here will be sanctioned by Cannon College and pay the price with their lives. Although many people on the mainland are confused as to why there is such a chaotic area that is incompatible with the atmosphere of the college outside the ancient and long-standing college of Cannon College, but no matter what, existence is the truth. Although it has been suppressed for so many years, the Black Angle domain is still expanding exponentially at a staggering speed, and the super weak and invincible characteristics it displays also make those who are willing to the forces suppressing this area feel powerless. The scope of the Black Corner territory is extremely vast, and after years of expansion, it has almost become a small, distinct country. However, the only difference from other empires is that other empires have the highest leaders such as emperors, alliance leaders and sect leaders, but in this area, they are fighting on their own, and various forces are constantly fighting, killing and chaos for their own interests. It's like a plate of loose sand. However, it is precisely because of this that the Black Corner territory can become stronger and stronger in the center of the continent. Otherwise, I am afraid that no force will sit back and watch this special territory with amazing destructive power grow rapidly and pose a threat to them. The reason why Chenfeng chose to come to this place was because of the chaos here. With his current strength in this Black Corner domain, except for a few strong men, almost no one is his opponent. The treasures here are, as long as he is interested in it, he can do whatever he wants. In this murderous place, even if he directly carries out a robbery, Chenfeng has no psychological burden. Next, after Chenfeng determined the direction of the route, he moved forward at full speed. The distance between the Gamma Empire and the Black Corner territory is extremely vast. During this period, one has to pass through several small countries before reaching the edge of the Black Corner territory. Such a long distance cannot be covered by walking or riding a carriage. I'm afraid we won't be able to reach our destination in March, May, or even half a year. However, Chenfeng has now broken through Duzong, and this distance is nothing to him. After flying for less than a day beneath the morning breeze, the originally uniform mountains suddenly became more dense. Is this the Great Black Plains? Chenfeng raised his eyes and saw that at the end of his sight the pitch-black plain was like a black line, completely separating the outside world from the inside world. According to the map, this Black Territory Great Plain is the gateway to the Black Angle Territory. As long as you step here, you will enter the chaotic world that is incompatible with the outside. This time it was the farthest that Chenfeng had ever walked. However, after traveling nearly 10,000 miles, Chenfeng did not feel tired. Instead, he felt slightly excited. "Hi Jiaoyu, I would like to see what kind of chaos you are in." With a murmur in his heart, Chenfeng did not hesitate and plunged into the endless Black Plain again. An hour after entering the Black Plain, a black gust of wind appeared in Chenfeng's sight. The black storm made the sky darken. Seeing the black wind, Chenfeng did not avoid it, but faced it directly. This black storm, which almost everyone on the plain was frightened by, could not shake Chenfeng at all. But after another day of traveling, Chenfeng finally left the dull Black Plain. At this moment, what appeared in front of Chenfeng was a huge city made of dark boulders. At the four gates of the city, you can still vaguely see densely packed small black dots, like ants, gathering and pouring into the huge dark mouth of the city. According to the map, this should be Black Seal City. Staying in the void, Chenfeng picked up the map and took a look. He remembered that the Black Seal City seemed to be governed by a force called the Eight Gates. Its leader Yuan Yi was a strong emperor fighter, ranked in the top 10 of the Black List in the Black Corner region. The Black List is a ranking list similar to the previous top 10 powerful men in the Jiama Empire. But Chenfeng knows very well that in this Black Corner realm, the real strong people will never be the group of people who are now on the Black List. As if thinking of something, Chenfeng lifted the restriction of the soul flag and said to Yao Chen, "Yao Chen, do you still remember the name Han Feng? Han Feng, this bastard, a traitor, I can't wait to eat his flesh raw." Hearing Chenfeng mention Han Feng, Yao Chen's mood immediately fluctuated, and his face was full of anger and hatred. "Your good apprentice is now very prosperous in the Black Corner territory. He not only occupies the third place on the Black List, but also has the title of Medicine King," Chenfeng said with a smile. "Haha, Medicine King, this traitor is actually only a Duhong cultivation level." Hearing Chenfeng's words, the anger on Yao Chen's face softened, and then he laughed loudly, his heart filled with disdain. Originally, with Han Feng's talent, if he had been practicing with Yao Chen, he would have become a high-level Duzong expert by any means. However, he rebelled against Yao Chen for some interests and went into hiding, but he ended up like this. I have to say it's a bit ridiculous. Yao Chen, for the sake of our relationship as master and servant, I will let you take revenge with your own hands this time. A soul at the peak of Du Huang should be able to restore a lot of your strength, Chenfeng said calmly. "Road. Thank you, master." Hearing this, Yao Chen showed excitement on his face and quickly saluted to Chenfeng. Chapter 191. Do as the Romans do. On the outskirts of the Black Angle territory, the more famous forces include the Eight Gates, Blood Sect, Black Skull Tome, and Maple City, where Medicine Emperor Han Feng is located, as well as Tianyan Sect, Crazy Lion Gang, etc. Most of the leaders of these peripheral forces are only Du Huang cultivation level, and some even only have Duang strength. They cannot be compared with the established forces Black Emperor Sect and Demon Flame Valley deep in the Black Angle domain. Even if these forces unite, their comprehensive strength may not be as good as that of the Black Emperor Sect, which is only ranked third in the Black Angle domain. Although these forces are not very powerful, they are very domineering in their actions. Of course, this kind of domineering is only compared to ordinary people. Among them, the Blood Sect practices extremely special techniques and needs to swallow the blood of strong men to enhance its strength. According to the description in the original book, a large number of people are used as blood food every day and are captured into the Blood Sect so that the people of the Blood Sect can practice martial arts. The name of the Blood Sect is notorious. After Chenfeng came to the Black Corner territory, he actually had the idea of plundering. The place was so chaotic every day. When dealing with some of them, Chenfeng naturally had to follow the local customs. "Yao Chen, before I go to see your apprentice, I'll take you to have a tooth ceremony first." As Chenfeng spoke, he took out the ice silkworm mask that had not been used for a long time and put it on his face. After a moment, a brand new face appeared on Morrowind's face, completely different from the previous one. The Blood Cloud Mountain. This mountain is shrouded in a layer of blood mist all year round, as if you are in a blood cloud, hence its name. Today's Blood Cloud Mountain has long become a forbidden place in the eyes of many people in the Black Corner territory, just because a notorious evil force, the Blood Sect, is located here. It is said that Blood Cloud Mountain was not called this name a long time ago. After the Blood Sect settled here, the place was shrouded in blood mist all year round because of the Blood Sect's cultivation techniques, so it was named Blood Cloud Mountain. In this Bloody Cloud Mountain, there is an extremely deep valley with 3 cliffs, and bursts of screams are often heard from inside. This valley, called the Blood Valley by the Blood Sect disciples, is specially used to detain those captured from outside, which is what the Blood Sect disciples call blood food. The senior members of the Blood Sect can take away several blood meals from the Blood Valley every day. Even ordinary disciples have a minimum standard of 1 blood meal every 7 days. At this moment, deep in the Blood Sect, in a dark secret room, a blood-red figure sat cross-legged on a blood-red stone platform, his whole body shrouded in blood mist, exuding an extremely disgusting bloody smell. Boom! After a moment the surrounding blood mist dissipated, revealing the true face of the blood-red figure. This is a middle-aged man wearing a blood-red robe. His eyes are shining with a strange red light, and his whole body exudes a cold aura. This person is Fan Lao, the leader of the Blood Sect, who is ranked 5th on the blacklist, possessing the peak strength of the 5-star Du Huang. Because of his cultivation technique, which requires swallowing the blood of strong men and killing countless people, he has a fierce reputation in the Black Angle territory, and is called the Blood Demon. Come here, bring me today's blood food. Suddenly an unpleasant voice like a night owl came from Fan Lao's mouth, carrying an indescribable cold aura. After Fan Lao's words fell, 4 Blood Sect disciples quickly entered the secret room carrying 2 blood foods. Of these 2 blood eaters, one of them is in his 40s and has reached the level of Du Ling. The other is only in his 20s, but he also has the level of a Du Master. At this moment, their hands and feet are bound by special materials, and there is some kind of poison in the body which prevents the fighting spirit from being activated. Obviously, these 2 blood eaters have also heard of the name of the Blood Sect, and they are even more familiar with the vicious reputation of Fan Lao, the Blood Demon. At this moment, because they could not move, they just looked at Fan Lao with pleading eyes and begged for mercy. Senior Fan, please go around us. Please. However, in the face of the 2 men's pleading, Fan Lao remained expressionless, his eyes as indifferent as if he were looking at 2 pigs, dogs and livestock waiting to be slaughtered. You guys go down, Fan Lao said calmly to several Blood Sect disciples. Yes, Sect Master. Hearing this, the 4 Blood Sect disciples bowed respectfully to Fan Lao, and then quickly exited the secret room. Fan Lao, we are from the 8 sects. If you kill us, our sect master will definitely not let it go. Noisy. Looking at the middle-aged man who became excited, Fan Lao's eyes flashed with impatience. The next moment, Fan Lao came to the middle-aged man like a god of death. The bloody aura burst out from his body, and he slapped the 2 men's heads with the palms of his hands. Ah, no. Fan Lao, this devil will die a bad death sooner or later. As the 2 men screamed, streams of pure blood surged out of their bodies, then followed Fan Lao's palm and gathered into his body. Soon, the young 8th sect disciple fell to the ground, his blood was drained from his body, his face turned pale, and he had already lost his breath. The middle-aged man's screams became lower and lower, until they finally disappeared completely. At this time Fan Lao relaxed his palm with satisfaction, and the blood in his eyes became more intense. Haha. If I get a few more high-quality blood foods like this, my cultivation will hopefully go a step further and break through to the level of a 6-star Du Huang. Feeling the thick blood in his body, Fan Lao's harsh voice like a night owl suddenly burst into laughter in the secret room. GG. I'm afraid you won't have this chance. At this moment, a more harsh and strange laughter suddenly sounded in the secret room. Who is it? Hearing this sudden voice, Fan Lao felt a chill in his heart, and his eyes scanned the secret room like a hawk. The next moment 2 groups of extremely strange black mists suddenly appeared in the blood-red secret room. Behind these 2 black mists, a young man stood in the middle, standing in mid-air without any support. Seniors, I don't know why I came to see Fan. What do you want me to do? Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the 2 black figures around the young man, Fan Lao felt a little frightened in his heart and said in an extremely polite manner, Fan Lao, your blood sect has a lot of treasures. Today, I am here to seize your treasures and destroy your sect. The young man between the 2 black shadows spoke in a very calm voice. Damn it! What do you think my blood sect is? Hearing Chenfeng's words, Fan Lao was filled with shock and anger, but he didn't dare to show it. At that moment, he argued with some dissatisfaction, Senior, why are you like this? Fan asked himself that he has not offended many seniors, right? Haha, Fan Lao, you have been in the Black Corner territory for so long. Don't you think it's ridiculous to ask such a question? Hearing Fan Lao's words, Chenfeng sneered and said, in this Black Corner territory, killing people and taking over Bao. Do you need any more reasons? Chapter 192 Get Rich, it's too much. Hearing this, Fan Lao also knew that this battle was inevitable. He immediately stopped talking and showed a ferocious look on his face. He immediately swung his palm forward and made a huge bloody handprint in the direction of Chenfeng and the others. Wanting to take the lead, it's only 5th on the black list, but it's nothing more than an ant. Seeing the bloody handprint coming, a flash of disdain flashed in Chenfeng's eyes. On his left side, the figure wrapped in black mist rushed out quickly and shattered the bloody handprint with just a casual blow. Peng! Immediately afterwards, the black shadow swung out another palm, sending Fan Lao flying backwards. His body hit the wall of the secret room heavily, and then slid down puff, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of red blood. Fan Lao looked at the black figure in the air in the secret room with fearful eyes and said, it's actually a strong man from the Duzong. Come quickly. A powerful enemy is attacking. Come and help me. Although he was very frightened, Fan Lao still did not intend to give up at this moment. He summoned up his fighting spirit and shouted for help, intending to gather everyone in the sect to work together to stop the enemy. What's the situation? It seems to be the voice of the sect master. Go and have a look. As Fan Lao shouted loudly, the blood sect disciples around the secret room had expressions of surprise on their faces, and then they rushed towards the secret room. Yao Chen, Guardian Eagle, do it. Except for the blood food, leave nothing else behind. Seeing this, Chenfeng said coldly, yes, master. Upon hearing Chenfeng's order, Yao Chen and Guardian Eagle respectfully responded. The next moment, Yao Chen quickly rushed towards the seriously injured Fan Lao, while the Eagle Protector rushed outside the secret room. Ah! What kind of devil is this? Not long after the Eagle Protector rushed out, there were screams outside. On Yao Chen's side, after beating Fan Lao to the point of dying, his soul palm hovered directly on top of Fan Lao's Tianling cap, releasing a huge suction force. What are you doing? Under the strange suction of Yao Chen's soul palm, Fan Lao was horrified to find that his soul was about to leave his body. Seemingly thinking of something, Fan Lao said in disbelief, are you from the Soul Palace? I have never provoked the Soul Palace. Why do you want to harm me? Yao Chen turned a deaf ear to Fan Lao's words, and just continued to perform. Soon Fan Lao's soul was completely pulled out of his body by Yao Chen, and was then swallowed in one gulp. On Chenfeng's side, they entered the blood sect's treasure house when Yao Chen and Ju Dharma went on a killing spree. Reporting to the master, we searched carefully and found that there is no one alive in this blood sect except the blood food who was imprisoned in the valley. An hour later, Yao Chen and Guardian Eagle reported to Chenfeng with bloody aura all over their bodies. This time, the two of them killed the blood sect disciples and each captured a lot of souls. If these souls are digested, the strength of both of them will be improved, especially Yao Chen. He is extremely powerful. At his peak he had the strength of a high-level Duzun. Now, his soul is damaged and he cannot display his previous strength. Now, after Yao Chen was charged with refining the soul flag, his soul can already repair the previous damage by directly swallowing the soul. With the soul replenishment of these blood sect members, his strength will be greatly improved. Very well. Let's digest the souls you hunted. Chenfeng smiled and nodded, and then took both of them into the soul flag space. Oh, in the Black Corner territory, the speed at which news spread was staggering. But the next day, almost everyone within 1,000 miles of the blood sect learned the news that the blood sect had been massacred. Have you heard that the blood sect was massacred by mysterious force yesterday? The sect leader Fan Lao also died in a retreat. The death was extremely horrific. That beast Fan Lao is finally dead. That mysterious force did a good job. It has eliminated a scourge for the Black Corner territory. What kind of force can destroy the blood sect in such a short period of time? Fan Lao is the 5th strongest man on the black list. Yeah, 5th on the black list. That can't be compared to the bottom 3 who can be replaced at any time. After learning the news that the blood sect was destroyed, some people were celebrating and some were sad. Most of those celebrating were people who had been oppressed and persecuted by the blood sect. But those big forces like the blood sect have mixed feelings. They were wondering who had such great energy and could wipe out the blood sect without anyone noticing, and a layer of gloom formed in their hearts. After the Blood Sect was massacred, the small forces that were originally attached to the Blood Sect, as well as those Blood Sect disciples who were living outside the country and had the chance to escape, became homeless dogs and were madly hunted down by the previous hostile forces. On Chenfeng's side, after destroying the Blood Sect, they entered a restaurant in a nearby city to rest. In this Black Corner territory, supplies are obviously much richer than in places like the Gamma Empire. Even though the Blood Sect's strength is almost the same as that of the Yunlin sect, its collection of treasures is much richer than that of the Yunlin sect. After this robbery, Chenfeng seized nearly 100 rings alone, as well as a lot of pills, magic cores, fighting skills, exercises and other items. These fighting skills, techniques, and advanced Xuan level techniques are all quite numerous, but I have never seen the Earth level techniques. The technique practiced by Blood Sect disciples is called Blood Yuanju. Although the level is not high, it is very strange. This is the fundamental reason why their Blood Sect absorbs human blood for practice. In addition to the Blood Essence art, Fan Lao also practiced some secret techniques that go with the Blood Essence art. Among them is one called the Bloodthirsty technique. By using this technique, one can add the power of Bloodthirsty to one's own fighting spirit, absorbing the opponent's Q in blood and feeding it back to oneself. This is a powerful technique for defeating the enemy. In addition, the more eye-catching technique is the Blood Escape technique. This secret technique is used to escape and avoid being chased by powerful enemies. It is very good. The disadvantage is that it consumes too much. If you use it once, your cultivation will have to regress a lot, and it will leave a lot of sequelae. If it weren't for this time, the gap between Fan Lao's strength and Chenfeng's 3 others is too big. With the help of this blood escape technique, there is still hope of escaping. In general, Chenfeng's robbery of the Blood Sect this time has yielded a huge harvest. When he brings all the looted items back to the Garma Empire, the overall strength of the Garma Empire will inevitably be greatly enhanced. As the saying goes, a man will not be rich without windfall, and a horse will not be fat without night grass. Just by plundering one of the forces in the Black Corner region, I got such a huge harvest. Chenfeng couldn't help but think about doing it again. Who should I call next? Holding the teacup in his hand, Chenfeng fell into thought. Chapter 193 Chaos in the Black Corner territory. Black Skull Ridge contains countless corpses and exudes a strong aura of death. Ordinary people would not dare to set foot here. Many years ago this place was just an ordinary mountain range. However, after the first owner of the Black Skull Tome arrived, thousands of people were buried alive in this mountainous area, turning this mountainous area into a land of death. The skills practiced in the Black Skull Tome require absorbing a large amount of death energy to increase strength. Therefore, every once in a while, a large number of people will be buried alive in the mountains to replenish the consumed death energy. The training places of the Black Skull Tome disciples are all dark caves. A large number of corpses are buried under and around these caves, and a steady stream of corpse energy emerges from them. Brush. Under the night, 2 black figures flashed quickly and came to a cave in the deepest part of the mountain. This is the place with the strongest death aura in the entire Black Skull Tome, and it is also the training place for the owner of the Black Skull Tome. Grave owner. 2 black figures came outside the cave and shouted respectfully. As soon as the 2 of them finished speaking, a figure also shrouded in black robes walked out of the dark cave. The attire of these people looked somewhat similar to that of the Soul Palace. 2 elders, the death energy in the mountains has become weaker recently. You should send your disciples to catch some people and bury them alive to replenish the death energy. The black, robed figure, the owner of the Black Skull Tomb, said in a hoarse voice. Yes, tomb owner. Hearing this, the 2 Black Skull Tome elders immediately bowed and responded. The tomb owner nodded slightly, then turned and walked towards the inside of the cave. GG. However, just a few steps after the tomb owner turned around, 2 strange smiles mixed with screams suddenly came from behind him. Who is it? Hearing the sound, the owner of the Black Skull Tome was startled and turned around suddenly. In his horrified eyes, 2 figures hidden in the black mist were placing their palms on the heads of the 2 elders of the Black Skull Tome. They seemed to be what to draw out, and between the 2 mysterious people stood a young man whose aura was completely invisible. Who are you? Why did you attack me, Elder Black Skull Tome? The tomb owner asked loudly. At this moment, he thought of Fan Lao's death, and a look of fear could not help but appear on his face. GG. It will be your turn soon. The Eagle Protector laughed and pulled hard, and half of the soul of the controlled Black Skull Elder was pulled out. Hearing this strange laughter and the soul-draining movements of the Eagle Protector, the owner of the Black Skull Tome felt a numbness in his scalp. Fan Lao is a 5-star fighting emperor, 5th on the blacklist, but he was still killed. If they are really the ones who slaughtered the blood sect, can I survive? With these things flashing through his mind, the tomb owner couldn't help but want to run away. But at this moment, Yao Chen's ghost-like figure suddenly appeared behind him and slapped him on the forehead. Under this palm, the tomb owner had a splitting headache and almost lost consciousness. A suction force emerged again in Yao Chen's palm. What happened? It seems to be the tomb owner's side. The shrill scream sounded again, and this time, they finally attracted the attention of many Black Skull Tome disciples who were practicing in seclusion in the mountains. After Yao Chen extracted the soul of the owner of the Black Skull Tome, Chenfeng said in an extremely calm voice, "Let's start, leave no one behind, as you command, Master." After hearing Chenfeng's order, Yao Chen and Guardian Eagle showed excitement on their faces, and they quickly turned into a ball of black mist and rushed towards the people from the Black Skull Tome. Soon bursts of shrill screams rang out in the mountains. The screams lasted for an hour or two before finally becoming completely silent. Black Skull Ridge on this night truly turned into a dead land, with no living person inhabiting it anymore. As before, the news that the Black Skull Tome had been wiped out spread throughout the Black Corner territory the next day. The successive massacres of the Blood Sect and the Black Skull Tome cast a layer of gloom over the hearts of the major forces nearby. Those leaders who were not as powerful as Fan Lao and the owner of the Black Skull Tome were restless all day long, fearing this mysterious force came to find me. In fact, some leaders of weaker forces have begun secret discussions, intending to unite and join forces to keep themselves warm, to prevent their own forces from being suddenly exterminated. Outside the rolling mountains in the inner courtyard of Cannon College, there is a city called Maple City. The city is not big, but it has a high status in the Black Corner domain because the Medicine Emperor Han Feng lives here. As the #1 alchemist in the Black Horn domain, Han Feng, the 6th grade peak alchemist, has a high status in the hearts of many forces and even powerful people. Although a 6th grade alchemist is inconspicuous in the entire continent, it is already extremely rare in the Northwest continent and the Black Corner region. Even Do Huang and even some ordinary Duzong strongmen have met him. You have to be polite. After all, everyone knows how powerful a 6th grade alchemist is. Maple City, this city is named after Han Feng. This kind of honor can only be enjoyed by a few people in the Black Corner domain, which is full of chaos and killing, and Han Feng is one of them. In the very center of the city, there is a quiet bamboo forest that is completely different from the noisy streets outside. This bamboo forest has extremely tight defenses. Deep in the bamboo forest, there is an elegant pavilion. At this moment, on the top floor of the pavilion, a middle-aged man is sitting cross-legged. He is wearing an alchemist's robe with the word "Maple" embroidered on the back of the robe. At this time, the man was concentrating on refining a furnace of elixirs, looking very focused with no distractions. A moment later, in the sky above the bamboo forest, a blue energy beam about 10 feet thick shot straight into the sky and lingered for a long time. The people of Maple City are already familiar with this kind of light beam. They know very well that this is the vision of heaven and earth caused by the preparation of the 6th grade elixir. The middle-aged man in the robe of an alchemist glanced at the huge light pillar, and with a move of his hand, the light pillar trembled rapidly. After a moment, a ray of blue light flew out from the light pillar, and finally floated in the air, on the palm of his hand. The blue light gradually faded, and the inner body was suddenly revealed. It was a blue elixir the size of a dragon's eye. The blue lines on the surface of the elixir were like waves, which was extremely mysterious. As this ray of blue light separated from the light pillar, the huge light pillar seemed to have lost its energy support. It trembled slightly for a few times and then gradually became illusory until it finally dissipated completely. This time it took less time than last time. With a satisfied smile on his lips, the middle-aged man put the 6th grade elixir in his hand into an exquisite jade bottle, then turned and walked outside. Chapter 194 Master and Apprentice Meet. This middle-aged man has a rather handsome face, with long black hair hanging down from his shoulders. There seems to be a strange medicinal fragrance on his body all the time, which makes people feel close to him. There is also a simple medicinal cauldron badge painted on the chest of his robe. On this medicinal cauldron badge, 6 strange ripples of golden light ripple slightly, making people's eyes hurt. 6 golden patterns in the world of alchemy. Generally only 6th grade alchemists are qualified to wear them, but this man, who seems to be only in his 30s, is actually able to carry them. This kind of strength. In Black Corner there is only one person in the domain, and that is Medicine Emperor Han Feng. After finishing the alchemy practice, Han Feng came to sit in a pavilion in the spacious courtyard below the attic. After a while, he flicked his fingertips, and a dark blue flame like a clear lake came out from the palm of his hand strangely. Finally wrapped the entire palm. This dark blue flame is quite strange. It looks like a clear lake water flowing. However, the most real senses clearly tell people that this is not a pool of water, but a kind of flame. The strange fire. If I can get another kind of strange fire, my burning technique will definitely be able to go a step further. By then, I will definitely be able to break through to the level of 7th level alchemist, and my cultivation will also enter the realm of Dozong. Looking at the blue flame in his hand, Han Feng's face surged with enthusiasm. But the next moment Han Feng frowned, covered his chest with his palms, coughed several times, and his breath became slightly disordered at this moment. The cough lasted for a long time and then slowly subsided. Han Feng took a deep breath and gritted his teeth and whispered, "Damn old guy, if you just gave me the Fenju practice back then, everything would be fine. What a bullshit character. No, my alchemy talent is much better than yours." His voice was much lower at the end, but judging from his clenched fists, we can imagine the anger and hatred in his heart. At this moment, as if he sensed something, Han Feng's sullen expression disappeared and he returned to his usual easy-going attitude. The next moment, a vigorous figure flashed out from the bamboo forest surrounded by the outside, and finally appeared in the pavilion, kneeling on one knee, and his voice was hoarse but respectful. "Master, are you finally out of seclusion?" Hearing this, Han Feng frowned and asked, "Han Beng, what happened?" Han Beng, who knelt down, said in a somewhat urgent tone, "Master, you don't know something. During this period, something big has happened in the Black Corner territory." Immediately, Han Beng quickly told Han Feng what had happened in the Black Horn territory in the past few days. "What? Have the Blood Sect and Black Skull Tome been wiped out?" After listening to Han Beng's words, Han Feng couldn't sit still. His face changed drastically, and he said in disbelief. He never expected that such a big change would occur in the Black Angle territory after just a few days of seclusion and refining the elixir. "Have you found out who did it?" After a while, Han Feng gradually calmed down and asked solemnly. There is no news yet. Among the two forces only the Blood Sect and the Blood Eaters imprisoned in the Blood Valley survived. However, the Blood Sect was slaughtered that night, and those Blood Eaters only heard the constant noises coming from them. The screams are obviously a one-sided massacre. Han Beng shook his head and said, "After investigation, the treasure troves of these two forces have been looted. This mysterious force is too overbearing to kill people and seize treasures like this." Hearing Han Beng's explanation, Han Feng frowned again, feeling both surprised and a little regretful. Originally Han Feng had long been interested in the imprisoned strange fire in Canon College. Over the years, he had been planning to win over some strong people. Fan Lao, the Blood Sect, and the owner of the Black Skull Tom, had received many benefits from him and promised to help each other in the future. But now, these two people are dead, and all the preparations Han Feng had made before were in vain. That's why he feels pity. In the Black Angle domain, who can be able to destroy the Blood Sect and the Black Skull Tome so quietly? What is their purpose? Is it revenge? Do they want to dominate? Or are they simply killing people and seizing treasures? If it's murder and treasure grabbing, then, thinking in his heart, Han Feng's expression suddenly changed. Although he, Han Feng, had not founded a sect, he had accumulated more treasures over the years than the two destroyed forces combined. Therefore, he worrying, this mysterious force is very likely to attack me next. No. If you continue to stay in Maple City, you will be very passive. Because he was worried that the mysterious forces would find him, Han Feng immediately made a plan to go out and hide for a while. "Han Beng, I will go out during this period. Remember, you must not reveal my departure to anyone." Next, Han Feng gave Beng a stern warning, then spread out his body and flashed outside. Han Feng, if you want to leave now, don't you think it's too late?" Han Feng had not taken a few steps when a sneer suddenly sounded over the courtyard. The sudden sound immediately made Han Feng's heart tense and his scalp numb. "Who is it? You could actually come here without me noticing." Han Feng suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. I saw, on the balcony of the high pavilion in the center of the courtyard, a young man in rich clothes looking down at him. "Boy, you are so brave, you dare to break into the forbidden area. You are tired of living, aren't you?" Chenfeng's aura was covered by the hidden spirit stone, and he looked like an ordinary person. When Han Beng saw this, he didn't have any scruples, and directly pointed at Chenfeng and yelled at him. "Han Beng, shut up, Why don't you kowtow to this senior and admit your mistake? Looking at Han Beng's actions, Han Feng hurriedly reprimanded. This? Being scolded by Han Beng panicked and hesitated in his eyes. When he raised his head again to look at Chenfeng, a strong wind was already in front of him. Peng! In just an instant, Han Beng's body shattered under the strong wind and turned into a ball of blood mist that dispersed. With this kind of momentum, he must be a strong person from Dozong. Seeing Chenfeng casually kill Han Beng, who had the peak strength of Duwang, Han Feng was horrified. At this moment, he was very sure that Chenfeng was the murderer who destroyed the Blood Sect and Black Skull Tong. Han Feng quickly calmed himself down and respectfully greeted Chenfeng. Senior, I'm here to welcome you. Han Feng is a little disappointed, so I hope you'll forgive me. I'm sorry, it depends on whether your teacher agrees or not. Listening to Han Feng's words, Chenfeng's lips curled up into a smile, and then he lifted the restrictions of the soul controlling flag. As the restriction of the soul control flag was lifted, a black mist suddenly floated out from the soul flag. The moment the black mist appeared, a monstrous force filled the world. New group 69460438 book friends. This time the group account will not be posted in the introduction. Only book friends who have followed this point can see it. Chapter 195 Teacher, my disciple has been repenting all these years. My teacher. Hearing Chenfeng's somewhat abrupt words, Han Feng was filled with great doubts. Immediately afterwards, when Han Feng sensed the powerful aura that permeated the world, his body trembled suddenly and his face instantly turned extremely pale. Han Feng was very familiar with this aura. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. How can this old man still be alive? Looking at the figure wrapped in black mist that appeared next to Chenfeng, Han Feng's pupils dilated and his eyes were filled with fear. Rebel, Yalo's soul fully emerged from the black mist, looking at Han Feng filled with overwhelming anger. Before the Blood Slaughter sect and the Black Skeleton Tome, Yao Chen captured many useful souls. After devouring and refining the power of those souls, his strength has now returned to the level of the 9-star Du sect. Therefore he has such a powerful momentum. Teacher, I was bewitched back then, and I didn't mean to harm you. Teacher, I know I was wrong, please spare my life. At this moment, feeling the powerful aura emanating from Yao Chen, Han Feng could not think of any resistance at all, and directly knelt down on his knees, kowtowing to Yao Chen and begging for mercy. He never thought that Yao Chen could escape in that situation. Shut up. You are a beast who deceived your master and destroyed your ancestors. I'm afraid you are still cursing me in your heart for why you don't die. Seeing Han Feng kneeling down and begging for mercy, Yao Chen said in a cold voice, unmoved at all. Teacher, disciple, how dare you, how could you do this? These years I have been feeling remorse for what happened back then. In fact, Uncle Mugu planned all of this back then, and I was influenced by that old guy. I was forced to do that by threats. Han Feng continued to defend himself. Ha! Do you think anyone will believe such a statement? I'll take care of that bastard Mugu in the future. As for you, I have to torture you severely to get rid of the hatred in my heart. After saying this last sentence, Yao Chen's soul rushed down the high pavilion and ran towards Han Feng. Damn! Seeing the medicine dust rushing towards him, Han Feng's face became ferocious. A dark blue flame like water suddenly rose from his body, and a blazing high temperature slowly emitted. I never thought you, a beast, would have such an opportunity. Looking at the dark blue flames rising from Han Feng's body, a look of surprise flashed in Yao Chen's eyes, but that was all. In terms of strength, he has now returned to the peak of the 9-star Duzong. In terms of strange fire, his bone spirit cold fire, it is also much stronger than Hai Xinyan, who is ranked 15th. In almost an instant, Yao Chen's fist wrapped in white flames dispersed the dark blue flames and struck Han Feng's chest. Pang! Hit by Yao Chen's punch, Han Feng's body immediately flew backwards for more than 100 meters, and finally hit the floor heavily. Yao Chen obviously had some reservations with this punch, otherwise, with just one move, Han Feng's body would be shattered and his soul would be destroyed. Although Han Feng is not dead now, he is seriously injured to the point of being unable to move. If he is not treated in time, he will not survive for long. Puff, teacher, please, don't kill me. You brought me up with your own hands, and taught me step by step how to practice and refine medicine. Han Feng kept vomiting blood from the corner of his mouth, and was still begging for mercy in his intermittent words. Listening to Han Feng's extremely weak voice telling the past, Yao Chen couldn't help but pause, and his face seemed to be filled with sadness. But just for a moment, Yao Chen's body once again erupted with violent killing intent. Traitor, you have made such a big mistake. If I don't kill you, it will be difficult to eliminate the hatred in my heart. Yao Chen shouted angrily, then stretched his palm to the top of Han Feng's face, and a strange suction force burst out from his palm. Teacher, no. As the suction force acted on his body, Han Feng's eyes were extremely frightened, and he kept making weak and painful wails from his mouth. Soon, a slightly transparent soul body slowly rose out of Han Feng's body and was caught in Yao Chen's hand. Then Yao Chen directly opened his mouth and swallowed the transparent soul body. At this moment, Yao Lao finally showed an expression of relief on his face, by swallowing the soul of a 6th grade peak alchemist this time. Yao Chen may have a chance to return to Duzun's strength. Watching Yao Chen kill the traitor Han Feng with his own hands, Chenfeng murmured in his heart. The next moment, Chenfeng also came to Han Feng's body. On the finger of Han Feng's right hand there was a dark blue Na ring. The faint blue light flashing on it showed that this Na ring was different from ordinary low-level Na rings. The difference: with one move of his hand, Chenfeng directly sucked the Na ring into his hand, and then poured the soul power into the Na ring. The owner of a high-level Na ring can set a soul mark. In this case, even if someone else gets the Na ring by luck, if they want to take the things in it, they must erase the soul mark. In this case, the owner of the Na ring will have something. I feel that this almost autonomous protection function is unique to high-end Na rings, and is also one of the biggest reasons for its soaring value. Whether it was cultivation or soul power, Chenfeng was far superior to Han Feng. Therefore, that fierce soul power directly used the most brutal method to erase all the soul marks left by Han Feng, and then immediately returned to Han Feng. He has left his own soul mark on it. In this case, this high-level Na ring has officially changed hands. The next moment, Chenfeng's mind moved, and the soul power entered the Nana ring without any hindrance. Sure enough, the reward for robbing an alchemist is many times greater than robbing other forces. After exploring the ring, Chenfeng couldn't help but show satisfaction on his face. Han Feng has collected countless things in the Black Horn territory over the years. There are quite a lot of medicinal materials that are extremely rare in the outside world, and there are quite a lot of them in Naji, as well as various techniques and fighting skills scrolls. Arranged randomly, it is obvious that these are the things in exchange for the elixir seekers who come to ask him to refine elixirs. Just the treasure stored in this dark blue high-level Na ring is probably enough to make the strong men in the Black Angle domain go crazy for it. Let's go. Chenfeng came to his senses and left here directly with Yachin. This time, he did not carry out the massacre like he did before when he went to the Blood Sect and the Black Skull Tomb. Less than 3 hours after the morning breeze left, 2 figures appeared strangely in the sky of Maple City. One is wearing a gold robe, the other is wearing a silver robe, but if you look closely, you can see that their faces are almost identical. Both have white hair and white beards, and their facial features are as if they were carved from the same mold. These 2 people are the top 2 gold and silver elders on the black list. Chapter 196 Beauties of Canon College. Your emperor is here. Gold and silver are twin brothers, and their training methods are exactly the same. Therefore, if they are separated, their strength will only be similar to that of a strong man at the peak of Duwang. But if the 2 of them face the enemy together, they will be complementary to each other. Even if they face a low-level Duzong strongman, they still have a good chance of winning. Therefore, the reputation of these 2 people is very powerful in the Black Angle domain. Among them it was extremely loud. During this period, the Blood Sect and the Black Skull Tomb were massacred by mysterious forces one after another. The major forces in the Black Corner region were panicking. The 2 elders of gold and silver came to Maple City this time, firstly to find Han Feng to refine a pill, and secondly, just want to discuss this matter with Han Feng. After entering Maple City, the 2 men did not stop and headed straight towards the depths of the bamboo forest. Seniors, please stop. My master is in retreat and it is not suitable to see guests for the time being. The movements of the 2 old men, gold and silver, were immediately discovered by the guards outside the bamboo forest. Several guards with Dowang strength flew over the bamboo forest and loudly dissuaded them. We have something urgent to discuss with the Emperor of Medicine. The 2 elders, Jin and Yin, simply replied, ignoring the guards' obstruction and flying straight into the depths of the bamboo forest. However, when they arrived at the center of the bamboo forest, the scene in front of them made them a little dumbfounded. Han Feng is actually dead too. Is it also the work of that mysterious force? Looking at Han Feng's body left in the courtyard, the 2 elders, gold and silver, looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. The next moment, the 2 people approached and carefully inspected Han Feng's body. They found that there was only one injury on Han Feng's body. There are very few traces of fighting here. It seems that Han Feng was killed with one move. The silver-robed old man said with a solemn expression. Well, the person who can do this must be extremely strong, at least at the level of Du Zong. The old man in gold robe nodded in agreement. Even Han Feng was poisoned. That mysterious strong man acted without any scruples. Black Angle territory. Things are really going to change this time. The two of them sighed at the same time, worry written on their old faces. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just when the two elders of gold and silver sighed, the Du Wang guards guarding the outside of the bamboo forest finally caught up. Two old men of gold and silver. I never expected that you would actually kill Lord Yao Huang. Master Yao Huang has made countless good connections, and someone will definitely avenge Master Yao Huang. When these guards came in, they immediately found the body of Han Feng lying in front of the two elders of gold and silver, and they all angrily scolded the two elders of gold and silver. Don't talk nonsense. Han Feng was already dead when we came in. This place is extremely well guarded. No one else has broken in except you two. Who else could it be you? The explanation was fruitless, and the two elders of gold and silver suddenly became furious. A huge green fighting spirit shot out of their hands and hit one of the guards with Du Wang cultivation. With just one move, the guard flying in the air fell to the ground like a kite with its string broken. This move by the two elders of gold and silver immediately intensified the conflict between the two sides, and more Maple City guards rushed towards this side. With the next day, another breaking news came from the Black Corner domain. The top two men on the blacklist, gold and silver, broke into Maple City, killed Medicine Emperor Han Feng, and took away Medicine Emperor's ring. As soon as this news came out, it once again caused an uproar in the Black Corner territory. Many people associated the mysterious force that massacred the Blood Sect and the Black Skull Tom with the two elders of gold and silver. This kind of unscrupulous looting has made many people panic, and many forces are planning to join forces to fight against the two old men of gold and silver. Of course, Chenfeng doesn't know about these things yet. Previously, after leaving Maple City for hundreds of miles, he directly found a relatively secluded cave in the nearby mountains, used a space conversion flag, and returned to Gamma Palace. In less than a week during this trip to the Blackhorn region, the resources Chenfeng harvested were several times more than the total treasury resources of the Garma Empire. With such huge resource support, the national power of the Jiama Empire will develop at an extremely fast speed. Of course, in the early stages of development, the Mitre family and Chenfeng's palace imperial army received the greatest support and the most significant changes. With the techniques, fighting skills, and elixirs plundered from the Black Corner territory distributed by Chenfeng, the potential of many people has been tapped and their strength has soared. However, Chenfeng returned to the Garma Empire this time and stayed for only 5 days before using the space conversion flag again to go to the Black Angle domain. Wakanan College is an ancient college located in the Black Corner region. Over the past thousands of years, the top experts who have emerged from here are all famous on the mainland. The most terrifying thing about a college is not how strong its teaching staff is, but the thousands of strong people who come out of this college. If one day Canon College is faced with the crisis of destruction, and those strong men who left the college are summoned back, it is unimaginable how terrifying this power will be. Although there are almost countless colleges on the mainland, the reputation of Canon College has never been surpassed. From now on, we can see how profound the heritage of this college surrounded by ancient atmosphere is. On the mainland, regardless of race, countless people are proud to be able to enter this ancient college. Unfortunately, the college's almost harsh admissions conditions have left many ordinary people frustrated. Every year, Canon College sends a large number of tutors to recruit students from nearby empires. Of course, there are also many people who travel thousands of miles to come to Canon College to study. Within 100 miles of Canon College, no one is allowed to make a forcible leap. Otherwise, they will be attacked by the Canon College law enforcement team members who are wandering here. But at this moment, in the sky that can be called a restricted area, a tall figure passed by quickly, and no one could detect his presence. Below this figure, a small town appeared. There were many pedestrians on the streets of the small town. There were various stalls on both sides of the street. Some children were playing and laughing on the street. It looked peaceful. The harmonious atmosphere and the Black Corner domain are almost two completely different expressions. As expected of Canon Academy, even in a chaotic place like the Black Corner territory, it can still maintain its purity. Above the sky, Chenfeng glanced at the town below and sighed in admiration. This time, the purpose of Chenfeng's visit was to see the famous Canon College in the mainland. Of course, the most important thing was to see the beautiful girl students and beautiful instructors in the college. Chapter 197 The Sudden Snow, White Legs. After passing through the small mountain towns patrolled by law enforcement teams, the morning breeze quietly descended into an extremely large city. This city is called Canaan City, and the famous Canaan College in the mainland is located in the center of this city. This Canaan City is indeed the birthplace of the oldest academy in the mainland. Just its name has attracted countless people to come here. Walking on the spacious streets paved with bluestones, the turbulent flow of people on the streets made Chenfeng secretly dumbfounded. This kind of popularity could not be matched even by the capital of the Jiama Empire. On the streets of the city, vendors can be seen everywhere. But on a street near the center of Canaan City, the vendors setting up stalls are obviously different from other streets. Perhaps because of the proximity to Canaan College, most of the stalls on this street sell fighting skills, exercises. How dare you offer 30,000 gold coins for just such a broken picture? Do you think I'm being taken advantage of? Suddenly, a sharp voice from the crowd attracted Chenfeng's attention. Looking in the direction from which the sound came, Chenfeng saw a young man in his 20s dressed in Chinese clothes, more than 10 meters away, holding a broken picture in his hand and negotiating the price with the stall owner. As this, a remnant picture of the demonic fire. After examining the residual picture in the young man's hand for a while, Chenfeng finally made sure of it, feeling quite surprised. In the original work, when Xiao Yan entered the Black Angle territory for the first time, he discovered the third remaining picture of the demon fire from an auction in Black Seal City. Unexpectedly, at this point in time, this residual map would actually appear in Canaan City, and it would happen to be touched by the morning breeze. Is this my luck? A strange thought suddenly came to Chenfeng's mind. Because at first he was not interested in the demonic fire remnant picture, because he felt that the hope of finding the third and fourth demonic fire remnant picture was too great. It was slim, but now, the third demon fire remnant picture actually appeared in front of him in this way, which made him change some of his thoughts. Oh, 300 gold coins, if you sell it, I will buy it. No, at least 3,000 gold coins. Next to the stall, the young man in rich clothes continued to negotiate the price with the boss. Although he could not see anything interesting in the fragmentary picture, the primitive feeling conveyed in the fragmentary picture made him think that it might be a treasure. However, the young man obviously did not want to spend too much money to gamble, so he continued to argue with the boss, trying to lower the price further. At this moment, Chenfeng walked slowly to the stall and said directly to the boss, "I want this residual picture. 3,000 gold coins, count them." After saying that, Chenfeng directly took out a large bag of gold coins from Naji and placed it on the stall. Well, seeing that Chenfeng was actually willing to spend 3,000 gold coins to buy this broken picture, the stall owner's face suddenly showed a look of surprise. After quickly counting the number of gold coins, he said directly to the young man, "The broken picture has been destroyed by this. A little brother bought it with money. Please give the remaining picture to him." I said, "Boss, this can't be a trap that you asked for, right? This kind of trick is of no use to me, Rob." Seeing this scene, the young man glanced at Chenfeng and said something strange. "How is this possible? I have never met this little brother. How could he be my entrustee?" Hearing this, the boss shook his head in denial. "I've already bought this thing, take it." Of course, Chenfeng wouldn't explain anything to this man. He stretched out his right palm and spoke calmly. Does this kid recognize this broken picture and know what secret it holds? Seeing that Morrowind didn't look like he was acting, a strange look suddenly flashed in Rob's eyes. The next moment, he changed his mind, took out a bag of gold coins, smiled and said, "I'm sorry, this residual picture is I came to buy it first, and if I also pay 3,000 gold coins, then this residual picture should be mine. Senior Rob is right, we were here first, so the priority is ours." A young man next to Rob agreed. From their tone, it seemed that they were all students from Canaan College. Seeing this, the stall owner suddenly felt a little embarrassed. At this moment, Chenfeng and Rob's bids attracted many people around to stop and watch. After all, 3,000 gold coins is not a small amount for ordinary people. "It's not easy. The one with the highest price gets it," someone shouted. "Okay, the highest bidder will get it. If you two sincerely want it, whoever is willing to pay the higher price will get the scrap." After hearing the suggestions from the people around him, the boss made an instant decision. "If that's the case, then I'll add another 1,000 gold coins." After hearing the boss's decision, Rob looked a little hesitant. Finally, he took out a bag of gold coins in pain. Then, he looked at Chenfeng again. wondering if Chenfeng would increase the price. There are 100,000 gold coins in this card. Chenfeng frowned slightly and handed the boss a purple gold card. He didn't want to waste time on such a small amount of gold coins. 100,000 gold coins. After Chenfeng finished speaking, the eyes of the people around him suddenly widened in disbelief. Some people were actually willing to spend 100,000 gold coins to buy such a useless picture. This must be too wasteful. It's actually a 5-grain purple gold card. At this moment, the expression on Rob's face was even more surprised, because he saw that the card Chenfeng took out actually had 5 ripples of different colors painted on it. 5 marked purple gold card. In Duqiu continent, generally speaking, only powerful dueling warriors or those with powerful families are eligible to apply for it. This kid is actually able to carry a 5-marked purple gold card. It seems he has a very deep background. Rob thought quickly in his mind, and at the next moment, he was a little nervous and took the initiative to hand the broken picture in his hand to Chenfeng. Look, there are so many people surrounding that stall. Maybe there are some treasures for sale. Let's go and take a look. Wait for me. You're walking too fast. At the corner of the street, 2 beautiful figures appeared. When they saw a large group of people surrounding the center of the street, they ran over curiously. On Chenfeng's side, after getting the residual map, they turned around and prepared to leave. Seeing this, some of the people who were originally surrounding him took the initiative to make way for him. Chenfeng was walking slowly along a passage among the crowd that had taken the initiative to move out of the way. Suddenly his vision froze. At the end of the crowd passage, stood a beautiful woman in college clothes. The beauty has a long sword at her waist and is quite tall. The most eye-catching thing is her round and slender long legs. Even the enchanting Yafei has not possessed these sexy long legs. The warm sunshine shines on it, as if it is shining on white jade or ice and snow, and the whiteness is a bit dazzling. Chapter 198 Junior, do you want a wife or not? Teskesk, these legs are really great. When he saw the snow-white jade legs of the woman in front of him, Chenfeng couldn't take his eyes away for a moment. This guy, for some reason, when Chenfeng stared at her with such direct eyes, the woman did not cast a look of disgust. She just lowered her head slightly and looked away quickly, as if she did not dare to meet Chenfeng's eyes. Why are you running so fast? You don't even wait for me. At this moment, a woman's voice came, and immediately, a red shadow quickly approached and hugged the waist of the long-legged woman in front of Chenfeng. The woman who ran quickly was dressed in red, with a bright smile on her pretty face. Her long brown hair was tied casually into a ponytail. Her plumpness was simply luxurious. Her slender waist was straight, round buttocks. Although her appearance is a bit worse than that of the previous woman, her fairy devil figure is extremely coveted by men. After she came over, the eyes of many men around her were vaguely sweeping over this woman. Sui, you are running too slow. After the woman in red came over, the long-legged woman's attention was diverted and she pulled the woman in red affectionately. It was obvious that the 2 women had a very good relationship. One is named Yu and the other is named Shu Ni. Could it be that this woman is Xiao Yu, the leg girl? Listening to the conversation between the 2, Chenfeng couldn't help but guess their identities. What were they watching before? Why have they dispersed now? I just arrived, so I don't know what happened inside before. Ixuni's eyes swept around curiously, but soon stopped at Chenfeng, who was a few meters away in front of her. So handsome. No wonder you ran so fast, it turns out you wanted to be alone. Looking at Chenfeng's handsome appearance, Snowy said some bold words without hesitation. Why are you eating alone? What nonsense are you talking about? Hearing this, Xiao Yu pinched Shu Ni hard. You are so cruel to your lover. Holding her wrist, which was slightly red from being pinched, Xuani looked at Xiao Yu with watery eyes. The women in this academy are quite lively and have a unique flavor. Looking at the 2 girls playing in front of him, Chenfeng's eyes showed some appreciation. Look at that handsome guy's eyes, he seems to be aiming at your slippery thighs. Noticing Chenfeng's gaze, Shu Ni moved her mouth to Xiao Yu's ear and continued teasing. At the same time she stretched out her little hand to pat her snow-white thigh. How could it be? You've gained so much weight recently. He's obviously looking at the pair of big lanterns in front of you that are about to come out. Hearing Shu Ni's words, Xiao Yu was not shy at all, but reached out and grabbed a handful not to be outdone. Ah, big lantern, you can't figure it out. Then I thought yours was a pair of big steamed buns. Snowy continued to fight back. Although Xiao Yu and Shu Ni were whispering and teasing each other in their ears, with Chenfeng's hearing, they could hear everything clearly without even noticing. These bold and explicit words came from the mouths of two young and lively beautiful girls, which made Chenfeng feel a little unbearable. However, Chenfeng was not surprised by this situation. First of all, this is the living area of the academy, far away from their own family and empire. Most of them are surrounded by peers who don't know their past. It is easy to find topics that they can resonate with. Here, no matter how flamboyant their personalities are, they have no relatives or old friends to see. However, I believe that when they return to their hometowns, they will definitely be much more restrained than they are now. This is similar to when Chenfeng was studying in a school in another place in his previous life. It was completely different at school and at home. Suddenly Xu Ni, who was having fun, took Xiao Yu's hand and walked to Chenfeng, asking without hesitation, "Brother, are you attracted to this long-legged senior? If you are, how about selling her to you?" "Okay, you little girl, you actually want to sell me?" Hearing Xu Ni's words, Xiao Yu was not angry and still looked playful. "Okay, make a price." As the two continued to play around, Chenfeng smiled and gave the answer. "He takes it seriously. Ha, let me just say that you are very charming. My junior classmate can hardly stand it." After hearing Chenfeng's answer, Snowy didn't seem to take it seriously and continued to joke. On Xiao Yu's side, she couldn't help but bite her silver teeth in hatred, and stretched out her hand to pinch Xu Ni's waist. Chenfeng's words, "let's" made her feel slightly unhappy. "Haha, buying her is very expensive, it costs 1,000,000 gold coins. Junior brother, do you still want to buy her?" Snowy smiled sweetly, with two dimples appearing on her face. Although she did not deny what she just said, she clearly wanted Chenfeng to quit by offering this price. After all, in her opinion, 1,000,000 gold coins, that was a huge amount of money, and it was absolutely impossible for Chenfeng at his age to get it. Certainly, however, as soon as Xu Ni finished speaking, Chenfeng nodded without hesitation, then looked at Xiao Yu with a smile and said, 1,000,000 gold coins, will you come with me? You. Seeing Chenfeng's serious expression, Xiao Yu couldn't help but feel a little angry. Just when Xiao Yu was about to say something, the young man who had competed with Chenfeng for the Demon Fire Remnant picture came over and shouted with an angry expression, "Don't think that having a few dollars is enough. How can you use gold coins to measure? Why is this Rob here?" Seeing Rob coming over, Xiao Yu frowned even more, and she said in a cold tone, "Don't call me Yu. You and I are not that familiar yet." Hearing this, Rob's expression condensed, and his face was a little hot. Xiao Yu's words were really disrespectful to him. At this time, another young man next to Rob said angrily, "Xiao Yu, what are you pretending to be? I think you are only worth 1,000,000. If our young master Luo spends 1,000,000, he can also buy it you." "What do you mean?" Don't open your mouth if your mouth is full of shit. If you talk nonsense again, I will tear your mouth to pieces. Rob, please get away with your followers." At this moment, Xiao Yu felt even more angry, and Xu Ni beside her protected her and started scolding her. Affected by Xu Ni's words, Rob, who originally felt that he had lost face, suddenly flashed a stern look in his eyes, and sneered, "Haha, I think what Muli said makes sense. It seems that I have to make preparations and let my family give me come up with 1,000,000 gold coins. Rob, you want to buy Yu for even 1,000,000? You are dreaming. Just now we gave you a 10% discount because our junior is handsome." Hearing this, Xu Ni suppressed the anger in her heart and fired back directly, "You are so ugly. There must be no discount. Snowy, what do you mean?" After hearing what Snowy said, Rob said angrily. Seeing this, Xu Yu nodded with a smile. "Zuni is right. If someone can give me 10,000,000 gold coins, I will follow him immediately." "Did you hear that? 10,000,000 gold coins, Rob? I'm afraid you can't even get 1,000,000, so don't have this dream." Snowy continued to echo, 10,000,000 gold coins, do you really dare to think that even if someone can get so much, there is no way? 10,000,000 gold coins, click on it. Before Rob finished speaking, he was interrupted by Chenfeng's words. Then he was surprised to see that Chenfeng took out a purple gold card and handed it to Xiao Yu. Chapter 199. Xiao Yu, do you really want to book a room? Another 5 pattern purple gold card. Even if he can take out the 5 pattern purple gold card, there is no way the card actually contains 10,000,000 gold coins. At this moment, although Rob and his followers were surprised when Chenfeng took out the 5 pattern purple gold card again, they all denied in their hearts that the card contained 10,000,000 gold coins. What is the concept of 10,000,000 gold coins? Rob's family's revenue in 1 or 2 years may only be 1,000,000 gold coins. With Rob's status, he does not have the right for his family to mobilize so many gold coins to please a woman. He just said that he wanted to collect 1 million gold coins just to prop up the scene, and a huge amount of 10 million gold coins would take even the big forces in the Black Corner domain a long time to accumulate. 10 million. On Xiao Yu's side, looking at the purple gold card handed over by Chenfeng, she couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. In her opinion, 10 million gold coins could not be obtained even if all the assets of the 3 major families in Wooten City were added together. However, perhaps it was the unique temperament displayed by Chenfeng that made her subconsciously feel that Chenfeng was not talking big words. Junior, you are so impatient, don't mind if I count for you. When Xiao Yu was in a daze, Xuni smiled and said something to Chenfeng, then stretched out her delicate little hand and picked up the purple card handed over by Chenfeng. Chenfeng did not stop her and let her take it away. After Xuni took the purple card, she quickly checked it. The next moment, a scream came from Xuni's mouth, and her little hand holding the purple gold card was trembling. What's wrong, you little girl? You're so surprised, Xiao Yu said angrily after seeing Xuni's reaction. This card really has 10 million, and Xuni's breathing quickened and she spoke excitedly. As she spoke, her plump part also trembled up and down, which was spectacular in an instant. What? Hearing Xuni's words, Xiao Yu's face was also very surprised, and he immediately took the purple card and checked it. Stop acting here. How could someone actually take out 10 million? Xunyu, your acting skills are a little exaggerated. Listening to Xuni's words, Rob and the young man next to him sneered, not believing it to be true at all. Really, 10 million gold coins. On Xiao Yu's side, after checking the Zijin card, he was equally shocked and his breathing accelerated a little. Then, Xiao Yu slowly raised her head and looked at Chenfeng with complicated eyes. She did not expect that Chenfeng was actually willing to spend 10 million gold coins to buy herself. Chenfeng's eyes were also fixed on Xiao Yu. As their eyes intertwined, he had a bright smile on his lips and said softly, "No, you are mine, come with me." After saying this, Chenfeng directly reached out and held Xiao Yu's soft hand, preparing to leave. I have to say that Xiao Yu's skin is really good, white and smooth, with an icy softness to the touch. When Chenfeng held her hand, Xiao Yu felt as if electric current was flowing through her body, and her whole body felt numb. She did not resist, but followed Chenfeng with her long, white and sexy legs. How is this possible? Seeing his former crush being led away by Chenfeng without any resistance, Rob's eyes suddenly widened, feeling both surprised and a little angry. Master Luo, look at this situation, does that kid really have 10 million gold coins in his card? Muli also said in surprise. Hearing this, Rob's face instantly darkened, and there was still a fear spreading in his heart. He was not stupid. If someone could really come up with 10 million gold coins, he would definitely not be able to offend him with that kind of power background. The next moment, Rob gritted his teeth and whispered to Mulut, "Never provoke this person, and definitely don't spread what happened today." On Swainey's side, she looked at Chenfeng and Xiao Yu's slowly retreating figures, her mouth slightly open. Her previously playful and smiling expression had already been covered with shock. She didn't expect that she looked quite delicate. The handsome underclassman actually has such terrifying financial resources. You are such a rich junior. It would be great if you could buy me too. I don't want more, just 5 million. Wait for me. Just when Chenfeng and Xiao Yu's figures disappeared at the corner of the street, Xuni finally came to her senses and chased after them in the direction they left. It finally stopped. After a chase, when Xuni was about to catch up to Chenfeng and Xiao Yu, she found that the two finally stopped. However, the place they arrived at seemed to be the entrance of a hotel. This is too fast. Is my Yu going to change from a girl to a woman today? She had just taken a few breaths when she saw Chenfeng leading Xiao Yu into the hotel. This time, she did not follow him because she felt that Xiao Yu was obviously voluntary and not forced. It's not easy to get involved in this kind of thing. Besides, in Canaan College, it has long been common for some male and female students who are in love to rent a room outside the college to taste the forbidden fruit. There were many Canaan College students active in this area, and Xiao Yu was somewhat famous. Therefore, many people saw Xiao Yu following Chenfeng into the hotel. "Suni, I just saw Xiao Yu follow a handsome boy into the hotel, do you recognize him?" Soon, 2 young female students came to Xuni to inquire. "Do not know." Snowy shook her head, not wanting to say too much to them. "Xuni, Xiao Yu has already fallen in love with a junior high school student. You have to hold on tight." "Yes, haven't you always said that Xiao Yu is your little lover? Now that she has the support of her junior, she won't want you anymore." Obviously, the 2 people didn't believe that Snowy didn't know Chenfeng, and they said some teasing words. "Do you really want to book a room? In the hotel, Xiao Yu was brought to the lobby counter by Chenfeng. Her heartbeat could not help but accelerate again, and a blush appeared on her fair cheeks, which looked very charming. Of course, Chenfeng nodded firmly. But I'm not ready yet. Isn't it too fast? Xiao Yu whispered, biting her silver teeth, for fear of being heard by the staff at the counter. Sir, your room is on the 3rd floor. But obviously, the service staff of this hotel were used to this kind of thing, and they handed the room card directly to Chenfeng, interrupting what Xiao Yu was about to say. Let's go. Chenfeng took the room card and directly pulled Xiao Yu towards the 3rd floor. At this time, Xiao Yu still did not resist and followed Chenfeng silently. At the age of 17 or 18, it was the time when love first started. Not only did Chenfeng's appearance and temperament fit Xiao Yu's taste, he could also spend tens of millions of gold coins to rescue Xiao Yu. This directly left a wonderful impression in Xiao Yu's heart. Moreover, the hand-holding contact between the two also made Xiao Yu feel a strange feeling towards Chenfeng. Chapter 200. Can you be gentler? Creak. As soon as he entered the room, Chenfeng closed the door directly, then turned to look at Xiao Yu. Seeing Chenfeng's gaze, Xiao Yu suddenly felt shy and lowered her head nervously. At this moment her jade cheeks, snow-white neck and even the roots of her ears were filled with a layer of crimson. Moreover, perhaps because she was too nervous on the road, Xiao Yu had some fragrant sweat on her body, and now the room was filled with a unique girly body fragrance. Taste, it's just a handshake, is it so sensitive? Looking at Xiao Yu's charming appearance without makeup, Chenfeng thought to himself. The next moment, his eyes naturally stayed on Xiao Yu's snow-white thighs. These alluring snow-white thighs were slender and straight, as thin as willows, and as white as snow. Just one look at them made Chenfeng feel a little hot in his heart. Sure enough, beauties each have their own beauty and beauty. If Xiao Yu's long, snow-white, round legs are carried on the shoulders, the feeling will definitely be wonderful. Chenfeng sighed again in his heart. On Xiao Yu's side, seeing that Chenfeng didn't speak, he slowly raised his head and glanced at Chenfeng's face. When she discovered that Chenfeng's eyes had been staring at her thighs, although there was anger in her heart, it was more of a kind of joy and a kind of pride. Moreover, Chenfeng's eyes were very clear and bright. Even if they were filled with lust at this moment, they still made Xiao Yusheng unable to show any anger. Did you bring me here just to admire my legs? When Chenfeng was watching intently, Xiao Yu spoke softly. At this moment when she spoke, she seemed less nervous than before. Hearing this, Chenfeng moved his eyes upwards, looked at Xiao Yu's pretty face that was white and rosy, and said with a smile, "If you just look at the legs, you don't need to go to the trouble of booking a room. Then what else do you want to do? Judging from your age, you are 1 or 2 years younger than me. Do you still want to?" Xiao Yu suddenly stopped in the middle of her words and did not say the bold and explicit words that followed. "You're right. I'm just thinking about what you just wanted to say." Chenfeng smiled and nodded. "What I'm thinking about? I didn't think about anything." Xiao Yu quickly shook his head in denial. "Ha, you just said that if anyone gives you 10 million gold coins, you will go with him. If you want to go back on your word now, I won't agree." Chenfeng reached out and pinched the snow-white chin of the beauty in front of him and said slightly frivolously, "I have no regrets. Didn't I already follow you to this hotel?" Xiao Yujio said angrily, "Although she usually speaks boldly in the college, these are just a few women enjoying themselves. This is the first time that she has encountered the battle of booking a room with a man. It would be a lie to say that she is not nervous. Since you've opened a room with me, do you think it's possible not to do something?" His eyes moved downwards and swept over Xiao Yu's plump and delicate body that was covered by the school uniform. Chenfeng couldn't help but move forward. Sensing Chenfeng's approach, Xiao Yu bit her red lips with her teeth, a look of panic on her face, and then she slowly moved back. However, before taking a few steps back, his heels hit the corner of the table in the center of the room. The body was a little out of balance at this moment. Xiao Yu let out a soft cry, and her slim and delicate body immediately leaned back, with her entire upper body leaning on the table. At this time Chenfeng had already leaned down and approached, and the two of them were almost touching each other. In an instant, the postures of the two people in the room became extremely charming. "No, I have to leave. Let me out." Xiao Yu's heart was beating fast. At a certain moment, she stretched out her jade hand and moved toward Chenfeng's shoulder, trying to push Chenfeng away. However, Chenfeng quickly took action, grabbed her white wrist, and pressed her palm firmly on the table. Xiao Yu had the same result when he raised his other hand. Xiao Yu's body was gripped by Chenfeng's palm, and she felt a slight numbness on her wrist, which made Xiao Yu unable to exert any strength. Furthermore, Xiao Yu also found that the fighting energy in her body was actually suppressed and unable to be mobilized at this moment. At this point, Xiao Yu instantly understood that the young man in front of her, who was 1 or 2 years younger than herself, had a much higher level of cultivation than herself. But obviously this did not surprise Xiao Yu, because before Chenfeng could give her tens of millions of gold coins at a time, it was enough to prove that he had an extraordinary background, and it was very normal for people from big powers to have good talents. What do you want to do? Being stared at by Chenfeng's ambiguous gaze, Xiao Yu gave up struggling with her hands and asked in a low voice, her full chest rising and falling violently due to being too nervous. Chenfeng didn't answer. He lowered his body directly, then came closer and sealed those delicate red lips. Xiao Yu originally wanted to resist modestly, but at the moment of conflict she had already fallen. By the time their lips parted again, Xiao Yu was already out of breath. Her long snow-white legs had been tightly clamped around Chenfeng's waist at some point. Upon noticing this, Chenfeng raised the corners of his mouth, stretched out his hands to wrap his arms around the unbearable waist, and gently moved Xiao Yu's body backwards. Soon Xiao Yu's delicate buttocks and entire upper body were lying on the table, and their bodies were tightly pressed together. With such close contact, both Xiao Yu and Chenfeng could clearly hear each other's slightly rapid breathing. Call. Suddenly, Xiao Yu noticed a strange feeling on her thighs, her body suddenly tensed up, and her big watery eyes stared at Chenfeng. There was enjoyment on Chenfeng's face and in his eyes, which made Xiao Yufang's heart beat wildly, and at the same time she felt a little proud. After this strange feeling lasted for a minute, Xiao Yu discovered that Chenfeng held her own calf and began to slowly lift it up. At last Xiao Yu and Chenfeng hugged each other tightly and lay on the fragrant couch, surrounded by the air. At this moment Xiao Yu's hair was messy, and her long snow-white legs were casually draped over Chenfeng's body. We hugged each other for about a minute. Seeing Chenfeng's actions, Xiao Yu couldn't help but feel a little scared. However, in order not to disappoint Chenfeng, Xiao Yu still actively cooperated.